bench and I will give my assessment. Yes, the pitch, it is very solid, and usually from any preparations of any surfaces for cricket, this cricket pitch may have an element of moisture for the first 45 minutes, but in totality, it has been good for batting and it has also been good for bowling. Today, it's the Windward Islands versus USA 1. Well, it's a lovely day for cricket, lovely sunshine. Stuart Rollins is the match referee for today, and we are anticipating a continuation of the 2025 under 19 regional cricket tournament. And shortly we will have the toss, and the match referee, Stuart Rollins, he will control the proceedings. Stefan Pascal of the Windward Islands, he and Arjun Mahesh is the captain for USA 1. The coin, and Stefan Pascal, he has the coin. He'll wait for the instructions from the match referee, Stuart Rollins. And Pascal flipped the coin. So he won. Stefan Pascal won the toss. And Stefan, could you just come forward to have a few words with me, please? Good morning, Stefan. And welcome to the Connery Cricket Centre. You have won the toss for the Windward Islands. What is your choice in so doing?
We'll have a bat first.
What would be the reasons why you will prefer to bat first?
Obviously, we're in a bit of a sticky situation in terms of the point standings, after losing our last game against Barbados. So this wicket looks like a good wicket. Obviously, we'll have moisture earlier, but we just have to stick it out. But we're looking for maximum points. So in order to do that, we have to bat first and put a good total on the board and then look to bowl them out.
Would you have made any changes from your last game coming into this one?
Yeah, we've made 3 changes. Darwin Ford, Edmund Morancy, and Cody Fontenelle is in for Kestel Estrade, Lovio Charles, and Joel Duran.
Okay, thank you very kindly, Stefan Pascal, and all the very best for today's encounter.
Thanks.
Arjun Mahesh, welcome once again to the Connery Cricket Centre. Mahesh, you have lost the toss today. If you did won the toss, what would you have done?
If we won the toss, we would have bowled first. I know it's been good batting tracks this entire tournament, but for this particular game, it did rain a few moments before the toss, so we would have liked to make use of that moisture, try and pick up some early wickets and put some pressure back on them. So I'm pretty happy with the results of the toss.
Have there been any changes that you have made from your last game?
Yeah, there's 3 changes. A couple of our fast bowlers are resting, and our off spinner is resting. Obviously, we have big finals coming up as well in the next game, so we want to make sure they're ready for that game as well. And at the same time, left arm spinner and another batsman is in. So we're very batting heavy this game.
Well, all the very best to you, and do hope that you enjoy today's play. And how have the tournament been going so far for USA 1?
Yeah, the tournament's been pretty great. We've had good preparation before the World Cup qualifiers, which we'll be playing next month. So it's been a great experience so far for us to play against quality players here, and we're looking forward to getting better and better and sticking to our own process.
Well, thank you very much, and all the very best for today's encounter.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and morning and welcome to everyone. We are here at the Connery Cricket Center as the continuation of the 2025 Regional Cricket Tournament. And today's encounter will be between USA 1 and the Windward Islands. Stephen Pascal of the Windward Islands won the toss and he decided that they will bat first. So Stephen Pascal, captain, Kirsten Murray, and Edmund Moranchi, Enshino Fontaine, Theo Edward, Jonathan Daniel, Cody Fontinelli, Isaiah Jones, Davin Ford, Kurt Murray, Devontae McDowell. So that's the Windward's team. And Novel, the Windward Islands decided to bat, and USA 1 is going to have first ball.
I say good morning to listeners around the Caribbean, those out in the Windward Islands and those in the USA, and supporters of cricket in general. Good morning or good day to you, wherever in the world you may find yourself. Perhaps it's already past midday or into the evening time. We welcome you. The USA 1 team: Sahil Gag, Aminder Gill, Admit, Janub, Sahash, Switstan, Shrivastava. We have Mahesh, Arun Mahesh, Shiv Shami, Advit Krishna, Sanit Bhutta, Nitish Sudini, and Ansh Rai. Both teams are very well placed in the table. We will get further confirmation as where they are, but a win for either one of these teams would more than likely catapult them into a final two place. Barbados would have defeated the Windward Islands in their outing last, and the USA 1, I think they have just lost one game thus far in this tournament. They have been doing really well. They have two of the major run getters in this tournament. So too does the Windward. These two teams boast the players who would have gotten centuries in this tournament thus far.
Who's the bowler?
Well, facing up for the Windward Islands, it would be Stephen Pascal. He's the captain, and he would have also had a century thus far in this tournament.
So we're just about to see the first over is going to come from the Connery Community Center end. And here we are. And Pascal, the captain, is on strike. Good bunks. True to the keeper. Number 12, it is bowling. So number 12, the bowler for USA 1. And that would be
Advit Krishna.
Okay, Advit. And he is bowling from the Connery Community Center end. There is the keeper standing back. There is a solitary slip. A gully, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. Stephen Pascal is the captain, and he is on strike for the Windwards.
Well, Victor, Stephen Pascal, he also is second in the run scoring table.
Well,
second only to Utkarsh Shrivastava, who is also in the USA 1 team. Pascal, he would have gotten scores of 12 against Barbados, 114 not out against Trinidad and Tobago, 41 against Guyana, 50 against the USA men too, 11 against Jamaica and 21 against the Windward Islands. So obviously a player who is quite capable. He's averaging 49.8 at this stage. He would want to get something good in this game.
Very healthy tournament for the captain, Stephen Pascal, allowing that one to go through to the wicket keeper. And that is very good, Noval, in terms of his average and having also a not out of 114. So here now opening against USA 1, who have been having a good tournament so far. And as the captain indicated to me this morning at the toss, that they had a good comprehensive preparation coming into this tournament, and it is evident based from their performances so far. So let us see what would happen in this first over. And he's out caught at cover, a short pitch delivery in oval. There was Pascal on the back foot and hitting it straight to short extra cover. So early inroads for the USA won, and Pascal will make his way back to the pavilion without scoring.
Well, Victor, very important wicket. The captain, he leads from the top. But at times they say sometimes your strength becomes your weakness. I think Pascal is one of those extremely fluent players to the offside. And he perished trying to punch one through the offside. And a very early inroads by the USA team. And you could see the elation in the players.
And also, too, what is evident to Novel, as we can see, they gathered immediately in a huddle. And you know also that when you play, that used to be one of the aspects in terms of getting wickets, go in a huddle, discuss quickly what the move's going to be for the incoming batsman. And I think you have indicated consistently, though, that sometimes, especially to the seam bowler, new batsman coming at the crease, would you still like to see a forward short leg going in?
In this situation, it depends on what the pitch is offering. But I don't think the field is spread. They're using 2 slips already to attacking positions. And you don't want to leave yourself open in a one-day match too much with gaps in the field. But I think I would leave it as is. Just leave the men catching and ask the bowler to bowl just on about the off stump, where he had been focusing already.
Yes, and where he have gotten the early success. So, quite rightly said there, Nova. Let us see what his first delivery will be to the new batsman. And we can see immediately now starting off with a wide. That has been a pattern throughout the tournament, and even more so specifically here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But we are seeing, and from that end, the community centre end, the bounce has been consistent, and it has indicated so far at the toss. I also indicated that the pitch was solid, and as you know, for the first 40 or 45 minutes, there might just be that element of moisture, but we will have to wait and see what will be the first 45 minutes of play results. Well, already we have seen an early wicket going down, and a very valuable wicket of the captain, Stefan Pascal of the Windwards. Nice slow delivery. And good thinking by the bowler, taking this pace off of that one to the new batsman especially. So good thinking by the fast bowler there.
Well, he has started well. The incoming batter, Theo Edwards, he has just 63 runs in his 5 outings. Hasn't produced perhaps what he would have liked. He's averaging just 10.5, his best being 25. Simply means it's a day for him to come good. And he needs to for his team, as they have not had a great start, losing the captain very early and could ill afford to lose anyone soon after. Driving that one down to mid-on, there will be no run.
So that has completed over number 1 and successful for USA 1. And immediately USA 1, they are running to their respective fielding positions. We have seen that in their former games, which they played here at this Connery Cricket Centre. So they are working to their plan. Immediately too, we can see the fielders going into the appropriate position. We're not seeing the captain standing at the stumps and really asking men to go into various positions. So no doubt, just executing from their dressing room what the obvious field placement would be. And as the wicketkeeper is going now, and he will be standing back with a first slip in place, a second slip, and there is a man at cover, extra cover, but a man going to go deep on the cover boundary. There is going to be a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and immediately a man right on the square leg boundary. So USA 1 would be very pleased with that early start and getting the very valuable wicket of the captain for the Windward Islands, Stefan Pascal. And now from this National Heroes Park end, and number 14 is going to pick up. Is that Admit?
Yes, it's going to be Admit. Janub.
So, heavily packed offside field. Wicketkeeper standing back, first slip. There is not a fielder on the third man boundary. There is a gully There is a deep point on the boundary though. There's a cover, extra cover, a mid off, a mid on, a mid wicket, and a man right on the backward square leg boundary. Moves away from us now from the National Heroes Park end. Balls being played to the man who has to come off of the deep point area boundary. Heavy, strong throw, but good backing up. Miles over the wicketkeeper's head. But there was a fielder they had shot mid-wicket backing up, and in the process, the batsmen, they were able to get a run. So it is 2 runs on the board, 1 wicket down, and the very valuable wicket of the Windward Islands captain, Stefan Pascal. He was caught at short extra cover, and now we are seeing a field change, man. Okay, well, one of the steel metal products from the ground staff was on the ground, so it's being dispersed now, so all is well. Good sunshine here, lovely day so far for cricket, and we hope that it will continue that way. Good delivery, right on target, possibly just about center stump. So the USA won overall. They would be looking for further inroads. They have gotten the very valuable wicket of the Windward Islands captain.
Well, this one is even just as valuable. Yashina Fontaine. He's also scored 100 in this tournament. He has scored an even 100 against Guyana. He's had 21, 26, 16, and a 38. He didn't score against Barbados in his last outing and would not want to be not scoring again, but is a critical part of the batting unit for the Windward Islands, and Fontaine wants to get on the board, wants to hang around for a while to get some runs under his belt.
And with the loss of his captain that early too, that is so necessary from his point of view and from both batsmen, but more so in Fontaine, as you quite rightly said, have a century to his name. And in this situation, definitely these two would need to consolidate for the Windward Islands.
Well, consolidate they would, and admit, Janob, he has 8 wickets thus far in his 5 outings, Victor. He opens the bowling, and that one's clipped down to backward square for 1. He's also capable of picking up wickets, so it's a good contest. It would be. We expect it to be one between bat and ball. But the USA 1 team appears to be extremely well drilled, and they're disciplined as well. So work for Windward Islands to do. Early days, 3 for 1. We're into the second over. Just losing an early wicket, and they must rebuild. It's a full toss. Clip through mid-wicket. Will it get close to the boundary? It's played with real timing. No real power. Can a third be had? They're coming back for it, and they have gotten it comfortably. So Theo Edwards picking up some 3 runs there, and was a full toss that he just clipped. Not trying to overhit it by any means, and getting it through to the mid-wicket area for a few runs.
Yes, good timing, good placement. Quite rightly said, the Noval. Emphasis was placed on timing. So, settles, look quite relaxed in his stance. Playing it this one fine. It's going to get close to the boundary on this occasion. I believe it have the legs to cross. It does so now because the fielder was more on the backward square leg boundary, and it was played fine. So 4 runs to the Windward Islands. So a good over for the Windwards in that sense, really. Getting now on to 10 it is for the loss of 1 wicket, and the captain passed the Windward Islands without scoring.
Well, important wicket, but the Windwards team must move on from that. They must recognize that they have lost their captain cheaply, and it's an opportunity for other players to put their hands up and be counted in this one. Don't see this as a moment to be depressed, but this is my opportunity to score. We know Pascal's quality. He's gone, and a chance for them to build on this. The USA team, though, have shown a lot of resilience, a lot of fight. They have played, perhaps, Victor, close to the best cricket in this tournament. Barbados, who we thought were very strong and dominant, they humbled Barbados in that contest, scoring over 300 runs and bowling out Barbados for just 89. So the Windwards would be mindful of this, that they have this quality. But this pitch, though, Victor, has allowed for good run scoring.
Yes, indeed, certainly, Novel. And the captain for USA 1, Arjun Mahesh, he told me in the interview this morning at the pitch report and the toss that the USA 1, before coming into this tournament, they had proper preparation. They did a lot of work in all areas of the game. And this is why we are seeing the results that they have gotten thus far. And really, they looked, in truth, very well prepared, and they continue to demonstrate that aspect. And here is another delivery, which is quietly played down on the offside, where a fielder moving from short point to come in and field prevented any possibility of a run. And he also said, too, that if they did want the toss, they would have bowled first. That would have been their choice. And he said that he wanted to see what their opening bowlers can present by bowling first. So, in a sense, it was a good toss to lose.
Well, he's looking to put scenarios in front of his team to see how they would respond to them. And, there's some teams that they're set up to chase really well. Some teams are set up to set targets really well, and they're stronger in certain areas. But as you said, he wanted to explore what his opening pair or his bowlers would do, having to restrict a team to a reasonable target for them to chase. So it's interesting.
And what he also extended to say to that, most of the times there is some element of moisture. So we'd also like to see what his fast bowlers can exploit of it. Here is a loud appeal, though, and it might have been, if he did not get a touch, it might have been for height, probably.
Probably got outside too.
Outside the off stump.
Okay, he has a pronounced movement across the wicket.
Yeah. So far, though, both opening bowlers, apart probably from just the one wide, I think they've been in the areas that they are looking to put their deliveries. And up to this early stage, they have done so well.
Good discipline, and that's required. If you want to put batsmen under pressure, your areas, your length, your line will aid that. And that's been punched up to in between cover and extra cover. 2 runs on offer thus far. Will they look for 3? No. Yes, they are. And Victor, similar shot to what Pascal may have gotten out to. This one just went through the gap.
Yes, indeed. It was aerial, but it went through the gap. And what was good, too, between the batsmen, that they ran the first one quickly, as we know that on the eastern side of this Canary Cricket Centre, the boundary on that side is more extensive, in my view. I do not know if you will have that same view, Noval, but in the sense of running the first one quick, and we have seen that consistency so far by the batsmen running the first one.
A touch bigger, and we're using
touch bigger, yeah,
almost the furthest pitch on the square to our left, and that really would suggest so. Krishna working his way from the Connery Community Centre and shot into the pitch, and that slapped. More than likely, it's going to hurry into the boundary for 4. Only movement will be to retrieve. So a short one, and Fontaine did not hesitate to take the invitation to pick up 4 runs.
Yeah, and he got the valuable reasons to just extend his arm. The placement was superb, and the timing was really good, and earn another boundary. So immediately, both batsmen having a mid-pitch conversation, and they are quite aware how important it is for them to try and establish a partnership for their team after losing their captain, Stefan Pascal, in the first over without scoring.
Well, good fight back. We're just hanging around. 3 overs bowled, 17 runs. Not bad at all. Advit. And Victor indicating some heavier clouds rolling out from the southeast area. And we hope that the weather holds fair. In my side of the country, out in the eastern side, deep east, northeast, there was quite a bit of rain this morning. I almost struggled out of bed. It felt so good knowing that I wouldn't have to be out to work, and this gets underway at 10 o'clock. I took an extra hour, but we are more on a southern southeast side of the country here in Connery. So not as much rain always on offer, but we've had a bit coming in here. But we see some dark clouds, and what is good about it, there is a heavy breeze blowing across the ground. That's wide, very wide. And losing his discipline there is Adnit. And 5 runs to the total, really. And Victor, some concerns about the weather?
Yeah, it's some dark clouds are overhead, and but like you said too, there's a heavy wind coming from east to west, so it might just and hopefully might just go over. But at the present moment, play is going to continue out in the middle. So let us see what this first delivery will produce. Down the leg side again, more extras, and it's going to cross the boundary again. And on that occasion, 4 leg byes. So the extras helping the cause for the Windward Islands, and moving along nicely. And those bonuses always will help the cause towards the total. So probably just trying to bowl a little too quick and losing his control. Now there's a field adjustment. There's a fielder coming out of the second slip. So the man on the long leg boundary, he's going to, well, he's still wide. He's not really fine. So anything that would be played fine, it will be very difficult for him to cut it off. But let us see if his direction will be better from this delivery. Oh, it's down the leg side again, another wide. And that is actually helping the cause of the Windward Islands tournament. Total. It is now 26, 1 wicket down. And these two batsmen now for the Windward Islands would realize that here is an opportunity for them to consolidate after losing their captain, Stefan Pascal, who was out caught at short cover without scoring today. Let us see if he'll get it more on target from this delivery. Much better delivery. Played it out to a short backward square leg just within the 30-yard circle. He is to the right of the square leg umpire, and there is no run. Well, we can see on the eastern side of the ground, one of the ground staff have on his rain cloak already, and he's moving in the direction where the tarpaulins is at the community center end boundary. But he is just taking precautions, looking at it carefully. But play continues here at the Connery Cricket Centre. A good delivery came off of good length, and the batsman did well. Took his right hand immediately off the bat, and it just went one bounce out to short point, and there was no run. 27 it is for the loss of 1 wicket. The Windward Islands, they won the toss and decided to bat here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they're up against USA 1. Well, a strong breeze blowing across the ground. One of the fieldsmen for USA 1 losing his hat, just tucking it in the, that's Gill, just tucking it in his back of his trousers. But here is another delivery. Yorker length, a good delivery, but the batsman was equal to it. He came down quickly. So that was a good delivery there from the bowler, and no run. But I think the batsman did well to keep it out. Well, it's getting a lot clearer again to Novel. The sun is actually coming out again. So the cloud has lifted, and we do hope that normal conditions will be here for cricket today. USA 1, bowling first against the Windward Islands. Down the leg side, clipped into the onside. It's going to go close to the square leg boundary. There is a fielder in pursuit. It crosses now. So another boundary. And Novel, these two batsmen for the Windward Islands, in recent overs, they have accumulated some boundaries. So they're consolidating a partnership after losing their captain in the first over, Pascal, that was caught at short extra cover.
Well, they are picking up the scoring rate. They have been assisted heavily with some extras, and outside of that, the line from Adnit wasn't good, and Krishna has joined in. So Adnit had a very poor over there, and pushing the Windwards total on to 31. What's good about it though? The Windwards, they have not been they haven't needed to take any risk whatsoever. They have played what has been presented to them, and for one thing for certain, both players look good going through the onside. They have been not looking to overhit. They're timing it absolutely well.
Yes, and with this quick outfield, as we continue to emphasize that point, also too, we will wait and see what this over will produce. A flick down the leg side. There is a feeler coming off the square leg boundary. The run one. We will wait to see if there is any signal from the umpire. And there is none, so it's runs. One more to the total, 32. It is now the Windward Islands after batting first, and they have lost their captain, Stephen Pascal, without scoring.
Victor, let me put some things into perspective here. Leading the points table presently is the USA 1. They're on 30.6 points. In second place, it's Barbados. We'll give that after that's defended up the pitch. Barbados, they are on 26.6 points. The Windward Islands, in third place, they are on 24.6 points. And it starts to show you the importance of this game as to where one team can seek to position themselves in a quest to make the finals. Jamaica, right behind the Windwards on 20.6, and followed by Guyana on 14, and Trinidad and Tobago, they're also on 14. The Leeward Islands on 9.2, and the USA 2 on 6.4. So it shows the importance of this game and how teams would want to capitalize on winning these games.
Yeah, and what also too that you indicated to also too that it could be very important in terms that net run rate can come into the picture, and then that can pose lots of differences in terms of the table. So it's not just winning, but the net run rate, and we know many times that can be so favorable to some teams. Here is one now, flick down to the fielder coming off the square leg boundary, and in the meantime, another run to the Windward Islands. And their advances their total now on to what, 33 for the loss of one wicket. So these two are doing good. But that net run rate, Novel, it can be very significant in terms of the table standings.
Oh, yes, it can be if you are tied on points. Bonus points are also on offer for teams who would get wickets using their pace bowlers or leg spinners. So critical times here. And easily played into mid wicket is Fontaine. And after the loss of Stephen Pascal, his partnership is 33 because he went without scoring and there wasn't a run on the board. But quietly, Fontaine has moved to 10 and Edward onto 12. And they would want to build heavily on this start or this partnership that they are reconstructing here.
Yeah, and they look very good so far. They have not demonstrated any indiscretions. Here is a delivery being stroked nicely. He's finding the gap. It's going to run away and it's going to get closer to the boundary. And it does cross at the boundary at wide or deep mid wicket for 4 more runs. So the shot execution has been good. And that is what also is very appropriate. And these two are consolidating nicely for the Windward Islands.
Well, they have consolidated and now starting to accelerate without any undue risk. Fontaine seems to be a very good time of the ball. That one wasn't struck powerfully, Victor.
No, the timing was good, but we're going to see a change of bowling from the National Heroes Park end. And the captain for USA, Arjun, making his changes quite nicely. And going to be a left-armer. medium fast left arm. So, we have seen a few left arm orthodox spinners. We have seen a few left arm seam bowlers. We have seen a lot of leg break and googly bowlers, left arm and right arm. So the structure of the bowlers have been very nicely balanced. Let us see what he has to offer. Sporting the number 2 on the back of his jersey, his first delivery is one that nipped on the batsman, but doing the quite technical and obvious thing by releasing one of the hands and actually playing it quietly with a soft hand to short extra cover, no run. There is a fielder at first slip, the wicketkeeper standing back. They're asking the man now who was on the point boundary to come into the extra cover boundary deep. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man to the right of the square leg umpire, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. Here is the left armer. The sun is with us once again at the Connery Cricket Centre. One being played out to short cover, no run. So immediately finding his good line, and as Novel would usually say, those angles which are so important in terms of bowlers getting it. And we see another field change in position. The man who was to the right of square leg umpire now also strengthens the offside. So still asking the man at cover to come more to his right, while they're going to be a short extra cover, a point, a cover, a mid-off. So obviously from that field placement, there's obviously going to be looking for that off-stump area. Let us see what he will do on the leg stump. But in the meantime, they clipped it, the man coming off the square leg, the backward square leg boundary. And in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. So the bowler doing the opposite thing, heavy pack offside field, but pitching that one just short about leg stump.
Well,
So-
Victor, as you speak about angles, he just probably needs to just push it across, start it about center stump, and allow the angle to take it through to the offside or just outside off stump. And bearing in mind, left arm seamer seemed to have given the West Indians some problems. And so he would want to try and get it full. The truth is, getting it coming back is the art that he would probably have to perfect. But as a young man, that's a skill that he has to develop, that one, taking the glove and almost carrying to first slip. A good delivery, just as I spoke about it, just about center stump, allow the angle to take it across the batsman. And on that occasion, had a little extra bounce with it and created problems. But Victor, quickly, Shiv Shami played 4 games. He has 6 wickets at an economy rate of 4.9. So can take wickets. Has been in and amongst them for the USA. Hasn't played all the games. They're probably rotating players as well, just outside the off stump, and not comfortably played. Probably not measuring the length of it right on the bounce. But no damage done. It's 39 for 1, Windward Islands. If you're just joining us, they batted first. They're batting first, won the toss, elected to bat. Unfortunately, the captain, Stefan Pascal, he went without scoring, and they have recovered to 39 for 1. And we're in over number 6 and wrapping it up, and that could be more runs on offer. Perhaps just one. Theo Edwards was cutting that one out to point, not cleanly fielded. And rounding up over number 6 is 40 for 1, Victor.
Yes, and really the USA 1 fielders looking very agile, and they're running to their various field positions as soon as the final delivery has been completed. They're going to their positions. Well, number 12 is going to come from the Connery Community Center end. So the captain ringing around and trying bowlers from different ends. And obviously, that's a good ploy. But I think these 2 batsmen for the Windward Islands, they have settled a steady start. And really, with the wicketkeeper standing back, a first slip, a field on the third man boundary, a point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, heavily packed offside field.
Victor not used too often. A Yorker length delivery. And coming down on it, we saw, was it Theo Edwards facing? Yes. Victor, Advit, he has just 3 wickets to his name. And this one making the 4th. But he's off to a good start. He's looked the better of the 2 bowlers. Looking good. Very tall sort of bowler, comes with a very high arm action as well. Good approach to the wicket. So Victor, if you were Fontaine, scored 100 in one of your games, he's in and amongst the runs, captain gone, 6 overs, you've gotten a little bit of a start.
How much you have?
He has 14 from 23. What would be the mindset from here? What would be your thinking?
Well, the thing is, looking at the field first of all, he would recognize that the majority of fielders are on the offside. It's a heavy pack offside field. So very often, apart from the Yorker length delivery, which would come, but here was one pitch probably on center stump, and he found the fielder at short mid wicket, that the bowler is going to be looking to line up most of his deliveries just on about off stump. So it means then knowing where your off stump would be by moving both feet, and even though there are fielders in the 30-yard circle, probably just playing it defensively with soft hands, I think that is how they can look to pick up some ones in that area, and possibly if the loose delivery comes, then try to go for the force. And here is he finding a fielder at mid wicket. It was a short pitch delivery, probably not extra short, where he could have gotten better control of it. But so far, there is no need then for him to have any indiscretions, recognizing that he has lost his captain early. And here is an opportunity where he has gotten a steady start, so he should just try to build upon it without any indiscretions. I think that should be his approach.
So
No.
technically, just make the bowler get you.
Yeah, and put place value on your wicket also too,
Massive value.
because that is very important. And here is a good hook shot. Here is a fielder down. Oh my! And it crosses the line. It was struck hard. The fielder got both hands to it, and even though it was not a catch, it bonks in front of him. But in getting both hands, we would have thought that it should have been safe. But in any event, he bubbled it, and 4 more runs to the Windward Islands.
Well, it's Amanda Gill, and would not feel good about that. Should have cut it off.
He got both hands to it.
Got both hands, probably lost a bit of concentration. But giving away 3 extra runs there, Victor. Want to be more disciplined, but it was an obvious ploy to bang it in. That short ball, maybe testing Edwards' ability to play the pull or hook shot.
Well, and Edwards is doing the ideal thing right now to Novel, is that waiting for those loose deliveries, and whenever they present themselves, execute. Other than that, I think he's playing a good technical game too, in playing each delivery on its merit. Very important and very relevant in this particular situation. Here is him again, just playing it out into the cover region. That concludes the over. So these two are going steady after losing their captain early. And like we always conclude Novel, whereby here's the situation. It's 50 overs. Both batsmen have gotten stats, and we have seen that pattern, at least here at the Connery Cricket Centre, where we see batsmen get stats. But I guess even from a team point of view too, and even from batsmen, there should be placing that if it's a beauty of a delivery, give the bowler all the accreditation, but just don't give your hand away after you would have gathered the pace, settling in, and so forth. And I think batsmen also should always try to capitalize and realize that getting a 50, you should not just be contented with the half century, but anyway, down the leg side, and would have touched some area of the batsman, because the signal did not come for wide. And because the field placement to usually spread, it is so easy for batsmen to get those singles.
A single is on offer indeed. But you look at the reaction from Shiv Shami just now. It seems like he thought he was homing in on that leg stump. So perhaps Fontaine would want to Victor use a little bit more of an open stance, like a two-eyed stance down to the left arm pace bowler, uh, chopping that one out to cover. And the reason for that is you would then not need to move too much, and you would have a different line of view where you could pick the deliveries coming to you towards you. But I think players are a little bit different. They stand in that same position, but generally you want to open that left leg up, just that left leg up a bit, so that you could access the ball a little better and not having to think about picking that leg stump out. But technique and they differ from person to person.
Well, the thing is, to Novel, with your valuable point there is that in opening up like that, the batsman have a better position to execute his strokes in that sense. So it is very valuable observation that you have made there, because once he's opened up, say like in a similar situation like how Shandapal used to stand in, that is what you're referring to.
Yes, a
That
more
would-
open two-eyed stance.
Yeah, that would, oh my, it died on him. And
Might have been slower as well.
yeah, a slow delivery. That will be a position where the batsman will be able, in a better position to execute because of that little opening more in the stance. And those are the learning processes, though, at this level, that if the batsman himself is not conscious of it, we would hope that the coaches looking on would say, guys, so and so, if you've done that, because we here in our deliberations and going down the leg side, it's going to go close to the boundary. We'll wait and see if it has the legs to cross the boundary. There is a feeler in hot pursuit. I think the effort was very good. But in the meantime, though, the batsmen, they returned for two, and now comes the signal, but two more to the total in terms of extras by the leg by.
Well, yes, definitely. But there's something clearly that Shiv Shami is homing in on Victor. That's the second one.
Yeah.
Looking to target the leg stump. So Edwards must be careful. He want to think about that and not move too early. Going outside of the off stump this time. And good over here, bowled by Shiv Shami. 47 for 1 it is after 8 overs.
Well, and after losing the Windward Islands, after losing their captain early in Stefan Pascal, where the Windwards won the toss and decided to bat first against the USA 1, these two are going along steady in a partnership for the Windward Islands, and it is so appropriate for them to really know that they have both gotten starts, to try and build upon the starts that they have gotten and really go deep into these overs. But on the other hand, the USA 1, who you have indicated have been playing good throughout this tournament and very impressive in all segments of the game, and it's a continuation. And what is very good that I like about the USA 1, when every over is completed, you realize that the captain does not have a lot of changes, go here and go there, and taking up a lot of time. They're getting in their position. So they would have planned their different field placement to who is bowling. So we're seeing them going right into the positions as soon as each over has been completed.
Well, yes, and I'll say, Victor, it's a stark contrast to what we saw in the encounter between USA 1 and USA 2. It was very lethargic in the field, very slow, and we had an extremely long day because of that very slow over rate. So one would hope they would have improved upon that and that they continue to execute. But at the moment, the rate is fairly good. We're into the 9th over, just 40 minutes played, and they would want to continue along that line. But Victor, on note of partnerships, one of the things we've seen here, we've seen some good opening partnership stands of 80 plus, 70 plus, and we've had some good middle order partnerships as well. So this is not strange. We get good partnerships, and then for some reason, as the innings progresses, you'll find wickets start falling, and then the middle order is forced to rebuild again. So it would be important for Theo, Edward, and Fontaine to get themselves stuck in and build on this partnership. And I think the USA 1 would be mindful of the fact that partnerships can be had here at this Connery Cricket Centre.
Oh, yes, they will be quite observant of that factor. Keeper standing back, a solitary slip, third man on the boundary. They're looking for the second wicket. That's the USA one, driven down to mid-off quite quickly. Good run. I thought on that occasion, immediately, the batsman was also on the move into the stroke and did the appropriate thing by just continue running because the fielder at mid-off, a bit deep. It was not struck powerful, but good timing and good calling is also relevant too. So there is no need for the non-striker to look over his shoulder when he sees the striker come in, and the ball would definitely can reach his end quicker than the striker's end, who is now on strike. And here is USA one looking for their second wicket, a full toss being played, and I thought that the batsman would be conscious of figuring that he would have missed out there by not just placing it. He found the fielder at short mid-wicket and there was no run.
Well, I was a little concerned when he left the bat, Victor. He didn't look to be leaning into it and could have probably just clipped it into mid-wicket's hands. So would want to be tighter, Theo Edwards. Don't be lackadaisical. But on the run taken, the call was early. The batter, the striker, was going to the danger end, and he made the call early, sat off early, and it was really safe. As you said, the mid-off is a bit deep. Advit into the pitch. Well, trying to see if he could test Theo Edward again. And he's hammering this one backward of square with consummate ease. 4 runs and the 50 partnership coming up as well.
Oh, yes, a very valuable 50 partnership. And the execution of that stroke was a delight. He rolled his wrist, he got on top of it. And as we continually say, that the outfield here at this Connery Cricket Centre, anything surpassing that 30-yard circle is definitely. And also there is a man on the square leg boundary, but in terms of the distance to his left that went and how quick and how powerfully it was executed, he had no chance. So good, nice consolidation between these two. The Windward Islands would be feeling a little more at ease, but these two batsmen should really realize now they have both gotten stats. How deep they can go into these overs, still left to be seen. Nice slow delivery and a Yorker one. So a good comeback delivery by the bowler, which was the final one of that particular over. But how well these two Novel has composed themselves and their shot selection is on. And they have a good start, a good foundation. But also too, both batsmen have a good opportunity of getting a big score here.
Well, big scores are had if you spend time at the wicket. You must be there. So you can't score runs from the pavilion. So you must stay out there and bat and bat and bat. Lots of deliveries on offer for persons who don't pay attention. 50 overs mean 300 legal deliveries. And with the wides and no balls, you're going to get a few more.
You could end up with 325.
Sometimes you can get as many as that. So it just means staying out there. I had a quick chat this morning with the Windward Islands coach, John Eugene, a player who I played many encounters against here in the Leeward Islands tournament. He played for St. Martin then. And that will be 4. No doubt about it. Even if a hand was gotten on that ball, it was heading for 4. It was short, it was wide. Got the treatment it deserved, Victor. They say when you get gifts, take them.
Well, especially when it's not your birthday.
It was a gift indeed. But poor delivery by Shani, and he would want to improve upon that.
But this is the thing that we continue to speak about Noval, in that two batsmen have gotten stats, nice bonks in the pitch, probably the occasional delivery keeping on the low side, but nothing devastating. And here is another one driven, but that's a good save and good enough to prevent 4 more runs, because if that had gotten through, even though there is a mid-off, I don't think the pace that it had on it, he would have been able to stop it over this very quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So the look of these two batsmen, they're looking set. They have not used any indiscretions, and I think they can just go deep into these overs.
They can. They have an opportunity to do so. They just need to stay batting. And as I said, Victor, I was chatting with John Eugene and I was asking him how often would he challenge his players by taking the bat in the nets to have a knock. And he laughed and joked and said, you know, McCall, these players don't know anything about me. And I said, you have to be joking. Are we hiding our history from our players? A player the quality of John Eugene would have played for the Windward Islands for a few years, got 100 against Barbados in the time when the likes of Malcolm Marshall were playing.
Yeah, he
And
was a good
it would be
player.
sad to know that Windward Islands youth team squad know very little about his abilities.
Well, the thing is,
That's 4 more. Oh no?
no, I feel
There
like
was a
that
fielder
today.
at the cover boundary this time, but it was well placed.
Well, and also too, I think you came to the conclusion there because knowing how quick the outfield is,
Yes.
and a little unsighted that there's a man at deep cover, but it travels so quickly also too to the man at cover, so
did,
the
it
batsman never even had a chance for even thinking about a second run. But one of the things, though, Novel, as the internet is so adequate with information, though, but I think in every island, though, that has not been documented in terms of a lot of where people can get access to. But because even for yourself, who represented St. Kitts, and at the time you would have played for the Leeward Islands. No, you
Well,
never did.
I was invited
but
to camp once.
yeah, but even so, it would be good, whereby hearing you and knowing and that you're doing a good job now as a commentator, a sports announcer yourself, and played for St. Kitts and did well. In my view, that there should be something there for us otherwise, because it's only when I made my 70th birthday that things came out on the internet and Facebook, where persons who knew my records posted up 5 first-class centuries and the amount of wickets and so forth and so forth. But in terms of we locally and so forth, we have not been documenting a lot of our cricket history. That is why I'm in the process right now with my son, where I'm doing an autobiography of my life and cricket. So that will be for generations yet unborn to have something to reflect, and not just hearing people say, "Oh, Vic Teddy was a good cricketer, so and so," but something factual, how you grew up, how you
Something that's
played.
documented.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
something we struggle with around here.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I think one of the things that we do not do well either is to discuss the history. Indication of the power play overs ending, but we don't discuss it a lot, and conversations must be ongoing. I learned a lot from my dad because we spoke
Yeah.
about cricket. He would mention the cricketers, not just in St. Kitts, but the
Oh, yeah.
Leeward Islands and players further afield. When I played against John Eugene, he gave me a full rundown of who John Eugene was and his capabilities.
Right.
So we need to pass the information on. We need to have those discussions so that we know who players are. I would imagine there are players who might know, who may not know some of the past West Indians if they were to see them pass by.
Yeah, that is true. That is true, and that is even say like in our own island, as this over continues, left arm orthodox spinner finding a good link, and he's getting some turn immediately coming from that community center end here at the Connery Cricket Center. There is a first slip, a wicketkeeper standing up, a short third man, a point, a cover deep on the boundary, extra cover, a mid off. Interesting moment, change of bowling. Spinner is comes in, bowls, and the batsman coming forward, quietly played it. The wicketkeeper just moving from his position behind the stump, gathered it. There is a mid on, a man on the mid wicket boundary, and a man to the right of the square leg umpire. Here is left arm spinner cut through the point area, and a double misfield. They run one. They're gonna come for a second in the end. They're gonna get it easily. So two fielders there. First one at short point, and then the one at third man or short third man ran around. Did not gather, so the deep cover had to come around, and the batsmen, they got 2 more runs. So it is now 60. The Windward Islands, after batting first here at the Connery's Cricket Center against USA 1, quietly forward, out to short cover. There is no run. So USA 1 really moving nicely. We are now the final legal delivery in this 11th over, flighted on the back foot, played out to short point, and there is no run. So after 11 overs, the Windward Islands, after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Center against USA 1, they are now 60 for the loss of 1 wicket. There's going to be a break for some refreshment by the players, and we here in the commentary booth also too, we will have that refreshment break.
back here to the Connery Cricket Centre. 60 for 1, Windward Islands batting. And a single being had up to long off. Change in bowling. It's going to be Sahir, Bhatia. Windward Islands after, I wouldn't say so start, but losing a wicket without. Oh, that's well bowled and controlled as well by Theo Edwards, taking an edge down to third man, and it will be 4. But a delivery that perhaps Tia would think could have produced a wicket. It evaded first slip and he got 4 runs, but getting on top of it was all Theo Edwards looking good. So 65 for 1. Windward Islands rebuilding nicely after the early fall of a wicket. Right arm leg spinner here. That one pitching outside the off stump. That was not the googly, so probably going further away. Struck him outside of the off stump. Rousing appeal. Umpire Carolyn Brown unmoved. So 65 it is for 1. Theo Edwards, he's on 29 from 45. Fontaine, Centurion, he would have scored a century, even 100. He's 23 from 21. So going along nicely here. Well-flighted delivery coming down on it is Theo Edwards. Almost a Yorker length delivery. So USA 1 looking for another breakthrough. This partnership looking dangerous. Coming together without a score on the board. At the end of over number 12, it's 66 for 1. And Windward Islands recovering nicely. Must feel good about this, losing their captain very early in the first over without a score on the board, and have put together, stitched together a very nice partnership, very good partnership between these two. So Ange Rai will continue from the Connery Village end, and left arm leg spin in operation and right arm leg spin. So it's an all spin attack, leg spin attack here being unleashed on the Windward Island batters. Can they get through this? Can they continue scoring? USA 1, on the other hand, they're looking to break this partnership. That's the thinking. Would not want this to become more threatening as it is. Steered out to point. And if you're unable to see the fielder, there's the first slip, man at backward point, one just under point, one cover, extra cover, long off, mid on, deep forward of square. Steering that one down to third man. A fielder having to come to his left, that's Gill, and one is on off and a backward square also. So ticking it over still is the Windward Islands. They don't need to take risk at this time. Anshuai looking to punch that one, kept a touch low. Would want to keep his eyes on it right through to the bat. Anshuai, he has 6 wickets in this tournament, only played 3 games. This is his 4th. So has picked up some wickets. This one is going to be hit out to extra cover. Played into the ground. Another flighted one and skidding on. And the end of the over, 13th over bowl, 67 for 1. USA 1, the captain will want to break this partnership. He has his leg spinner Batia in operation at this time. Right arm wrist spin. In this form of the game, or any form, that's a full toss. Clipped down to mid-on, and good work by Anshuai. Unable to get it out into the deeper areas. He was able to cut that off. Timed well, but was not unable to pick the gap. And there's a mid-on. That's the man in the circle. Short off length. And just pushing it out into point area. Very well bowled. Keeping that good trajectory. Not too high, not extravagant loop. Just keeping it just about the eye line of the batter. A little flatter, and on the back foot is Fontaine. Must keep his eyes on it. We've seen some variable bounce here at Connery from time to time. So must be looking at that ball onto the bat. Sahir Bhatia has 9 wickets for the USA 1. So that tells you he's been in amongst the wickets. He's a wicket taker. And quickly off of the boundary, and a powerful return hurled in. Thus far, just 2 runs off of the over. That's a good bowling here by Sahir Bhatia. He's played 5 games. Leg spinners usually quite good at getting wickets, taking wickets, breaking up partnerships. So these players would want to keep looking at him. 32 is Edwards, looking good thus far, and has gotten his highest score in the tournament. So looking for 2, and he had a slide there. Perhaps if he didn't, 2 would have been on. So the end of over number 14, 70 for 1, and a strong partnership continues here by the Windward Islanders. And after a very early loss of the captain, we've had a good recovery, 70 runs, going at 5 and over. Can't ask for a better recovery than that. And the USA 1, I know, would be looking for a breakthrough. And Shuai, he's going to be man tasked with the responsibility to break this partnership up, as I welcome Victor after he had an extended water break, and the elder statesman would use a little more time from time to time for his recovery, but he's back with us and getting those vocal cords refreshed and ready to go.
Well, you heard it from the man directly. But lovely day for cricket, and 1 or 2 more spectators coming into the ground. And here is one struck nicely. It's going to go into the wide long on boundary. The spinner, he gave it a little more flight, but the batsman was equal to it and hit it wide into the wide long on boundary for another 4. So the Windward Islands, how well have they consolidated after losing their captain without scoring? Actually, in the first over, without scoring, and these 2 going steady and good delivery, spinning across the right-hander, played it quietly out to short point. And while I was on my way back, Noval, Michael Louise over there by the bar now, he just came into the ground.
Well, probably just having a look at this one.
Well, and that is good for the first Kittian cricketer to represent the West Indies at the highest level, and it's always a great achievement, and they will always be a first. And here is another one swung. Would this go out of the park?
Yes, it does.
It does. And it's 6 more runs. So
one of the electricity poles outside.
Well,
so it would have probably gone a lot further up into the Ministry of Finance's property.
Well, a powerful hit. It cleared the ground and it's out of the ground. So, Novel, what we've been saying, that they needed a partnership and now they've gotten it. And They're really consolidated well. The shot selection has been spot on. And no doubt, even though the captain, Stefan Pascal, did not get off the mark on this occasion, he will be very pleased with these two at the crease, but he will be more pleased if they can go very deep into these 50 overs.
Well, they need to. You can't. This when you have the pressure on, you must keep it on. The USA are looking for a breakthrough, unable to get it at this stage. And even better, Theo Edwards moves into the 40s. He's 43, and it's his highest score of the tournament, and would want to build on it. We mentioned Mikhail Louis coming into the ground. He also would have Windward Island roots. His dad is out of Dominica, so perhaps maybe not just looking onto the game. Maybe there's some relative or friend might be a part of this team, but we are happy to have his presence here at the ground.
Oh, yes, certainly. It is a real pleasure. And no doubt, it also gives many of the spectators to have conversations with him and so forth. And it's good and to be here present. And we will also hope, too, that, many more. Well, we know today is a working day, actually. So, based upon how extended this game may go, we will definitely get some more. Oh my, that is short down the leg side. And I think that the bowler has gotten away with that because even though there is a fielder just within the 30-yard circle or just a little outside, this backward the square on the onside, if he had gotten that one, fine. But luckily for the bowler, he did not miss. It was an ill-directed one. A much better delivery, but the batsman does not have to play because it was going further past his off stump. Keeper standing up, solitary slip a point, cover, extra cover, deep cover on the boundary. Man on square leg, deep mid wicket. Oh my, acres of land on the onside. Here is one driven back down to the bowler, though. So good discipline. He's keeping, apart from the one that he got away with, the wide, has held good lines and length.
Well, Victor, as you mentioned, acres of land on the onside. One of the things that these guys would develop as they play the game longer, you would see in players the quality of a hooper. What he would have done with those balls just an off stump was to get that foot just inside the line, and he would be working that through mid wicket. And it's sometimes considered risky, but it's a skill that you'll have to develop. Again, these are U19 players and would not probably be there just yet. But for the length that Bhatia is bowling, eventually they will get good enough where they can get that foot just on the line, just inside the line, and close the bat face at a reasonable time. Now, you played with the great Sir Viv, and many a times I would have heard the conversation of playing across the line, but sometimes when I watch videos, what he was very, very good at was closing that bat face at the right time to get it through mid-wicket. I don't know your thoughts on that, Victor.
Oh yeah, that was exceptional. And the thing was, it was a matter of that evidence came from consistent practice and not just trying those things in matches. You would have also does those things in the nets. And when you come into matches and deliveries come in certain areas, then you will have the confidence. And he had excellent and tremendous confidence in what he did. And I was telling someone yesterday in a conversation, which I'm subject to correction, in my recollection of thoughts, I don't think in Test cricket that any particular bowler you could have mentioned from any cricket nation who had the prize for Sir Vivian Richards' wicket.
Well, he mentioned that he had sleepless nights dealing with that fearsome fast bowler from Australia.
Dennis Lilly or Dennis Thompson?
Dennis Lilly.
Dennis Lilly.
And maybe he didn't have his prize early on. He probably did, but eventually Viv Richards would have dominated even the Australian. So you might be right there. He took on any and everybody at all times.
And Noval, why I always have a difference, right, of view. Not even to your view, and if it will be different to mine, it's respectfully I will take it. But here is one sweeping. Fielder does not feel cleanly. In the meantime, though, the batsman will get another run. The Windward Islands continue to consolidate in this partnership. In that, I prefer in different eras to rate players, whether it's fast bowlers or batsmen, because, say for instance, in Sir Vivian daytime, a fast bowler could have bowled 6 bounces. Time you could have only bowl 1.
Correct.
So conditions and so forth. So I think too that it could be unfair to players because if you have played more than me, most likely you could score more runs than me if you were a batsman. So, but everybody is entitled to their views. But what I can say for the cricketers that I have seen, the cricket that I have seen at the international level, I have not seen anybody as more dominant as a batsman than Sir Viv Richards to any type and all type of bowlers.
Well, that's definitely something I have heard by many of players who played against him. And one of the things that stood out to me was Michael Holden made a comment that if Sir Vivian Richards, if he was interested in records, he would have every batting record available. He was more interested in the West Indies winning.
Yeah, and the difference thing too, because with Greenwich and Haynes, and most of the times with that outstanding opening partnership that they usually place in Test cricket, there wasn't much time for Kalicharan and Lawrence Ran, Viv himself, to really get 300 runs.
Right.
In terms of that complex of their team at that time too, because
it was just to get enough to get the team batting.
But in Brian Lara's time and Hooper time, a lot of times when Brian went to the wicket, early wickets used to consistently go so often. But no one can discredit his all-around skills to all type of bowlers, and more so spin bowlers, really super magnificent. And in his time, what I heard, Glenn McGrath, when interviewed, the late Shane Warne, and Mulitaran, and that is where I base my premise on. When they were all asked by different commentators interviewing them, which batsmen you had more difficulty or you think were more challenging to your bowling, and they all said Brian Lara in comparison to Sachin Tendulkar. And then to Brian Lara has run more runs out to deep extra cover, and the Windward Islands continue to bat good here at the Connaught Cricket Centre. He scored runs outside and in all cricketing nations. He scored, not where Tendulkar scored most of his bulk of his runs in the Asian continent. But I base my more premise when they equate about allowed appeal. Is the umpire going to give it out?
Up.
Yes.
Edwards goes LBW.
But
and probably pushing just straight down the track and missing one that was going on. So unfortunate Theo Edwards. He goes, but as an important breakthrough here for the USA one. And Victor, again, another partnership broken in the 80s. We've had a few of those here.
Well, really and truly, to very good credit to the bowler. It was a wicket to wicket delivery. And Noval, I always use the sequence when I say LBW decision. I saw the wicket keeper stood up in an upright position. He wasn't slanting to his left, now he's right. So those were the indications. And I said, I'm waiting for the umpire decision. But then the umpires at this end, most of the times, the finger do not go above the head. So we'd have to wait. And most of the time, when we see the batsman walking away, we realize that the decision being given. Most umpires will put it up high. And
well, they sort of point to the batter.
Yeah. There's point to the batter and so forth. But speaking of Brian, and then the different eras and so forth and thing. So I would prefer to. And there again, too, there's a big conversation that Sunil Gavaskar got 3 double centuries against the West Indies with that 5-prong fast bowling attack. So, everybody have their various views. But in terms of dominance, nobody has really, that I can remember. There might have been, but not that to my recollection of thoughts. Like a Sri Lankan or Australian bowler would have gotten him 5 times out of 5 series and so forth. The same particular bowler, in that sense. But all around, though, we really, and one of the things, and even here locally, Noval, what I believe can be done at the local cricket, the Len Harris Cricket Academy, that persons like you, Noel Gishard, could be incorporated in terms like when especially the under-13s are preparing and so forth. And apart from the persons who are appointed as the coaches, like players like yourself and Noel Gishard, and even to myself as an extent, can go in and share our knowledge. Now, we're not threatening the coaches for a job. We just want to share. So collectively, I think if the coaches start to think outside of the box to have a holistic inclusion of players who can offer in terms of the build-up of camps, which can be more collective. I think that will get more out of our cricketers.
Well, once there comes, Victor.
If they are camp. if they are camp. Oh, why?
And another loud appeal.
Yes.
Another wicket goes. Kurt Murray goes without scoring. And Sahir Bhatia is now getting into a groove, getting those wicket-to-wicket deliveries, and Kurt Murray was working around this one, Victor. He played around his pads, probably looking to the onside. I mentioned something of a similar nature, but didn't get to the pitch of it, was missed everything, and he goes without scoring. Trouble here now for the Windward Islands. Can they build? But Sahir Batia picking up his 11th wicket of the tournament.
And also, Noval, it is ever so often it happens whereby when we played and now we are commentators to realize that most of the times after a partnership and one wicket goes, it just seems like there is that pattern. We have seen that ever so often in cricket, but we must give a lot of times credit to bowlers too. And with that, the control, you can see he is not looking like he's thoroughly, fully back of the hand. It looked like an in-between action, but it is leg.
Leg break bowlers, they push it out of the just about the front of the hand to bowl sliders, so it would not turn. It would come on
and just hold its own.
It will hold its own, and a lot of times they're looking to pitch it on that shine side as well. So it's a lot more skiddy, and it will come on a touch quicker as well. It's not looking to impart spin by any means.
So that is reasons why you would suggest then coming into strike like this new batsman, it is very important to get early out onto your front foot.
Well, get onto your front foot, but get back onto it as well, because this is a time in cricket where you may push down the track, but if you're pushing down center stump and it is pitching adjacent with the center stump, you will go LBW. You will want to get it outside of the off stump. So it's important that you're getting bat onto the ball. That one again is quick, and you see not looking for turn. That one he's looking to trap the batsman LBW, getting it quick out of the hand, sliding onto the batter, as opposed to looking to impart spin. There was Batia. So very, very intelligent bowling by him. And the Windward Islands would want to not become complacent, but keeping their eyes on everything and get bat on ball. New batter in, it's Jonathan Daniel. It's 84 for 3.
Yeah, and really, I always like to see the teams implement employs new batsman in, they establish one who has been out there, starve him away from the strike. And then sometimes too, not always that it would happen, but probably some indiscretions might just creep in, especially if he's not getting most of the strikes now and wickets keep going down. But a good comeback by USA 1 because it was an excellent partnership. And here are the spinners doing valuable service for USA 1.
Well, more trouble here. Jonathan Daniel, he's played 5 games, Victor. He has only 10 runs in this tournament. So he has struggled. His scores thus far. First game against Jamaica, he scored 6. Then he didn't score. Then he had 4. Then he didn't score again. And he didn't score against Barbados. So Jonathan Daniel has been having a horrid time here in this tournament. And an opportunity given again for him to try and get settled in with a batter who is in for a long time in Fontaine and been scoring runs to try and build a partnership. But he needs to get some runs under his belt.
Well, I'm not too certain that, and I'm seeing some movements in the field. What are they going to do for the new batsman in the crease? Just let him get an easy single. He'll gain confidence. Why not bring in the long off and the long on? And you have just gotten 2 quick wickets. New man at the crease. Don't let him get away so easy, like putting him in a comfort zone by getting a run. And the USA 1, they're doing well. Left arm orthodox spinner from that Connery Community Center in a good delivery. Allowed appeal again for a leg before, but we'll have to wait and see if the batsman got bat onto that. Let us see if there'll be any signal. Oh, now comes the leg by.
Victor, there's something that is seemingly developing here with the Windward Island batters. There's Jonathan Daniel pushing his foot down the track and playing around his pads again. That's not what I was suggesting at all earlier. You would want to get full face of the bat onto the ball as opposed to hitting across the line of those deliveries. You're having a left arm orthodox leg spinner ball into you. The natural movement is for it to spin away. You would want to go with the spin as much as you can, not go across the deliveries. What I would suggest especially for someone like Jonathan Daniel who hasn't gotten off strike. You'd want to defend or push that one down to a long off for one as opposed to going through mid wicket so early in your inning. I was speaking about the skill of working it through mid wicket where there's a lot of space, but that really requires a batter to get close to the length of the ball, and at the point of impact, you use your wrist to get it into the onside. But for now, my suggestions will be play it with a very straight bat, Sir Fontaine and Daniel, because Batia in particular, he's using a lot of skidding delivery sliders basically out of the front of his hand. But that's back of the hand really, and Fontaine, who has been there for some time, would probably have the measure of those deliveries for now.
Well, and what Fontaine should be obviously no, because he is the chief wicket taker for USA One. Try to take more of the strike. Now he's into the attack. Not that you're shielding the batsman, but oh my, that's a good delivery. And he's really bowling wicket to wicket deliveries. And what one wicket can do after a partnership, a ignition to the USA One team in that all more alert, all more looking now for more wickets. Good line and link again, bringing the batsman quietly forward, back down the track, no run. So doing good, valuable work for his team. Operating from the national hero sparking, turns, no, right hammer, good line and length again. So he is just putting it there or thereabout. Batsman could just, and now doing an ideal thing now that he's coming down, probably pushing back the man now on the long on boundary. He's gonna, I think, gonna fly to delivery. He gives it a little more air, but not powerfully driven enough to beat a shortish mid-off. So bowling nicely to his field. And the USA One, there's gotten a lot more spirit in their movement now. And really a little dangerous there, but in the end, he was in control, I guess, for that period of time. And that is the movement novel. You see the USA fielders running into their various positions. And this looked very good organized cricket, both mid-pitch conversation, though, by the two batsmen. Probably I'm overemphasizing the point, but I just like the scenario. And your batsman at the crease, just bring some men in closer. See if he might use some indiscretions, because your confidence is up now. Not for the batter who has been in and been going good, but those feet movement not usually go into place right away. Here is one driven out to short cover, and there is no run. So in combination, these two spinners know that they have been into the attack. They are doing a good job for USA One. Here is another flighted delivery, being on good fielding. That also too is very essential. We don't find a lot of bowlers very good fielders to their own bowling, but so far these two for USA One look very good. All that would have come from their preparation before coming into this tournament. Played out into the cover region, two fielders misfield, but there's a one coming from the deep cover area, and in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. So the scoring rate has drastically slowed down, and that is because wickets have gone down also for the Windward Islands.
When wickets and a series of dot balls being bowled, well, this is the young man who must pay attention to what's happening. Is Daniel. He wants to play with a straight bat for the start, especially, and tugging that one down to mid on, and it will go away for four. A misfield by mid on, and 4 runs picked up there. It was not all that short, but jumped onto it. It's Jonathan Daniel picking up himself some 4 runs.
Well, it was powerfully struck too, and I thought the fielder could have had a better second line of defense, but that was not so. Windward Islands would need the runs in any form or fashion. Outside the off stump, being hammered down to short point or short third man, and there is no run. Solitary slip with the wicketkeeper standing up. There is a point, a deep cover on the boundary, extra cover, a long off, a long on, a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a man to the right of the square leg umpire. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. The batsman will have nothing to do with it. It goes through to the keeper. So those early wickets for USA one, they have reignited their inspiration out in the field, and we see them now moving about with even more purpose. Even though that has been the semblance of moving around quickly, getting into various positions. So obviously, with the unofficial time and with the overrate novel, I think they are going through these overs quite quickly.
Well,
11, 20.
spinners are on now.
Yes, and how many
So,
overs?
21 ball.
Good.
Well, spinners are on now, so they generally tend to get to the overs quickly.
But not just that too. In terms of getting to it quickly, they're not making a lot of adjustments. As only man going out on the long on boundary, everybody else in position. That's an X factor because even though spinners are on, some teams shifting, moving. Here is one driven, and you can see the bowler knows what he's doing. He pushed the man out on the long on area, and it was played quietly to him down there for a single.
Well, there's a simple scenario. You have a new batter in, and you also have a set batter. So you're using the long on for the set batter and a mid on for the new batter. So it's a subtle adjustment, not much required. So not a lot of changes that must be implemented
That's
for
right.
these two new players.
And that is good. That is good tactics, good captaincy, good bowling strategy also too. Here is number 63 bowling short on the center stump, played quietly out to short, extra cover. The wicketkeeper standing up a solitary slip, a man at point, a cover, extra cover, a deep cover on the boundary, a long off, a man to the right of the square leg umpire, a deep mid wicket, and a mid on deep. Here is one keeping a little on the low side, and we can see occasionally when bowlers are operating from the National US Park and here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Now he has asked his fieldsman to go right back on the long on boundary. Right arm over the wicket, flighting it, full toss, being played down to, there's a fielder at the mid-wicket area. And in the meantime, though, the batsmen, they will get an easy one. So these two now would have to revive and build another partnership here for the fourth wicket because 3 wickets are down for the Windward Islands. They won the toss. And here is a delivery and almost dragging it onto his stump. The wicketkeeper holding, putting his hands to his head. The bowler thought there was an opportunity. That was the final delivery. So almost close to, I've gotten the fourth wicket, but just missing the leg stump by a few yards probably. And it was an inside edge. So sometimes as a batsman would need that little luck going that way. But right now, though, I would say at this particular moment of the game, the USA have balanced it out at this particular moment because after that valuable partnership and then losing 2 quick wickets, they have played themselves nicely back into position. So, Novel, you can see right away, they're not much field adjustments as soon as the bowlers, even though they are spinners and they're getting through quickly. The captain, the bowlers not saying, you come out from the mid-half, going to the onside.
Well, as I
and so
mentioned,
forth.
not a lot of changes necessary.
Yeah.
You have a new batter, you have a set batter. You just need to adjust according to who's there. Fontaine, been there for a while, has faced a lot of deliveries. He's more set on 30 plus. Daniel, new to the crease, you would want to use the man up to him so as to apply that pressure to the new and incoming batter.
But that does not look like the case at the present moment. It looked like they're just keeping the feelers in the normal position.
Well, that's because Daniel would have expressed himself in a prior over, hitting through the mid-on region and getting 4 runs to a man who was up. So, not wanting to give him boundary, they have pressed both players back.
Well, yeah, that is quite evident because he's there for a few moments now, so that would not be necessary, and they have adjusted well. Play continues here, good sunshine for cricket. Played out to the fielder who have to come off the long off boundary, another easy run. So all those areas are quite necessary for how those 2 batsmen now are playing after for the Windward Islands after losing 2 quick wickets. Now trying to consolidate here for the 4th wicket partnership. Would the USA bowlers have other ideas? Flighted delivery, it's going to come down here beneath us. I don't think it have the legs to get to the boundary, but in the meantime, the batsmen, they will get 2 runs. Strong throw to the keeper. So 2 more runs. Getting closer now to the 100 mark is the Windward Islands. And they are now what, probably there. But 3 wickets are down. Okay. And here is the spinners doing well for USA 1 in operation. And Windward Islands getting close to the 100 mark on the back foot. Played it down to short mid-on area. The bowler ran across quickly and in the process prevented any possibility of a run. So these two for the Windward Islands would need to consolidate, try to put a partnership for this 4th wicket that it's so appropriate. And here we can see a player coming from the dressing room and obviously bringing out possibly, well, it's for the USA actually. The wicket keeper is getting some probably new gloves. That might have been a little more on the damp side. So making certain that he has some dry ones. All is well now. And number 2 is going to come on to bowl from this. He is going to come on. 100 is up. And is there a change of bowling? Number 2 coming into the attack. Well, change of bowling from this National Heroes Park end. And his left arm. Oh, that is bounce and turn. There is not a solitary slip, but even so, it would have been very wide. And I don't know if Novel might have a different view if you would have placed a solitary slip.
Well, I think
you would leave it open.
Shiv Shami for his second spell. Fontaine is well set, and I think perhaps that's one of the reasons they're not going to use a slip. You now don't want to give up boundaries too regularly. You have curtailed the run scoring, and just looking to build on that.
Yeah, I agree with you there with that point of view. Because the boundaries at this time after losing those 2 quick wickets is very essential. But it's just for the bowler to keep that control, good line and length, and played out to short cover, no run. Number 2 is who is the bowler there? May see number 20.
Shiv Shami. Shiv Shami is the bowler presently.
Oh, Shiv Shami, thank you. Well, he is left arm orthodox, heavily pack offside field. And what is he looking for now? Would he bring it with the arm? Good delivery. That might have just been that one coming into the right-hander and playing it quietly to his right. Shiv Shami. Here is he from this, the National Heroes Park in. Left arm orthodox spinner flighted. Nice delivery, played quietly to short point. That completes the over. So the spinners really running through their overs quite quickly. So USA won. They have played themselves nicely back into the contest here at the Connery Cricket Center against the Windward Islands. And for those of you who might just be joining us, especially in the USA and throughout the Windward Islands, and wherever you may be, good day or good evening, and welcome to the Connery Cricket Center. We're here listening to Novel Mokal and yours truly, Victor Eddy, bringing the deliberations here at this encounter. And here we can see that there is going to be a bowling change from the community center end, and Seamer coming on, and here is he running in now, medium fast, over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, through to the keeper. There's a fielder on the 3rd-man boundary. There is a point, a cover deep, extra cover, a mid-off, a man on the wide long on boundary, a mid-wicket, a man deep on the mid-wicket boundary also, 2 and a man to the right of the square leg umpire, just within the 30-yard circle. Here is a delivery short, hammered into the cover area. Good stop, by diving stop by the fielder too, and from that community center end, medium fast, field widely spread, and the Windward Islands getting closer to that 100 mark. But they will have to bat deep into these overs, especially to build a fourth wicket partnership, being played out to short cover. Sporting the number. Anyway, we'll get that in a moment. And here is the Windward Islands. It is now 100 on the board. Yes, the 100 is up for the Windward Islands. 3 wickets have gone down, 7 wickets standing. Another delivery being bowled outside the off stump, being hammered. Is there a fielder down on the third man boundary? Does he have the legs to get to it? We'll have to wait and see. Yes, the throw comes into the wicket keeper. They got a single. So these two know how important it is to really build a good fourth wicket partnership here for the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands, earlier this morning, they won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They're up against USA 1, who have been having a very good outstanding on the 2025 tournament. Here is another delivery, played down again to third man. They run 1, and I think that's all they're going to get. So they're accumulating and turning over and exchanging the strike quite nicely, the Windward Islands batsmen. 102 for the loss of 3 wickets. The Windward Islands, after winning the toss right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Their matches being played at St. Mary's Park in Cairn, that's in St. Kitts, and also at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground on the island of St. Kitts. Outside the off stump, being driven down the ground. A fielder coming across from wide long on, he feels. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they will get another run. And the Windward Islands, they're batting well. 103 for the loss of 3 wickets. And 25 overs have been completed. So another 25 is to be bowled by the USA. Spinners are in operation. So with that segment, whereby it seemed like they're on par in really getting through their overs in that appropriate time, remembering that 1:20 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time is the first segment when the first segment of play would conclude. But here we are seeing a spinner, nice stiff breeze coming across the ground. Outside the off stump, being hammered. It has passed point. And even though there's a man on the deep cover boundary with this quick outfield, there is no chance for him to gather that one in 4 more runs. Just giving the batsman on that occasion reasons to just extend his arms. The placement was superb. And the Windward Islands earning 4 more runs. And these two now going steady along for this 4th wicket partnership. Lovely day for cricket. Lovely sunshine here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Left arm orthodox spinner. Played quietly, back down track, no run. Well, a little revival here for the 4th wicket partnership. Going steady, these two. And they will have to just continue in that vein. Another flighted delivery short. Play down to wide long on. There's a fielder going to come off the boundary. He will restrict the batsman to just a single. So, turning over the strike. Well, is it 108? Yes. And really, these two really consolidating for the Windward Islands. Windward Islands won the toss this morning. They're up against the USA 1. Short, hammered into the offside. They feel that extra cover, getting a very accommodative bounce. There is no run. The action continues here. Brilliant Sunshine driven. I think you feel that cover is going to come around to his right quite smartly, yes. But he cannot prevent the batsman from getting another run. So these two are going along steady for the Windward Islands. They are bringing some revival and trying to consolidate a fourth wicket partnership, and they are doing well so far. And here is another delivery flighted, hammered again out into the deep extra cover area. Man coming off the boundary, another run to the total. So they are getting the ones and the twos quite appropriately, the Windward Islands, and they're moving along steadily. We're gonna have another refreshment break at this moment as the players gonna refresh themselves. As the players have refreshed themselves, ideal conditions for cricket. Lovely weather here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and the players are getting back into their respective field positions. And the contest continues here between the Windward Islands and USA 1. For those of you who might just be joining us, we welcome you throughout the USA, throughout the Windward Islands, and wherever you are in the world, whether it's good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here at the Connery Cricket Centre. You're listening to the voice of Victor Eddy, and with me is Novel McCall, and coming into bowl from the community center and here at this venue, being driven out to short extra cover. So the first delivery after another refreshment break being played into the offside. And Novel, these two now have an opportunity to try and establish a fourth wicket partnership for the Windward Islands. So 111, some will refer it to Nelson. Well, USA one looking for the fourth wicket, or one that played down to not probably intended where he wanted to play it on the offside, but probably they might have just been a little in swing and he found it out to short mid on, no run. There was a man on the long on boundary, a man on the backward square leg boundary, a fine leg, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a deep cover on the boundary, extra cover within the 30-yard circle, and a wide mid off. Not really deep right on the boundary is the mid off. Here is one played quietly into short, extra cover, and there is no run. So these two really settling in nicely for the Windward Islands. USA one looking for more wickets, but the Windward Islands trying to move on and continue to build a fourth wicket partnership. Evaded the keeper. We'll have to wait and see what would be the signal. And in any event, okay, so it was just one bye that the batsman took, but one more to the total in evidence. So they all count in any form or fashion to the total, that is. Wicketkeeper standing up, which is good thing. So just into the batsman, just be careful within his movement within the crease. Takes a lot of confidence, especially to the medium pacer, and played out to point, getting a nice accommodative bounce, prevented any possibility of a run.
Victor 111 for 3. Partnership now 27 between these two. And another partnership required by the Windward Islands, being slowed down because of the loss of wickets, and might add some accurate bowling as well since then. So the set man Fontaine, who is not on strike, needs to stay in. He's on some 42 runs, and I know the scoreboard might suggesting 45, but that will be corrected shortly. But
and Novel, what is interesting too from the USA bowling attack, they have only conceded 8 wides so far. So
well, I think that's a bit, Victor.
It's a bit. It's a bit.
8 wides. Some of them went for 4 wides, but they would want to improve upon that discipline.
And that's a pattern that we have seen, though, at least for most of the games that we've been covering here at the Canary Cricket Center. All the teams did put in a percentage of wides, and obviously the coaches of all the teams would no doubt work in the future to strengthen that department of their bowlers. But here is one driven down to deep, long off. But in the meantime, easy single, and I think the batsmen right now too are doing the appropriate thing. They're picking up the ones and the twos. Whenever the loose deliveries have presented themselves, they have executed well. Nice strong breeze coming across the ground. It should favor the spinners. Hammered out to the fielder, who is going to come off the deep cover boundary, getting a nice accommodative bounce, lobbing it into the keeper. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. So the Windward Islands, they are now 113, and for those who are suspicious, would say that that's an unlucky number. But I would not for some reason, if I think, and always as Novel does a good job. So Novel, if I give you $113, would you give me back one because you're suspicious?
Oh no. Money, money
You
doesn't
like that one?
that one's hammered down the ground. Would it go all the way? No, settling under it and taken. Another very good catch. So
Yeah.
Jonathan Daniel, it appears to be the man. He couldn't be patient enough. Decided he was going to take on the long on boundary, but perished to a very good catch taken there on long on. Just verify. Well, it's Batia, the leg spinner. He took that catch. So patience not being applied here by Daniel.
Yeah, and what was good about the catch? The ball went high, and the fielder did well. He kept his eyes upon it, and he judged it well. He fell to the ground, yes, but he really certainly held on to it. And obviously, the USA won like they have been doing after every wicket to go down, to come in a circle, discuss with each other, and right away they've been doing that. So we can definitely see this has been part of their preparation process, and they continue to perform well in this 2025 under 19 regional cricket tournament being played at St. Mary's Park in Keon in St. Kitts, the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts also, and at the El Comido Villa Park in Nevis. But here at the Connery Cricket Center, it is the Windward Islands up against USA 1. The Windward Islands won the toss. For those of you who might just be joining us now, it is 100 and what it is 14, yes, 114 novel, and that is what they wanted. Is that the fourth wicket now also too?
Oh, yes, it is.
Fourth wicket. So and novel just after the refreshment break, those are things that happen sometimes just before lunch and break, just after lunch and break, just before tea break, just after tea break, and probably just a little lapse in concentration. But evidently, you can see that the USA team won. They have really gone out and throughout this tournament with a comprehensive plan. And here is the first delivery being played quietly. Oh, sorry, the final delivery quietly to short mid wicket, no run. So USA won Novel. Like they have been playing very good throughout this tournament, and here also too. Even when the Windward Islands lost their captain early in the first over with no runs on the board, and there was that valuable partnership, and then USA won getting some early wickets that they have played themselves in a nice position at this particular moment.
Yes, working their way back in it and aided by, for me, lack of patience by Daniel. He didn't want to hang around much longer, getting the ones and the twos. Decided to go big, and he perished with that. Kirsten Murray is the new batter. He's gotten a half century against Barbados, 57. So coming off some run scoring.
Well, and the Windward Islands could well do with a valuable 50 from him here in these circumstances. No.
Yes, that's his highest score. Sorry, he has some 105 runs at an average of 35, having a few not outs to support that. But with a set batter, batting well is Fontaine. He's batted long, but must continue to bat through this inning, and would want support from the other end. Striking, that's what this one out to extra cover. Another single had. It's the stage of the game where, if I were to advise the Windward Islanders, I would tell them just knock it around for the next 5 to 10 overs. Take what you get, and then you could launch on the back end. There will be bad deliveries on offer, but don't go after the bowling. Pick up your singles, pick up your twos if they are available, and where there are bad deliveries, you take them. But avoid trying to go to aerial.
And with that comment, Novel, I cannot subtract. There, you're so right on tack, and that should be the appropriate approach to. And the incoming batters now must just steady supporting the in batter in that by okay, you just come into the crease. If you get real loose deliveries, you have to look for boundaries. But your option at this particular moment will more look into expose him to more of the strike. But let us see what will happen on this delivery. Being played straight to a fielder at short mid wicket, and there is no run. That supportive role that should be so understandable to the new batter without not even a comment from the coach. Really, that should just be common sense, you know. Bro?
Well, the ability to analyze the game on the move is important. Looking at the situation and see what's required. And Victor, the more difficult thing is to apply it. The application at the crease is easy to say, but to go out and do it is another thing. Chopping that one to backward point. Kirsten, left-hander, Murray, and we were advised that they are twins out of Grenada. Kirsten and Kurt Murray. One bowls left arm leg spin, the other left arm medium pace. And Kirsten is at the crease and has some work to do for his team. Driving this one down the ground. And a single. And Amanda Gill is the pace bowler here. Looking to get in some overs of medium pace to build, put pressure. But Fontaine, quite capable. Into the 40s, he is now 145. And will be thinking about a half century. Must have it on his radar. Want to get that personal achievement. But with that helps the team's overall cause. The longer he bats, the better it will be for the Windward Islands. And I have just said longer he bats. And he's pushed that back down the track to Gill. And it's an absolute blinder of a catch with the pace bowler coming down with his follow through, be able to get down to his right Victor and grasp that out of midair. And that goes the end of Fontaine. Seems I speak too much.
Well, excellent follow through, because it's usually so difficult for a medium fast bowler running through, and then here was the ball airborne and to his right, and he held it so good with both hands. And those are the catches that so many times win matches. And what an all-around performance so far in this encounter. But obviously throughout the tournament, this USA 1 team, Novel, they are really executing in all areas of a cricket game. And this is very, very good performance. 5 wickets now going down for the Windward Islands. Half their wickets are back in the pavilion. USA now should definitely feel, Novel, that they have a very good chance to restrict the Windward Islands under 200 runs. I would like to believe that should be their feeling. But at the same time, though, partnerships can come. But with 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease, the challenge is on for the Windward Islands.
Well, you said 200. 250 might be their thinking. Sorry, 150 might be the thinking. They need to stitch a partnership together here, the Windward Islands. And they need to do that immediately. Kirsten Murray is the new batter.
The new batter at the crease? Go on.
McDowell joins Murray. Both Victor very new to the crease.
Yeah. And the new bowler is okay, Gad. And one being hammered into the mid-wicket area. First delivery, 4 runs. A short pitch delivery, not good control, but the batsman was equal to it. Even though there was a feeler on the deep mid-wicket boundary, he executed it some 15 yards to his right, and it raced over this quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre for 4 more good-looking runs. So a well-deserving boundary and a good way to really get amongst the runs and probably get off the mark. And these two now, as Novel been saying, that we've been saying it consistently, how important partnerships are. And for the Windward Islands at this particular stage of the game, this is high priority. Here is left-arm orthodox spinner. Off spinner. Outside and really swung away. And it was also a no ball, so 4 runs and a free hit. So a very productive over so far. 4 in the first delivery that was bowled, and then another short one, which was a no ball. So in any form or fashion, the Windward Islands will really be appreciating these runs, how they are getting them. But anyway, here is the free hit coming up, and only one way a batsman can be dismissed, and that is by the run-out route, which is very rare. And here is one swinging again, but there is a fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He does not feel well, and if the batsmen were running the first one quick, they would have been able to get to another no ball. So
well, Victor, not only that, McDowell, Devontae turned his back and wasn't really observing the misfield. That's a very poor cricket there for me. Sahil Gar going through a difficult spell here, but the Windward Islands would want to make him pay because he's now surrendered some 11 runs off the over, really only bowling one delivery, and they can really punish him here. Going big outside the off stump, hit out to extra cover, long off, comes around, and 2 runs quickly had. So McDowell, Devontae McDowell, he comes off the mark, and the Windward Islands now 127 for 5.
Yeah, well, good over for them. Good productive over. That is what they will need. And really, here is another delivery. Oh my! And that one really, what did that struck? It bounced like a bouncer that a seam bowler will bowl. And the bowler really, and the batsman quite rightly going to have a look there. But even in my position here, Novel, that has surprised me
Yeah,
very
he
much.
kicked off a really good length.
And it actually came chest height from an off spinner.
Must say that McDowell played it well, though.
Yeah, he took the pace off it. Good stroke. Out to cover. He's going to find a fielder there at extra cover, and there is no run. So at least 2 good comeback deliveries after those no balls. And here is he now. What would he do with this delivery? Driven down to long on. And in the meantime, strong throw up to the wicket keeper's end. And in the meantime, though, the batsmen, they were able to get another run, 130 on the board. So these two have some work to do for the Windward Islands. But on the other hand, 5 wickets are in hand for the Windward Islands. USA looking for the 6th shot. Played down to a mid-off area. Cover had to move to his left. The over has finally been completed.
Well, just to give you some information on McDowell, he's just played 3 games. He has a tally of 44 runs, 23 being his best in the previous encounter against Barbados, and 21 against Guyana. Didn't score against the Leeward Islands. So has some ability, has gotten a start, and needs to, as I say, stitch together a partnership with Murray. It's 130 for 5. Murray's on 10 from 8. Devontae McDowell on 3. So some 20 overs left, Victor. The approach must be sensible. You would want to bat through. If they are to bat through, they can get to 200, probably a little more. But if they are to lose wickets consistently, we have seen teams really capitulate and can just get to about 160, 170. And I do not think that will be good enough against the USA 1. So these 2 players, McDowell, who is facing, and Murray, want to get in and stay in. But Gill will have other ideas. That one is just outside the off stump. He's bowled 3 overs for 5 runs, picking up an important wicket of Fontaine.
And I like how the captain for the USA 1, Mahesh, really has utilized his bowlers, switching them around and mixing it up. So that is also a good aspect of their bowling attack. And one striking the batsman. There is hands up by the keeper. The umpire is not interested though. And quite rightly so. In my view too, the wicketkeeper was moving further outside the off stump. And so it meant then he was looking to gather the ball in that particular area, but it struck the batsman on his pads. So 5 wickets are in hand for the Windward Islands. Can they get to 200? But a lot would depend on the partnerships if they would get to that 200 mark. And here is another delivery outside the off stump being hammered into the deep cover area. The batsmen are actually strolling for the single, though. Although it's played out in the deep, it's going quickly. Yes to the fielder.
Well, settling early, and
would the fielder might have had a different view if he had seen the batsman there running for the first one quickly. Might have just took his eyes off the ball.
when that happens, you put pressure on the fielders.
Yeah,
But as I say, it's an aspect of the West Indies or West Indian cricketers that has crept in over the last 20 years or so. And that's really because that's very well played. We focus too much on boundary hitting, big hitting, and we ignore the importance and value of picking up singles and twos, especially in this version of the game and the test matches. The rotation of strike, the challenge it poses for a bowler, the importance of ticking along the scoreboard without massive amount of risk. And I think it is at this stage and probably the under 15 stage that, well, the batter looked back immediately.
But
It's
the thing is too that it also, as you know, as a bowler, all bowlers would always like when they can have a certain amount of deliveries to bowl to a
one
particular
batter.
batsman.
Yes.
But when the strike is exchanged, you have to always adjust your lines or your angles and all those variations. But when you have an opportunity to bowl at a particular batsman for a period of deliveries, you have more options that you can try to dislodge that particular batsman.
Yes, and what singles do it does for a bowler. Oh, that's well played. Uh, Full toss. What it does, Victor, if we were to get three singles off the first three deliveries, the bowler is now thinking, I don't want another one off me. And he will be trying something else to stop that single from being had. That something else can produce a bad ball, you get four. You're now 7 runs on the board in four deliveries without taking a risk. And he now thinking to himself, boy, 7 runs off my over. I must get it right. And if he doesn't, perhaps another bad ball that you haven't really worked for, but because he's fighting to keep runs scoring down. But we don't put a lot of emphasis on singles and proper running. Once the ball is going out into the deep, even if it's straight, press the first one hard. It's a basic thing you learn in cricket.
And we more on the international scene where we see teams like South Africa and Australia and New Zealand and so forth. We usually see more of that consistency when balls are played into the deep
Because they
area.
have maintained the fundamentals of the game. They're not moving away from it. And hence the reason I said at this level and perhaps the under 15 level, our coaches need to enforce it, put a lot of emphasis on that aspect of our cricket so that when we get our players playing international cricket, it will become second nature to them.
Quite agreed there, Novel. Very valuable observation, and really that also bring the growth of more runs can be accumulated to totals in that aspect because, as you quite rightly say, obviously full toss is gonna come, short delivery is gonna come, and those will be the boundary deliveries. But once that turnover, the ones and the twos, that once that has been provided, it enhances so much growth. Well, that's a good single, but this is good feeling by the bowler, knowing that there is that gap there between himself and there is not a short mid on, just a man down here beneath us on the long on boundary. He knew he had to cover that ground and he did it well. And that's another aspect, but there's going to be a change in the field placement. And I think that is a good move by the captain or the bowler to bring a man now into the short mid wicket area where that particular stroke was played and they got a single. Right arm around the wicket, putting it into the left-hander, who is quietly playing it out to short, mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, we have a change in bowling, Victor. We didn't identify Srivastava, the new bowler.
Well, and here is Shivasava from this down the leg side, swing in, wide signal, one more to those extras, quite needed by the Windward Islands. So they are really guilty, first of all, of giving a few no balls, now another wide. But this one, pitch between wicket and wicket, played with soft hands. A fielder have to move from short point to his left. And in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. So the USA won. They are really turning overs and getting through the overs at a quick pace. Now somewhat 18 overs remaining in this first segment of this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Center, Windward Islands. They're up against USA 1. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change from that community center in overall.
Well, they have been ringing the changes, the USA 1. They are not allowing you, which is another part of one day cricket or 50 over cricket. You make the changes regularly so that a batter doesn't get accustomed to facing that a bowler all the time. Spotting the number 14 is admit he would have opened the bowling earlier, so coming back for a second spell.
And I think good timing too by the captain in terms of bringing back his opening bowler with relatively two new batsmen at the crease. So we can see that the thinking, the changes, they are really demonstrating good tactical moves in all areas. And let us see if it will produce anything of substance.
And that one swung down to backward square for one. I'm going to try and get the bowling card for listeners just as to what would have taken place from a USA standpoint. And they have been really good in this game. They had a healthy partnership to break in 82 from the number 3 and opening batter in Fontaine. But Adnit would continue. He's bowling to McDowell, who is on 6. Defending that one, and a little bit of mix-up almost transpiring there. So the bowling card for the USA won. Krishna bowled 5 for 23. He picked up 1 wicket. Adnit had 2 overs for, I think it was 19. He's now 2.2 for 20. Shiv Shami, he was bowled 6 for 21, picked up 1. And Shuai, 7 for 26. He's a left-arm leg spinner, orthodox. Playing too early there. And a mix-up here. And it could be a run out, but McDowell he played early. His back was turned. Perhaps there wasn't a call. Kirsten Murray was advancing down the track, but missing an opportunity there was Gill to get it up to the other end for a run out. But the leg spinner, Sahir Bhatia, he created problems. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Amrinder Gill, he's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8. Sahil Garg, he came in for 1 over, he went for 14. And Shrivastava has had 1 for 3. That one again clipped into the onside. Probably 2 runs available, maybe 3. 2 is taken easily. So that's been the bowling card. Very good. So the run scoring has come from Fontaine. He scored 45. Theo Edwards, 43. They had a big partnership. Kurt Murray came in, did not trouble the scorers. Daniel didn't stay long. He scored 8. Now we've had Kirsten Murray and McDowell trying to rebuild here. Murray on 10, McDowell on 3. 130. It is now for 5, sorry. 139 for 5 it is.
Well, at the same time, too, these two have a responsibility of really trying to put a partnership together for their team for the 6th wicket. That's the Windward Islands. They won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Center, 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, and lovely day for cricket. And here the action continues. Right arm around the wicket, driven through cover. It's going to go close to the boundary for 4. Once it gets past that 30-yard circle, it was nicely placed, sweetly timed, and 4 more runs to the Windward Islands.
A very good shot. So, again, they are 143 for 5. Murray 12, Murray 13, McDowell 12. And it's important, Victor, for these two to continue working at this partnership, building something of significance, to take the total closer to something that can challenge the USA. It's 33 overs ball, 143 for 5.
Well, and the way that the USA won also to have been batting, even though as we know that runs on the board is runs on the board, but if the Windward Islands can really get past the 200 mark from this particular stage of the game where they are with 5 wickets in hand, it would mean also to that these two will have to build a nice 6-wicket partnership here for the Windward Islands.
Shrivastava, the man bowling, he's the leading run scorer in this tournament. has racked up quite a bit of runs. Nice on drive there for one. He will be a key feature in the run chase and must be thinking and licking his lips to get batting. But I will say to Victor, the Windward Islands as a bowling unit, they're also very, very good.
Well, so that we anticipating then in the future a wonderful outcome here at the Connery Cricket Center, because that also too is a relevant segment in cricket, that once your bowlers come out and they be on par and they have been successful so far in the tournament, that this can also be their day. We can never tell, but we are still in the first segment of this encounter here between the two teams. But that is a very important observation there to Novel, that with the strength of the Windward Islands bowling, and then also too, when that happens, if they shall get early inroads, that too will make a big difference. So a lot of times, modest totals, not just figuratively, but then sometimes they become huge in terms of the pursuit. It just depends on how the wickets would go down for the team who is chasing, which will be USA 1. But that is all a speculation on my behalf at this particular moment. Not saying that it cannot come true, but here is another run. And all the runs that the Windward Islands can get will be so important. To add to what you just said is a very, very, very valuable point, because the Windward Islands have a good bowling attack, and then once two they can come out and get it right, and this is what make cricket matches so interesting, but especially more in this format. And now they're going to have a view to the ball, so there is some concerns out there. We're not too certain if it's out of shape or whatsoever, but play has been held up momentarily. And so the leading run scorer for the USA, he would have accumulated, and Novel, you will tell us
He has
about.
had 271 runs
Wow.
and an average of 54. Sir Stephen Pascal, he went without scoring. He had 249. But for the USA, again, it's Sahil Garg. He's had 242 runs. Only played 4 games at an average of 60.50.
That is
He's
very,
playing
very.
in this game as well. So, hence the reason. And then followed by another one, Rinder Gill. He's in fifth position with 219 at an average of 54. So a lot of batting in the USA ranks. They have batted well, and but as I said, no slouches in the bowling unit for the Windward Islands. The Kurt Murray has 12 wicket, and Kirsten has 12. So a lot of wicket taking options in the Windward Island team as well.
Yeah, and what you have described there, it is such in a balance, and we could never tell in the game of cricket what can transpire. But what is evident, and the evidence have presented itself, Novel, that this USA one, as we see a change of bowling, left arm orthodox spinner back in the attack, played out to short to cover, and they always say don't run off of a misfield, especially when it's not too far out of the fielder's grasp,
Certainly.
and it was just to his hands. So the captain doing an excellent job here for the USA one, switching his bowlers nicely. Here is one driven down, though. There's going to be a comfortable single because the fielder have to come off the long on boundary, and in the process, they get another run. But the evidence has shown in their batting, and collectively they're bowling and catching and fielding, but more so in their batting, they had to have had very, very consistent, good preparation coming into this tournament for the batsmen who have been so prolific for USA one to have achieved over 200 runs, and three batsmen has done so far. Here is one going down the leg side, wide being signal. The wicket keeper is a little disappointed, but the umpire was very confident from the time the ball has beaten the batsman. His arms were out.
Well,
So-
the wicketkeeper was trying to appeal so as to suggest the edge was on it or touch something to prevent that wide being called, which a lot of wicketkeepers do. But Victor, the difference I think with the batting with the USA teams, because I've seen some good batting in the USA too as well, even though they're bottom of the table, it's their approach to the batting. They look to compile runs as opposed to blast it. They don't very much look to get boundaries all the time. They're looking to compile an inning, to build an inning. Whereas I find from the Caribbean perspective, our players, we've seen a couple of guys come here, Victor, and get to 17, 40 plus balls and still get out before they get to 100 because they're not hanging around long enough. They're not intent on run compilation as opposed to just blasting you around the park. And you would know as a batter, you must spend time at the crease. Sometimes you're going to get a period where you get 20, 30 runs quickly. Then you'll have that period where you face 30 deliveries for maybe 10 runs. So you would want it because the bowling might be as good or the situation of the game might say I need to temper back a bit. But I'm not seeing a lot of that approach from our batters. So you have to stay in, you have to hang around, and the USA men team seems to be a team that's well coached and well drilled, so they kind of play a particular way.
Yeah, and in a nutshell, too, you have equated whereby the match assessment, the analysis, which is out of the grasp of the coach because the players are out there in the middle, and when they would look across at the scoreboard and would see how many overs have been bowled, what is their present total, how many wickets are in hand. That is the two batsmen out there in the middle now. They should really be in that position, as they're quite rightly doing so now, getting another run where fielder have to come off the backward square leg boundary and another run. And that is also an area whereby the thinking, the analysis of the players out in the middle, because when you already have left and been out in the middle, the coach is beyond the boundary and you are the players out there now. So you have to really evaluate the situations, what is appropriate, what is necessary, what is unnecessary. So much thinking comes into it. But here is the batsman getting another run. The fielder from the square leg boundary have to come off, but he cannot prevent the batsman from getting another run. And that is so critical, Novel. And that is a big segment. But this on the 19 tournament, though, where the players should be picking up all those areas where they can improve their game. But we know the best thinkers usually be the better performers.
Well, cricket's a game of very much mental. It's more mental than physical. You must be physically fit and strong as well. But the scenarios that throw themselves at you in a cricket game are so many that you have to always be thinking to be able to stay on top of those scenarios. The 150 is up for the Windward Islands, and they do have another almost 14 overs to go. And this brings about the end of over number 36, 151 for 5. So a partnership again being stitched together here by Kirsten Murray and McDowell, and would want to see how much they can advance this partnership towards a total of some respectability to challenge the USA team. It's 4.19 is the current run rate, Victor. 151, McDowell on 15, Murray on 17. They have to stay in. Anshrai has bowled well. He's 8 overs, 29 runs, no wickets. So closing in on his spell. Left arm orthodox leg spinner.
And ever so often too, Noval, even though a bowler like himself, I may not be in the wicket column in terms of his run percentage per over, that also too is very good. It isn't always that a bowler have not bowled well because he did not get any wickets.
Well, that's good feeling.
What that is, good feeling again. And that is a very big motivator to all bowlers, seeing that effort. And that was a very good save. And who knows, with this quick outfield, what could have been that account? Here it is driven though. But the account is they're going to get another run because there's a man on the wide long off boundary. And I think for how that fielder has been placed, it has been evident that the bowler is really bowling in the areas where it will always find that man, and you wouldn't be able to hit it straight. So here is another delivery. He got some more bunks on that one.
I do not know why the wicketkeeper is putting his hands on his head.
Well, he
Did
was
you decipher that?
almost rolled back
Back
onto
onto
the
the wicket.
stump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So McDowell needed to keep looking to see where the ball went. But very early out on the front foot, that bounce didn't deter him from getting forward.
But this is a very good spell, though. We must give it to him. It is true he has not as yet taken a wicket, but economically he has done well, keeping things tight. Not a flighted delivery, no run. And what you realize in the 30-yard circle how alert the USA fielders are, that they have cut out a lot of those singles in comparison to the other teams being a bit sluggish in that area. No?
Well, they have to stay alert and stay on top of things. You don't want to, at this stage, that was just one run off Anshaw is over. Just a single, 9 for 30. A partnership now between McDowell and Murray of 36. So they have been ticking along nicely. They have to stay there, Victor. Have to stay at the crease, have to continue working. Shrivastava into his fourth, 3 overs for 8 runs. Again, pretty economical. A short one, being tugged out to mid wicket, 1 run. Good work out in the deep. A return in, not strong. And these are things, Victor, that batters must pick up on. Who has the stronger arms, and not only that, he's throwing it into the wind, Victor. So hence the reason, if they were pressing hard for the first one, 2 runs would have been easy because the return landed almost just inside the 30-yard circle, so there would not have been a chance of a run out. But these are the little finer details that you would need to pay attention to if you would be a successful team, especially against a well-drilled team like the USA Men 1 team. So you not only pick up those things in batting, but sometimes your team need to discuss it. If one player picks up, hey, this man out on mid-wicket has a weak arm, we're going to pressure him. So what you do, you press hard for the first one, and then the moment he picks up, if you already touchdown, you're going back for the second because you know the throw can't beat you. So little fine details, but a good overwork through here by Shrivastava thus far. 1-1 off it, and defending is McDowell. And Victor, I think these two, their approach they have been sensible.
Yeah, it's very sensible in truth, and really, they just need to keep in that vein that they're going nicely driven. But the non-striker had to get himself out of the way, finding the fielder just beneath us here at the media center end here at the National Heroes Park end. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. They're going along steady, building up their partnership for the 6th wicket for the Windward Islands. And that is quite appropriate in the circumstances. But coming back to what you discovered about the fielders with the stronger arms out in the deep, and especially throwing it into the wind, that is why there should be that purpose of running the first one quickly. So all those things, like you said, those bits and pieces here and there, players will pick up eventually when they will do their postmortem to every game that they played and try to collectively cover all the different segments where there can be improvement. Players held up a little momentarily. Both umpires are going to have a consultation. We cannot be too certain what it would be about. How many overs have been bowled by our tabulation?
38 overs bowled.
38. So it cannot be a point that they're wondering if it is close. Well, no doubt it is. We're 2 overs away before the 4th yet. But in any event, we cannot be too certain. But play has held up momentarily. But we can greet you with the news here from the Connery Cricket Center, where it's the Windward Islands up against USA 1. Windward Islands won the toss earlier this morning and decided that they will bat first. And in so doing, at this present moment, it is 154 for the loss of 5 wickets. Your thoughts, Novel?
Well, I think I would say that USA 1 team ahead in the game. I think they would feel pleased after 38 overs to have the Windward Islands 154 for 5. It's a good position to be in. You have 2 batters who are working away at a solid partnership nonetheless. But with 12 overs remaining, you could say to yourself, I can try and hold this team to 200 runs or just under. Well, the projected is saying 203. The Windward Islands, on the other hand, they would want to for sure get themselves to 200 runs to give themselves a chance to defend something of significance. But to do so, I think this partnership would need to continue growing. It's at the partnership now is
Well, it's right.
38 right now. So they would want to carry this partnership first to 50, Victor, and then see how many more they can get after that.
Yeah, you're right, because they're in, and even if they can get beyond the projected score from here on in, that will also be good. But even more so, it is very much more important. I am agreeing with you there, Novel, that these two will have to go into it. And if they are there when 5 more overs are remaining, then with the 5 wickets in hand, they can take other aggressive motives.
Yes.
But they will have to be there at the end. But this spinner has been doing well. And that is the next evident true that the USA team would be looking at, but also too the Windward Island bowlers, that the occasional bonks from the spinners is there on the track. So it's going to be interesting.
Well,
gonna be
we have to also look at some history here in this tournament. 260 that has posed a challenge. That was a challenge to defend. The Leeward Islands got 232. They lost out. So you really need to get somewhere over 200. Now, I have to also show respect to the Windward Islands bowling. They have been good in that department. They do have a couple of good seamers. So perhaps they would be thinking, what can we defend? But Victor, that is a water break, and we will continue our discussions as we get some lubrication to our vocal cords.
Welcome back, and we're back here after another refreshment break. Always a welcome break for the players, especially out in the middle. Also, too, for we here in the media. And no exclusion. Play continues. Hits in the air. Is a fielder going to come under it? And he takes it. And Nova, in taking that catch, in taking it up there at the chest side, if it bubbled, he would have always had a second attempt. And all those things you can see has been well organized by this USA team.
Well, Victor,
but there again, right after the refreshment break,
it seems to be a feature.
Is it a coincidence?
All the talking we did about keeping the partnership together seemed to have just gone down the drain with that refreshment break. And Murray was hitting this one across the line, sweeping, and just managed to take a top edge and holding out to deep mid wicket. So I'm certain, one thing I'm certain about, I do not think the message from the middle would have been to go and be extravagant. So that really would be on Murray with that stroke play and poor decision and the 6 wicket going down to Shrivastava. 154 for 6.
I would have thought to Novel that could have been more important if that was done with 5 overs remaining in terms of what is left for that attempt to try and go over the top. But
he would have gotten a single down to long on.
Yeah, right after, and that is the thing where either be so sympathetic with a lot of coaches whereby you will blame a coach for that dismissal when you could have played it down to long on, like you quite rightly said. So it's about thinking and looking at the different areas where the fielders are placed and so forth.
Well, new batter, Edmund Moranci. I will give you...
Another left-hander?
Yes, stacked with them. Another sweep shot being played, and perhaps he's out as well. Did it take the glove or did it take the arm? That's another wicket, and Shrivastava, just like that, is on a hat trick. And my, Windward Islands imploding here. Moranci doesn't seem amused, but Victor, why another sweep shot? You've just seen your counterpart going out, caught at deep middle wicket for a sweep shot top edge. And you know coming in, you haven't faced the delivery. You don't know what the pitch is doing. You're playing across the line. But that one, according to the umpires, would have taken a glove, bubbled up into the air, and the wicketkeeper takes it. And the 2 wickets falling in successive deliveries. And Shrivastava on a hat trick. 154 for 7.
Yeah, and this is where the thinking comes into the game on overall, whereby you quite rightly said it there. Coming in, a delivery pitch on a normal length, the fielder is just beneath us at long on. So if we had just played with the straight bat, down here, beneath us, there would have been just a single. But trying to sweep, that meant you're going across the line. So if this happens here now, whereby this particular bowler gets a hat trick, would it be the first one at the Canary Cricket Centre that we have witnessed here? I think
well, in the tournament for us here at Connery Cricket Centre,
right,
can't speak to the other grounds. But Fontanelle, Cody Fontanelle has a delivery from Shrivastava to negotiate. Well, that has put the Windward Islands in some serious trouble here. 154 for 7. He thought that the partnership between Murray and McDowell was going well, and they just needed to continue going for another couple of overs. But indiscretion crept in, and they are now in a precarious position.
And the man with ball in hand has also been a heavy run scorer for USA 1, so he's showing his quality with the ball too. So good all-around ability demonstrated here, but it's not to be a hat trick. Played quietly out to short point, but he have done his team good service in terms of getting 2 quick wickets.
Well, Cody Fontanelle would have only played 1 game prior to this and got 7 runs.
Another flighted delivery, played quietly back down the turf, no run. So USA 1 they would be feeling quite justified at the moment their results. And here is one beating the right hand outside the off stump. Probably it might have just held its own, but luckily for the batsman, he did not get a touch. So quite a productive over for USA one. Operating from the National Heroes Park in a delivery flighted, quietly played to short. Cover, very successful over, and that also would have brought up what, a 48 over?
Well, Victor, just some information. Shrivastava, 4 games. He's picked up 6 wickets prior to this. So add those 2 wickets to what he's done before. He's now on 8 wickets. So not that he's any slouch with the ball, just coming in at important times and picking up wickets for the USA. 154 for 7. The current run rate is 3.85. Can Cody Fontenelle partner Devontae McDowell and build a partnership for the next 4 or 5 overs to get them close to 200? That's the question to you.
And that is a very big question, an important question. And for the Windward Islands, if they can get there, really, that would bring some, as you've been alluding to, that they have a good balanced bowling attack. But there again, sometimes on the lower averages, as good as USA one have been performing, we could never tell, because cricket is always on the day. But the sort of confidence that they have. Here is another bowling change from the community center end. Flighted delivery being played to short square leg, a fielder just close to the umpire. Actually, to the right of the square leg umpire, there is a fielder on the deep square leg boundary, a mid wicket right on the boundary, and a long on. So here is another flighted delivery down the leg side, wide signal, and that too has contributed a lot towards this total of the Windward Islands. We will get the appropriate amount of wides that has been bowled in a moment, but there 11 wides being confirmed by our score. Short, hammered into the onside, and look at the effort by the bowler, really. And these are the things that we can see that this USA one team in all areas, they are doing all the appropriate things to accomplish valuable outcomes.
Well, you said hammered. It really wasn't powerfully struck at all, but the work rate
Time.
from Batia, he worked hard to get that one. Not wanting the delivery to get out into the outfield for any opportunity for a second, but good alert running as well must be given to the Windward Islanders in that situation. Leg spin, short, and been punched down to, taking an outside edge down to third man for 1. But Tia as well has picked up a few wickets. He's 2 for 17 from 6.3. So the spin has been doing the trick on this surface, Victor. Devontae McDowell on 17. He's facing now. Can make that a full toss, clipping it down to mid wicket or wide long on. Very wide long on indeed for 1. So just into the 40th over. And you must say, Victor, that the bowlers for the USA, they have done their job.
Very good, and all around. Even those who have not taken wickets have been very steady. But here is another run for the Windward Islands, and they will need it in all forms and fashion. And that one was quietly played in the short square leg area. Fielder from mid wicket came around and restricted the batsman for just another run. Well, the left and right hander at the crease, so immediately field changes, but they're all in position now. Here is the delivery played down to short point. There is no run finding the fielder in that position. That concludes the over. So 9 overs remaining in this first segment of this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Center, where USA 1 is against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands batting first after winning the toss.
Well, Victor, 159, 9 overs to go, 3 wickets in hand. What is a good score? And can they get another 30, 40 runs? Would they be disciplined enough to just knock it around for another few overs then probably launch with the last 3 to go. McDowell has been in for a while. Is Fontenelle good enough to hang around with him? Shrivastava bowling. He's clipping that one very uppishly into forward of square, but doing the wise thing, getting McDowell back on strike.
Yeah, and that is also to the sequence and pattern from here on in the in batter. Expose him to more of the strike, and also don't just support him, but try to keep exchanging the strike by getting your ones and twos, but exposing McDowell more so to face most of the deliveries now that the Windwards have lost some 7 wickets around the wicket. Delivery swung out into the deep. It's going to close. It crosses the boundary. 6 runs over the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was a delivery to the left-hander into his pads. He timed it nicely, and it went on the western side of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre in the mid-wicket area, just beneath the pavilion on that side. And the umpire just having a look. So 6 valuable runs. Let us see another delivery wide outside the off stump. So that is one more to the total. So 7. So they are getting bonuses.
But not the shot I would have played. That one was wide of the off stump, and he was trying to swing it into the onside. So McDowell must pay attention and be selective, Victor. Can't go at everything.
That's right.
And would not want to go across too much of Shrivastava's off spinners. It's going away from you. Chipping at that one, not middling it. Risky being taken. Can Fontenelle get back? He does.
And look at the backing up there by the fielder on the other side. As soon as the bowler ran to collect, there was the fielder in the appropriate position backing up. All those segments, we can see that they have routinely been consistent in it, because sometimes we have seen some overthrows. But even in this inning so far, they have overthrown some balls, but they were good backing up on either side of the field of play. Well, one of the batsmen, he's looking for some assistance from the dressing room. We are not too certain what might be the situation, but the umpire and him,
Must have gotten a bruise, Victor.
At his elbow, is it?
Diving back, perhaps would have gotten a bit of a bruising on that upper forearm closer to the elbow.
Yeah, and the left hand.
But the physio will deal with it. So, Victor, some wisdom is needed here. 67, 167 for 7. You have 7 off the over. If I were these 2 batters, I will look for singles from here on out. It must be a poor delivery for me to go after it.
Yeah, and the selection always have to be spot on, and especially in this particular situation, from a Windward Islands point of view, we see a few more players now going out too. So play has been held up momentarily, but we can greet you with the news wherever you are, and you're with us here at the Connery Cricket Centre. We can tell you it's the Windward Islands here against USA 1. There are also other matches being played at the St. Mary's Park in Keon, and also in St. Paul's, also in St. Kitts, and in Nevis at the El Comido Willard Park. A little later on, we will give you some updates as to the other matches which are played in this on the 2025 West Indies Regional Tournament, with also inclusion a USA 1, which is here against the Windward Islands, and there is also a USA 2. So the USA getting inclusion into regional cricket in the West Indies, and no doubt they will also be investing heavily in cricket as that process is in progress in the United States of America. Well, you're not missing any play at the moment. One of the players are getting some assistance from the physio, whereby in diving through in terms where the batsman got a run, would have just got some bruises to his just below the left elbow. He's getting that assistance from the physio, while the few USA team number 1 are out in the middle, just having some conversations, and no doubt weighing the situation and discussions as where they are now, how quickly they will most likely like to dismiss the other 3 batsmen remaining for the Windward Islands. But on the other hand, the Windward Islands should be really thinking, not just batting out the 9 overs, but to see how much more runs they can get before those 9 overs, or when those 9 overs have been completed. But I think when it even comes down, if they have the wickets in hand for the last 3 overs, could really try to be more aggressive to surpass the 200, and we could never tell. It might just be enough runs because cricket is always on the day. Everything seemed to be okay now. The players are going back into the middle. So, Nova, let us hope that not after this again, slight moment of play being held up, that right away a wicket goes down.
Well, players need to there would have to be some concentration applied. You must regain your focus, pay attention, be sensible, be smart, of course. Just tapping it into the offside. Victor, sports have a lot to do sometimes with momentum, and sometimes a break in play can disrupt that little flow, that little momentum that you may have going. I'm not certain if you remember the T20 finals recently between India and South Africa, when the Indians would have used a little smart tactic in breaking the flow that the South Africans had, and that flow just sort of disrupted the South Africans' run chase, and they were unable to get the few runs that they were required to get. So sometimes stoppages and breaks do disrupt
psychologically, yes, it
concentration and stuff like that. But 167 for 7, you have 8 overs to go. McDowell well positioned on 24 from 49, but Fontenelle is facing up to Bhatia, defending into the offside, and a quick single is had. And again, Fontenelle doing the wise thing of getting his striker, McDowell, back on strike, Victor, to continue trying to work it around and score runs. But Victor, we see some clouds coming in again.
Well, and as in the far distance towards the community center, and we can see one of the ground staff in his yellow rain cloak, and he's signaling to his other ground staff members to get closer. And now we are seeing them moving in that direction, heading over there. So there might be some element of some rain may come at this particular moment.
Well, my concern though, McDowell, the previous delivery was looking to chip to Bhatia, and is that necessary at this time? He's looking to go very onside, looking to perhaps look for some power here. I would suggest to him just knock it around still, sweeping at that one, getting one, running away here down to fine leg. The wicket keeper having a bit of work to do, Mahesh, but gets the return in, restricting the batters to two runs.
Yes, and always important. And we see more heavy contingent of the ground staff heading to the community center end where the tarpaulins are beyond the boundary, looking to get it in the appropriate place. And it seems more evident now that we might just possibly have a short interruption of play, but play is still continuing short. Hammered out into the deep, but there's a feeler on the deep mid-wicket area. And in the meantime, though, the batsmen, they were able to get one more run to add to the total. So it is 171 for 7. 171 for 7. The ground staff moving behind the bowler's arm, but that doesn't help the play. Being played down to short mid-off area. The bowler ran across quickly. And that has completed. Is over. So the USA now aware too that as the weather looks a little threatening, they are hustling to their positions. The ground staff are now in place at the community center and beyond the boundary where the tarpaulins are. They are indicating to the umpires that it might just be time to come on and I think the umpires is going to agree. They're going to remove the stumps, so play is going to be held up momentarily because we're going to have some showers here at the Connery Cricket Center. We can tell you with the news that the Windward Islands earlier this morning, when they won the toss, they decided to bat, and they're up against USA 1. And at present, they are 171 for 7. Some 43 overs have been bowled. It is not downpouring heavily, but there's a strong wind, and the ground staff will have to do very well to keep those covers very low. They seems to have it in control. They're coming now to cover the surface. So in that aspect, and we can see, oh my, the wind is coming out of the eastern section quite heavily, and on that eastern side, there is where most of the ground staff should be, because to control the wind. But it seems like they're getting it now down, lowered to the surface of the pitch, and that is good. We can see the third umpire going out. The ground staff now is going to do the necessary appropriate things to keep the tarpaulins down so that the playing area, and here's the wind getting more aggressive, and they will have to move quickly. One or two groundsmen lying on the tarpaulin, but from the eastern side of the ground, which it is more heavier with the wind, that is the area that they will have to concentrate on to really keep the covers down. Well, it seems now that they have it in control. And for those of you who might just be joining us now here from the Connery Cricket Center, we greet you with the news that play has held up momentarily because there is an immediate threat of rain. It is drizzling, not downpouring heavily here at the Connery Cricket Center. And the latest score is 171 for 7. The Windward Islands, after winning the toss, decided that they will bat first. They're up against USA 1. And USA 1 bowlers, they have done very good. So the ground staff doing their necessary works to make certain that the playing surface and the pitch itself does not get wet. As I have said, it is not really pouring very heavily and really, so the players are back in their respective dressing rooms. To my official unofficial timepiece, it says 1 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. The usual segment for the first cutoff moment in this 50 overs tournament is 1:20 Eastern Caribbean time. You're not missing any play at the moment, especially those of you who might be joining us, though, whatsoever part of the world you may be, especially those of you in the USA, those of you in the Windward Islands, and wherever else you may picking up our coverage. Good evening, good morning, whatever time it is in your location of the world. But we will also take a break here at the Connery Cricket Center. You're not missing any play. The covers are on because there is also not heavily a downpour of shower, but we are seeing now a next covering being taken from the National Heroes Park, and no doubt to cover the bowlers run up. So until we will have further play, this is yours truly, Victor Eddy, handing you back to your respective streamline studios from the Connery Cricket Center. Good afternoon, Eastern Caribbean time, and good day to you or good evening where you're picking us up from, but especially those of you in the US of A and also too in the Windward Islands. And wherever you're seeing us, you're hearing the voice of Victor Eddy. And in the under 19 2025 West Indies regional tournament, which is held here, where matches are played right here at the Connery Cricket Center and at the St. Mary's Park in Keon, that's also in St. Kitts, and at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, also in St. Kitts, and the El Comida Willett Park. The points standing at present is USA 1. They're at 30.6. They are in first position. Barbados would follow closely with 25.6. The Windward Islands, who is playing here against USA 1, 24.6. Jamaica is next in line, 20.6, and Guyana on 14 points, and also Trinidad and Tobago, the Leeward Islands 9.2 points, and USA 2 6.4. Play is just ready to be resumed after there was a slight held up for some showers that we have had. All seems to be more clearer now, and we would like to believe that the overs remaining that they will go through, even though they might go past the allotted 1:20 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. Here is one, the first delivery right after that intermission where we had because of a light shower, but all is well. First delivery have been bowled, no run has been added. Second delivery being played quietly out into the other side, but the man coming in quickly from short point is quickly onto it. So we have not seen the rags coming into the process by drying the ball, but we'll have to wait and see if it goes further into the field. Here is one struck in the air. Is that a catch? And that is a brilliant catch. That is a brilliant catch. The fielder from short point running there, and he has had a good spell of bowling. And now, as Novel McCall is with me, and this has been the collective effort of USA 1, and that is why they are now standing at number 1 with the points table 30.6. What a brilliant catch. Welcome back, Novel McCall.
A brilliant catch indeed, Victor, but I will dare say some ordinary batting. I'm not going to elaborate much on it. I would just say it's ordinary. The over before, Victor, the break, McDowell was attempting to go very onside, and I spoke to it, that there was no need for it. I would take singles for a bit. But for some reason, there is an excitement in hitting sixes and fours, and not necessarily the same level of excitement in run accumulation. So McDowell perished to massive indiscretion, and at the stage of the game, set batter, 7 wickets down, you are the man who should walk with your bat at the end of the inning rather than going across the line. Very agricultural in his approach, and perished to a good catch. But really, I thought the shot is what brought his downfall more than anything else.
Yeah, very irresponsible. And I think you placed it right, Novel, whereby right after the, because we had a shot in area whereby rain came, so we went off for a while and immediately coming back. I mean, and the first over going to go over the top. Very, very unwise in so doing. But here is another delivery right on target. And the 8th wicket going down also too for the Windward Islands. So very irresponsible thinking and shot selection. And that has caused the 8th wicket going down. Another one right on target, quietly played to a short mid-on area where a fielder is in that area. And it was the man too who took that brilliant catch.
And Shry, he's bowled well.
Yes, and even though he have not, oh my, this is good feeling too. But even though the batsman called early, so eventually they got the run easily. And those are the catches, Novel, that evidently at times win matches. And that was really a good one.
Good catching, Victor.
But
I mean, he got there. He got both hands to it. And at this level and with that youthful exuberance, one would expect that catch to be taken. He covered good ground, got his hands to it, and the rest is history. But it bothers me when I look at the way he got out, and not the first player to get out in such a manner. The 2 wickets that Shrivastava would have taken, Victor, were both two cross-batted strokes going against the spin, 2 left-handers, and same way for McDowell. The difference is where the ball ended up. That catch was taken just about third man. So nice little steer or dab down to third man. 2 runs will be picked up. Now, Victor, look at that. How similar a shot could have been played. Just outside the off stump, just steer it into the third man position and get your runs comfortably. But you could explain further the need for presentation of the full face of the bat. More often than not, you will hit the ball. And I'm so disappointed with McDowell because I thought he was set. And if he carried this inning deeper, he will be able to get a lot more. That shot now would probably come on easier later on in the inning. Another steer down to third man. And I guess Isaiah Jones realizing it doesn't need any big shot. And he's simply picked up 3 runs without any risk at all. Just steering the ball to third man.
Yeah, it was totally. I'm totally in agreement with you, Noval. That was not necessary at all in any way you can think about it, and more so just coming out right after we had that momentarily pause because of some rain and going back out into the middle. So many a times we can see that it is the level of thinking of players and shot selection and what is appropriate, what is not necessary, what is necessary. And it comes down to players' way of thinking. But as you've been saying, and it's true, but there is it easy down to wide long on, another run, looking for a second. Nothing is wrong with that, even though it's not on, but trying still to look for every available run and to really play responsible because he was the batter in. And all it would have taken, if that was down to whereby the last 2 overs, you could have been a little more lenient in terms of his shot selection, realizing that the overs then ticking over and he tries something exuberant like that. But still, you can play orthodox shots and get runs. You don't always have to believe that you can go across, because when you go across, you're going with the bat in a different direction. If you're playing it straight, it's the full face of the bat.
Well, Victor is not just always going across, but there is I think the shorter version, the T20 version, has it continues to do massive damage to the mindset of our cricketers, and we haven't addressed it. And this is seen where, even though at this stage we are 45 overs in, 5 overs remain, simple math tells you that's 30 deliveries on offer. Legal deliveries. Yeah. So if you were to get 20 from that 30 deliveries, you're good.
It put you to a modest total, which, as we know in cricket, it's on the board.
20 from here gives you another 196. That's the projection. But let's say you get more than that.
Yeah,
without taking risks.
You may get 3 hits and wides and so forth.
And boundary balls.
Yeah.
So, but there is an excitement in hitting sixes, and fellas are perishing too frequently trying to do so.
That's good. Yeah, now soft hands feel I have to come in after 30 yards, another run. So a lot of it comes down to novel thinking, assessing the situations, and it even to us, even though we are beyond the boundary and we're giving our deliberations, it is so obvious, even more so, feel widely spread. No bowler is going to always bowl perfect deliveries. Full tosses will present itself. Short deliveries will present itself. You have an opportunity now to try and get the boundaries when they present themselves. Wides may be bowled, as we have seen that pattern. You may get your free hits. So many things can come into the equation. That's a nice single played out there, but then they should be looking for 2. and that is good. That is good running. But did the wicketkeeper took off the bails? Oh, he did.
He did, but the batsman looked like he was in comfortably.
But that was only due to because they were running the first one quickly.
Well, I
So-
wouldn't continue to overemphasize. There are some basics that if we were to improve, and it's funny, my very first coach back in primary school would have been the late Edgar Gilbert.
Yeah.
When he
Good
came around, this could be 2 runs as well. And again, straight bat, pushing into the gap. And just like that, 5 runs ahead without any risk. And he that's one of the things we had to practice. He taught us running the first one hard. And then there's another part that I see sometimes creeping in, the exchanging of the bat hands, Victor, so that you could see where the shot is coming from, so you could assess whether you should go back for the second or not. But those are very, very basic things and fundamentals that we can get better in cricket in the Caribbean.
Yeah, because for example now, the ball being played out there into the deep area where the field had to cover. So the batter who struck it now should be facing the ball where you have the bat is in his left hand. So he's actually facing the fielder coming with the ball, not his back turn. So he's unsighted. So he's in a better position, especially to the end where the ball can reach quicker, whether it's the wicketkeeper end or the non-striker's end. Outside the off stump and going further across the right-hander. And there is where players miss out a lot. And you're right, Novel, in that sense, whereby sometimes going for those 6s and 4s was inappropriate. And right after coming back out, should have more be thinking about, boy, when it comes down to the last 2 overs at least, to try to be more aggressive. And it's a matter about thinking. And you made a good point about the coach and the late Edgar Gilbert playing you. That is a good single there again. Yes, the fielder is in the 30-yard circle, but playing it with soft hands, you have to come and attack the ball, and it goes for another run. So the overs are ticking away, and both batsmen now having a mid-pitch conversation. And even though it is now on the unofficial time, 124, they're just going to bowl out the remaining overs, or more likely, if the wickets, which are 2 wickets in hand for the Windward Islands, which obviously the USA one would be looking to remove them as quickly as possible. But if these 2 can even bat out what is left and get whatsoever they can accumulate, runs on the board is runs on the board. But and you also said to Novel that the Windward Islands have a very good balance bowling attack.
They do.
Yeah.
And one of the things that, we when we played, we used to always try to do was not to look at overs, but look at balls. It puts it in a different perspective. So at this stage, there are 24 deliveries. What can you get from the 24? Look at who's bowling. Where are your best scoring options? And if you look at this field placement right now, you have your boundary riders, as we call them. You have a deep long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square and a cover. Those are your 3 and third man. Those are the 3 boundary riders. So he's going to square leg here and he gets 1. But you tell yourself anything pitched up or on length on the off stump or offside, you have the short man here at mid off. If you're going to go big, you're going to think about going over him. Now, in modern day cricket, there are lots of these shots that I wasn't capable of playing, these little scoop shots. There's a man here at short fine leg.
Yeah.
If they practice them, that
They're gonna
also,
execute, yeah.
or you get in line, you clip it past the fine leg, you get run. So you must assess it to that level to see where you can get the boundaries without too much risk. Driving towards mid-off, there's still a single, even though the man is on the edge of the circle.
Yeah,
No risk involved.
Yeah, you're right. Because there again, too, on both segments of the field, but more so on the inside. Say if you play it with gentle soft hands just outside the 30-yard circle, the fielders who coming in, you're going to tell us that they're going to beat the batsmen without, where they just have to cover 22 yards where they could get 2 runs. But they'll have to run very quick for the first one. But
driven out to cover, 1 run on offer again, Victor. No risk. So one would hope, the minds, the coaching minds within the Caribbean we have to start to look at these areas that we are faltering at, and where we can improve, because it's been a feature throughout this under 19 cricket. And if these are our under 19 cricketers making similar errors, getting out in the 70s, trying to hit big sixes with almost half the the overs remaining or balls remaining, it seems to be a mental lapse, a mental gap in our cricket that we can work on to improve, because these are the players who will be featuring for us in international cricket very, very soon.
Well, Novel, you have said it right. And what I will say to you now, we are broadcasters, but I think we can look forward to having some conversation with some coaches as to what we have seen, what we think there are areas to improve, not going on a critical segment, but going to see if we can bring some solutions to what we are seeing existing. And there again, we would not be threatening them for their jobs, right? And sometimes, oh yes, that is very played, very well calculated. What we are speaking about, there is a man who was inside or just outside of the 30-yard circle. The ball was pitched on or about off stump. The batsman just guided it, and because of this quick outfield at the Canary Cricket Center, 4 runs. So Novel Mokal point is very much proven. Shot selection appropriate in the situation, just guiding it, and got in, earning himself 4 runs, even though there is a fielder down at third man, but it was so fine that he was not able to cut it off.
Yeah, I mean, gaps in the field, and just like that, that's 8 runs off the over
See that?
without any risk taken, and 191 now for 8. Can these two continue going? That one on the pads missing out, you would think. Once he got something on that one, Victor, the man at short fine leg, was in the circle, he would have probably gotten 4 runs. But 9 runs off the over, end of the over, it's 192, it appears, for 8, and Windward Islands inching ever closer to the 200-run mark. Just 2 overs remaining. Sorry, 3 overs. That's the end of the 47th over.
Well, I think these two have done some justice in a sense, whereby they're going along quite nicely in terms of their shot selections, and really their aim now is to get past the 200-run mark, and just try to see how many more they can get, if they can get past the 200 without losing the 2 wickets that are left. But thus far, in a very steady little partnership between these two has been good.
Yes, Shiv Shami.
Yeah, that's good. So, like I predicted earlier, Novel, that I thought that the Windward Islands would get to the 200 mark. Now it looks now to they can surpass that, and probably get about a 210, 215. You could never
They
tell.
can, and Victor, I'm saying this with these two lower order players. If they are getting this without risk, what if you're accomplished players, and that's brilliant. And I spoke about the modern the game and the innovation, the improvisation, the ability to create these different sort of shot scoops, and that was a little bit of a reverse, flicked over short third man for 4. More runs on offer here.
And what was good about that execution, his shot selection was good because it was wide of the off stump also. So the element of risk of him missing, it would have just gone to the wicket keeper. And that is more significant in that execution. Good for.
Well, yes, he's up in the circle. He still hit the gap as well. And again, Isaiah Jones, a lower order player, being able to execute these shots. Was thinking about the reverse there again, but opting to go down to long off, and picking up another single. So a good batting, good thinking, and that's what we want. And one of the things I would always say, you can't always fault coaches, because it's down to the player to think it out and execute. Because sometimes I would get the impression they're told what to do, but they must be able to apply themselves to the situation. chipping here and was looking to go downtown, missing out, but still getting a leg by.
No, it was.
That's better, Brother Fontaine, going straight. That was the idea, getting the full face on it. But Chief Shami, the bowler here, has bowled 7.4 for 35. Continues to Isaiah Jones. Pushing that one up to long off for one. So Victor, from 5 deliveries, that's the 200 coming up now. From 5 deliveries again, we have had some 8 runs being scored without any undue risk taken. 200 for 8 it is. Windward Islands batting first, winning the toss, deciding to bat. 200 for 8. Slower delivery, but pushed up to long on and 1-1. 201 now at the end of the 48th over. 201 for 8.
Yeah, and why this also partnership is so good between these two, that once batsmen, and even though they are in the lower half of the batting order, it is good when they show to their coaches that it doesn't matter the position they bat. If they use, as Novel been saying, that level of analysis, and now they just concluded a mid-pitch conversation, what is necessary and what is not necessary, and these two are doing it very good. So at times too, they can have a conversation. Well, coach, I believe I should get a promotion, because look at my last 2 innings in comparison to so and so, in a respectful way. And sometimes it makes sense, because look, if they two now in the lower half can be doing what is ideal, why Omar hitting across the line, he might have gotten a touch onto that one, but we'll wait and see. Leg by. So, well, there again, I take my indications from the wicket keeper, who was moving slightly to his left, and the umpire, most likely, who is in the more appropriate position. Does not mean that my scenario is accurate, but I take a little guidelines from that Novel. But one more to the total, and these two doing it sensibly.
Yes, 31-1 partnership thus far between these two for the 9th wicket. So
just like that.
Again, very important, healthy partnership, I would want to add as well. There you see a flick being played, and that will go for 4 because the third man is very wide. It was outside of the line of the off stump, and Isaiah Jones has provided a massive impetus to this total.
And you had the definitely foresight that the improvisation at that scoop, and now we have seen the second one, Novel, coming by boundary. So I definitely believe you should have some words with some of the coaches, Novel. I hold you to that, eh?
Well, I'm not very.
No,
quick to do so.
No excuses. I hold you to that. Don't come with that.
We say good afternoon to a former Leeward Island player, leg spinner, Sheldon Ungal Jeffers, coming into the commentary area, and he's also a senior member of the immigration here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We say good afternoon to him.
Yeah,
well, I said senior because I know he's in the acting position and he's in charge at this time. And when you have minds like that playing cricket, Victor, they're usually very good.
Yeah, he was very good, but he wasn't very much dominant against you when he bowled to you.
Didn't bowl to me very often.
Okay, and he wouldn't have liked it. Anyway.
I think he would have. Skillful.
Sheldon, how are you? Okay, nice to see you.
But Victor here, 207 for 8 into the 49th over. How many more can the Windward Islands get with what's left? They have gotten 6 off this over so far.
Abbas cannot complain himself. So.
Still reports to someone, but there's also something called a lunch hour.
There, so that might just be the reason, and it's always good to see him around. Yes, and here is a delivery struck down. Is this going to be out? Oh my, these guys do not drop catches.
Well, it's a good catch again taken, and Shuai, the man, but Cody Fontenelle would not blame him massively with just some
Well, that's
8 deliveries remaining, trying to get perhaps the maximum.
well. That is the point that I would not have many discrepancies with that effort
No.
at this particular time.
No.
It is the timing, how many more deliveries are left,
Correct.
and knowing now that this other batsman coming into, he might just be fortunate where he might get 2 sixes and 2 fours.
Well,
You can
the-
never tell, you know.
He can, but
You know.
ensure to get everything. Try and bat out the 50 overs.
That's right. That's
So
the
take
most
what you get
important.
from it.
That's the
Try
most
and
important.
get, because if you get bowled out here, you still would leave another 6 deliveries. So final batter to the crease, Davin Ford, and right-hander will be facing up to Krishna. He's picked up his 2nd wicket. He's
I would like-
6.5, 2 for 36.
Sorry. But I would like to believe at this time, though, I mean, just on my speculation, even though it's not, it had not reached to that segment. He was thinking about not going for the run, but I think they should just take every available run once it's possible.
Victor is always
But-
we're never sure what to do in those situations, but he took the run and probably thinking maybe he would save it for Isaiah Jones. But what he can do is what he did just now. If he gets a bat and ball, scurry through for a single to get Jones back on strike. But 208 for 9.
It's on the board.
Darwin Ford, they have gotten into the 200s, a low 200s, but Shiv Shami will bowl the final over to Darwin Ford. Let's see what will happen. Well, Isaiah Jones was running even before the ball was being bowled, Victor, and has stolen a wide. I would say he stole that one.
Well,
He was sprinting even before the ball was bowled. So his intentions were clear that he wanted to get on strike, and some would say brilliant, Victor. It would
in the end,
in the end, it
it
worked
paid off.
out.
It paid off.
Well,
It paid off.
he's on
But-
22 from 18, very well set,
But
and
but
has
at,
batted well.
but at the same time, though, that is a little good, sensible way of thinking about it too. You know, being
I was thinking about getting ball on bat. Darwin Ford didn't do that, but he still is now on strike. Trying to do that shot again, didn't make connection.
But
Wide of the off stump.
I think where he was trying to go might have been a little off. I think if he was trying to go the same direction, because it was outside the off stump, it would have been more difficult to get it on the leg side.
Right.
The guy was going further across the right hand now, you know.
Perhaps premeditated that one. Would want to still watch it onto the bat.
Or pick the appropriate area to go for it.
Striking this one down ground, but someone is coming on the netishes and has taken the catch. And the Windward Islands are now all out for 209. Isaiah Jones, last man to go. He goes for 22 from 19 and was trying to get as many as possible on the back end. Was unable to do so, leaving some 4 deliveries out there, Victor. All out for 209. I think the USA men 1 team will be satisfied with their work in the field.
Yes, and collectively they bowled well. The captain switched around his bowlers at appropriate occasions. And also the out cricket was very good. The fielding was excellent. And they brought in some superb catches. So this USA team has really demonstrated why they are at the top of the table with the points at 30.6. And really, they're going to go in now, the players. And obviously, most likely, they're going to also take the luncheon interval at this moment. So the Windward Islands, when they get the opportunity, they will have to go out there and defend it. But the USA should be very pleased in terms, again, of another outstanding performance of this first segment is the USA up against the Windward Islands. And the Windward Islands batted first of their 50 overs. They got to 209 runs. So Novel will give some final things updates quickly, Novel? Then we go for our lunch and interval.
Yes, we will. So, Windward Islands winning the toss, elected to bat, got to 209 all out. First to go was Stephen Pascal, the captain. He went without scoring. And Theo Edwards and Fontaine stitched together a 84-run partnership, with Theo Edwards getting to 43. Fontaine, he got out on 45. Kurt Murray, he went without scoring. Then Jonathan Daniel went for 11. Kirsten Murray, he got 19. And I think got out unwise. Devontae McDowell went for 27. Edmond Moran said he did not trouble the scorers. Cody Fontanelle went for 16. Davin Ford was left not out before Isaiah Jones, who worked hard with a 31-run partnership with Fontanelle, got to 22 and 209 all out. Krishna, bowling for the USA men, won. Got 2 for 37. Adnit, he didn't get a wicket. He bowled 3 for 26. Shiv Shami, left arm medium pace, got 2 for 37 from 8.3. Anshwai, although he didn't pick up a wicket, he went 10 for 30. Would have taken, I think it would have been 2 catches and brilliant ones at that. Sahir Batia, right arm leg spinner, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27. Amrinder Gill, he also bats well. He bowled 4 overs for 8 runs, 1 maiden, picking up a wicket. Sahil Garg, one of the leading wickets run scorers here. He bowled 1 for 14, didn't go very well. But his batting partner bowled well in this inning. Shrivastava, he went 7 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, was the pick of the bowlers, picked up 3 wickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rejoin you after the luncheon interval for the second half of this encounter, and a critical one. Teams that are well poised to try and get into the finals. We have the USA men one, who will do go in to get their inning to try and chase down 210 for victory. We welcome you back to the Connery Cricket Centre. We greet you with the news that the Windward Islands, they won the toss, elected to bat. They have completed their inning, made 209. It means the USA men's one team require 210 for victory. And to open up the bowling, for the Windward Islands, sporting the number 25, it's Edmund Morancy. And to open the batting for the USA, sporting the number 27 on the non-strikers end, it's Sahil Garg, and he has scored heavily throughout this tournament. And it's going to be Arminder Gill will also be opening the batting. And Gill will face the first ball of this inning. Well, it's Morancy to start just outside the off stump, and Gill appropriately allowing it to go through to the keeper, where there is no run to start things off. So, Sahil Garg, he's number 3 in run scoring, only played 4 of the 5 games. He has scored 242 runs at an average of 60.50. Amrinder Gill, he's played 5 games. He scored 219 runs at an average of 54.75. So, 2 players going better than 50 runs as their average. And Gill thus far, and they just got off the mark with a leg bye. Gill scored 55 against the Leewards. He scored 80 against the USA men 2. He scored 51 against Trinidad and Tobago, 12 against Jamaica, and 21 against Barbados. Sahil Garg, the first man to get 100 in this tournament. So far, he's scored 85 against Barbados, 111 against Trinidad and Tobago, 10 against Guyana, and 36 against Jamaica. Those are his 4 outings as he faced Morancy here, chopping at that one and gets a single to backward point, and there's also a no ball indicated. That takes the total on to 3. And Edmund Morancy, he has opened the bowling for the Leeward Islands. Sorry, for the Windward Islands. Have my apology. So far, he's picked up 2 wickets in 2 games. As I welcome Victor Eddie back to the commentary position.
Thank you, dear Novel, and an interesting and intriguing second segment of this encounter between USA 1 and the Windward Islands. Windward Islands batted first, and they scored 209, and they were all out. And here is USA 1, who are at the top of the points table with points is 30.6, and the opening pair settles in. This is the first over. Being struck high and hard. It's going to go into the square leg area. We'll have to wait and see. And 6 is signal. So a good hook shot there. It was a short pitch delivery. And into his wicket quickly, hitting it over the wide backward square leg boundary for 6. So the first 6 in this innings, and also in the over. That was a beautiful executed hook stroke, earning 6 runs. And now we can see a fieldsman is placed right over at that backward square leg boundary. But Novel, what a lovely execution and perfect timing for the first 6 in this innings. So thus far, a very productive over for USA 1, who are top of the table. Their point standing is 30.6. Let us see what this next delivery will produce. Short and just using the pace. And look at the batsman running the first one quickly. And right away, we can see that emergency between the 2 openers, ball being played in the wide areas. And that is something that Novel Mokal has been indicating to our listeners, and that is an obvious ploy. But these 2 openers have shown immediately for USA 1 that they're going to look for every available run in pursuit of the 209, which was posted by the Windwards. And so far, good productive over. And the few batsmen who have gotten off for the USA has gotten good scores. Here is one played out into a point area. He was reaching for it, but he had it covered well, and there is no run. So they know that how important it is, that's the two openers, to really set the foundation for USA 1, who are at the top of the table. Second in the point system is Barbados at 25.6. And Windwards, who are up against USA, they're at 24.6 in terms of the points. So those are the top three teams in this under 19 2025 being played in St. Kitts and also in Nevis. Here is a delivery down the leg side and wide signals, so even more runs added to the total, and one more coming by a wide. So Novel, these two have started shot selection being spot on, but obviously when a delivery was played out into the deep, you can see it was down to the third man area too that they ran the first one quickly.
Yes, a good start by the USA team. Morancy aiding in their run scoring. He has produced a no ball and a wide. With one delivery left, 11 runs off the over thus far. And USA couldn't ask for a better start to over number one in quest of 210. And that one was a better delivery on the line of the stumps, and crunching down on it was Sahil Garg. And ending the over, 11 for 1, Gill on 7, Garg on 1.
Well, and with that completion of the first over, immediately USA 1, they are above the required rate in terms of the 209, which was posted by the Windwards. And immediately both batsmen having a mid-pitch exchange of words in the middle, and no doubt working out what is their best way forward now in terms of trying to achieve 210 for victory for their team. And also in the fourth position is Jamaica. In terms of the point standing, they are 20.6. This is at this present moment. Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, they are both 14 points. And the Leeward Islands, 9.2 points. And the USA 2, 6.4 points. That's the table at this present moment. Well, Noble, if the USA, just on speculation, should say that the Windward Islands will come victorious, that would not do their point system much of a harm in terms of where they are now at 30.6 and the Windwards at 24.6.
Well, it comes down to what Barbados will do as well in terms of winning their game. If they are to do so, that could change things in the table. But Windwards could pick more points up, as you know, bonus points on offer for leg spinners picking up wicket and pacers picking up wicket. So still too early to determine how it will
That's
go.
right. But early enough for more runs. And even though there is a man on the backward square leg boundary, it's always an easy single. And this is intelligent batting so far. These two players, they're looking at the field placement. They realize, obviously, heavy pack offside field with the wicketkeeper standing back, a solitary slip, a short third man, a point, a cover, a mid-off, deep, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man on the deep backward square leg boundary. So, acres of landing spaces. Here is another delivery, short, didn't turn down. There is a fielder just beneath us here on the long leg area. So, they're making certain, and the next thing too, in chasing this total, that the least dot balls that the USA 1 can chuck up is always going to be relevant, but also too, on the other hand, if the Windward Islands can keep things very tight and make early inroads, all those two can bring it into a more competitive outcome. But based on this opening partnership, it will suggest many reasons earlier on, even though that does not would really speak to which way it will go. Still a long way off, but left arm in, bowl down the leg side. Wicketkeeper moving down slightly to leg. Umpire would have none of it. Appeal. And The batsman showing the intention as he rehearsed that stroke that he should have been looking to play it a lot much more straighter, which is quite appropriate, especially once the deliveries are pitched between wicket and wicket. Settles, quite relaxed stance. Keeper standing back, a first slip, a short third man, a point, a cover, and a mid off. Outside the off stump. Not where he would have liked it to be, but it came from the inside edge, and the fielder at mid wicket had to move to his right. But the early call from his non striker, because the striker was a bit unsighted, and in the end, they got a comfortable single. So this is just the second over is in progress, and already it is 14 on the board with some two legal deliveries remaining in this, the second over, operating from the Connery Community Center. And we are here at the Connery Cricket Center. In the distance, moves in, nice flow interrupt up to the wicket, flicked into the onside, but there is a man on the deep square leg boundary. He bubbles it, but not enough for the batsman to think about a single. Sorry, about a second run. They got a single, and that is what matters, that they are turning over the strikes. And also, they would have an idea as to how the nature of the pitch here at the Connery Cricket Center, because they had bowled first, and obviously we have seen a consistent pattern when bowlers are bowling from this, the National Heroes Park end, but we'll wait and see now what this delivery will produce. Just quietly play down to mid-on, a misfield, and that can be ill afforded by the Windward Islands players. They will have to be more alert, more comprehensive in their fielding and collectively. But another run to the USA 1, and after 2 overs, it is 16 without loss, and they would be very pleased with those first 2 overs. And Novel been speaking about it, that even when they look across to the board, they will know how much runs is required per over. And right now they're above the required rate, so they will just have to keep turning over the strike. And if the loose deliveries come along, like we've been saying, just execute.
Yes, the USA team, they have gotten off to a solid start. 16 from 2 overs, going at 8 per the over. Only requiring 4, really. And Moransi did not have a good start to his first over. Would want to improve upon that. Sahil Gag, first man to have gotten a century in this tournament. It's pretty solid. And a couple of guys have scored heavily. Amrinder Gill is one of them. And then you also have Shrivastava. He is topping the run scoring chart at this time.
And overall, with those averages that they have is very healthy. It's very nice to see that batsmen have applied themselves. That's the USA batsmen, and they have really produced. And collectively, look, a very good team. Here is the delivery. Short, being tucked to a fielder at short mid wicket. So quite rightly, the batsman decided against it quite quickly. No run, but heavily pack offside field with a first and second slip and the keeper standing back. A wide man on the third man boundary, or point boundary you can call it. A cover, extra cover mid off. A man on the long leg boundary, a mid wicket just to the left of the square leg umpire, and a mid on. So these 2 batsmen would know, obviously, from the field placement, it's just on or about off stump. So they will have to be, well, I like the idea with 2 slips waiting down there too. Short, but guided, intelligent cricket. There is a man on the wide third man boundary, and in the meantime, easy single. So these 2 are calculating it nicely. They're looking very good, and that is also a suggestion that we've been saying, that they came into this tournament very well prepared, and in all segments of the game, they have looked a very good unit. And these 2 openers have started well. They are chasing 209, which was scored by the Windward Islands. The sun is back with us here at Connery Cricket Center. Lovely day for cricket, and we hope it keeps that way. Outside the off stump, being hammered, it's going to go for 4 into the deep point boundary, Noval. And just actually using the pace, it gave him all reasons just to extend his arms. There was no need for power. because with this lightning quick outfield here at the Canary Cricket Center, anything outside that 30-yard circle, 4 runs.
Well executed cut shot by Gag, just got it into the gap really. Didn't hit it very hard, but it was well placed. It's hit into the ground, but as Victor alluded to the fact that the outfield is quick, it gets past that 30-yard circle with good timing, it's going to run away for 4. But Morancy continues to err with his length. He was hooked for 6 in his first over, carrying this one up, but carrying it up very wide. Quite fortunate to have that not be called a wide.
Well, and the batsman had shown some concern too by extending his arm to the umpire. Well, in any event, though, from where the actually two, even though we are sidearm oval, for where the wicketkeeper was gathering into also, it comes into a question. But anyway, the umpire is in the best position, and but also too, it looked more likely. But in any event, that would not do too much harm to the present total because this is just the third over and they're off to a good start. Here is one quietly played to mid off, traveling too quickly for them to think about a run, and in the end almost overthrew it, and the wicketkeeper did good taking it around with one hand. So already into the 20s, actually 21 after 3, and USA 1 Novel, and right away again too. I like that idea always where you see a conversation after an over immediately, and that shows too they're discussing, they're working out what the bowler is doing, probably most likely what we shouldn't be doing, what they should be doing in terms of the batsman conversation, just on my speculation. But it is good too that the Windward Islands is keeping that slip card in. You have to look for wickets because with this start, as we've been saying, and they're way above the required rate, the two openers most likely I think would read the game whereby there is no need for any indiscretions. But ever so often when we see that, we see it comes.
Well, as the game ebbs and flows, that ball sometimes apply pressure. Starting this one just on off stump, and Gill just defending out into the point region. 21 without loss when the USA men won in pursuit of 210 for victory. You can't ask for a better start. And the Windward Islands must be looking to make a breakthrough and make it very soon, just to apply that tad bit of pressure on the USA men one. You don't want them to scurry off to too good a start. And that one is driven out to point, and really good work being done. Man at backward point moved swiftly to his left, and clearly his strong hand as well, and hurled in a strong return. Well, Kirsten Murray, he's had 12 wickets thus far in his 5 games. He's been in and amongst the wickets, so has the ability to take wickets.
And heavy responsibility lie on his shoulders, and as you quite rightly said, he has that ability to take wickets. And thus far, these two openers, they are looking quite comfortable, quite compact, and waiting for the loose deliveries whenever they come. Here is the guidance.
That's going to be 4 runs.
Oh my, that is such beautiful stroke. It was one that was pitched going further across the right-hander. He knew actually where the fielders were placed, and he just bisected both point and short third man, and it raced away for another boundary. So,
well, just using the pace from
of
Kirsten Murray. He's hitting the deck hard. He has good wheels on him. Just that, the execution of that shot, using the pace, using timing, using placement, brought about 4 runs. So the start must be troubling to the Windward Islands. Now it's 25 without loss. And Gill is on 15 and Garg on 7. And Gill getting one full outside the off stump, missing out.
And with the current run rate above 6 already, The openers really have set the foundation relatively steady early still in the opening encounter here. I think this is what just the uh, fifth over or fourth over in progress. So couldn't ask for a better start, and they are now 25 for no wicket. How would this final legal delivery end? Down the leg side. Another one adds to the total by extras, which will help the cause of the USA one even more in a balance. So it's 26, 26 without loss. And the two batsmen look quite relaxed, unperturbed. No doubt they're fully well aware what is required from them, which would have been discussed before they came out onto the middle. And here is the approach. Quietly into the offside. There is no run. That concludes the over. And at the present moment, the USA chasing 209, but 210 for victory. They are 26 without loss. And runs needed is 184, and way amount of legal deliveries to be bowled. So it's not an equation at this present moment where it's even on par, whereby the required rate and the current run rate is totally different, because the current run rate is above 6 already for USA 1. Well, the Windward Islands would really like to make some early inroads and really would be in a more position to really challenge USA 1, who are at top of the table in the points column. Windward's looking for their first wicket outside the off stump, chops it into the ground. The fielder from first slip just moved a few paces to his right, prevented any possibility of a run. The wicketkeeper standing back, a solitary slip, a man on the third man boundary, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, right on the 30-yard circle, a man in the mid-wicket area, just a few paces to the left of the square leg umpire, and a fielder right on the long leg boundary from the National Heroes Park end. Where would the Windwards get their first result? In now, bowled short outside the off stump, guiding it again down to the gully door, straight to the fielder, not bisecting the gap, as that was most likely his intention. And cool conditions. The sun has left us momentarily, so it is a welcome atmosphere for the players out there in the middle, because this Connery Cricket Centre, especially from the eastern side, no housing areas, are very close to the playing venue, so that cool breeze always come from east to west. Let us see if he can get it across the right hand outside the off stump, being partially stopped, but it went behind the fielder at point. So in that process, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. So the Windward Islands, they have their work cut out for them. But Novel, at the present rate these two are going, they look quite comfortable. Their shot selection is being right on par. The timing has been good. So they're not taking any undue risk. At least we have not seen it as yet. And I don't think, especially now with the start they have gotten, and the bowler have done the right thing, not to go through and not being comfortable in his approach. So he makes his way back to the top of his run. Just beneath us here at the National Heroes Park end, moves in now to bowl. Nice thinking, nice slow delivery. But the batsman was equal to it, not trying to be over excited, but just played it quietly to short cover, and there was no run.
Mahansi into his third over, conceded 16 runs, and looking to get the ball a touch fuller here, perhaps maybe to extract any swing on offer. Still quite hazy here. The sun is not out in its glory by any means. Much too full there, but clipped up to mid on, and the single is easily had. Gill moving on to 16, total to 28, and can't overemphasize the fact that the USA men one team, they have gotten on to a solid start and would feel good
And very good indeed, Novel, because and I like to see the approach too. They are playing each, at least for now, they're playing each delivery on its merit. How consistent that will be, we'll just have to all wait and see as moves in now, bowls. And that also is through the gap. And a nice effort. But I think in the effort, though, he would have saved 2 runs. But in the meantime, meaning that he avoided the ball going into the boundary. But in the meantime, though, off of that final delivery, the batsmen were able to get 2. But that was a very good effort.
Good commitment in the
Yeah.
field is shown here by Windward. And they will need to do that as quietly and comfortably without any major risk or trouble. USA men one team, they are on to 30 from 5 overs, a run rate of 6. And they must start producing some opportunity for wicket taking deliveries, produce chances. But for the moment, it's smooth going for USA men one team.
And the 2 openers, Novel, like you would have said, they would have had good scores in the tournament so far. And this also, as you know, and many of our viewers and listeners would know that when a batsman, and in this tournament, when it comes deeper into the tournament like it is now, because Thursday will be the final encounter at all the venues, you usually find more batsmen of so coming into better form. And
As
as the
tournament
tournament
progresses,
yeah.
you're playing more cricket. You could work on your areas of weakness. You get accustomed to the pitches a little bit more, and would be able to apply yourself better. But Kirsten Murray has ball in hand. Has been a major wicket taker for the Windward Islands. Short, much too short to trouble a Gill, and it's also appropriately called a wide. The intent was clear that he would have hammered it into the pitch, and a wide conceded. 31 without loss, 10 to Garg, 16 to Gill. Work for Windward Islands to do.
And plenty work they will have to do. Well, offside heavily packed. Short third man, solitary slip keeper standing back, short point. Here is another delivery now. Down the leg side, flicked into the onside. They run 1, but I think they're settling for 1, quite rightly so too, because they were a feeler from short mid wicket onto it quickly. Had to move paces um, as the left-hander to his right side, but could not prevent the batsman from getting another run. Oh yes, the current rate is definitely above 6. Only 3 point and a few is the required run rate. So they have laid a steady foundation start. These 2 openers for USA 1 flicked into the onside again. There's going to be a quick single, a quick throw. And oh my, overthrows, Noval. It's getting close to the boundary. They run 1, they run 2. They're going to come back for the third. Oh no. So was it just 2 they got? Yeah, so they just got 2. And those are the things now from a Windward Islands point of view, which they can ill afford to do. Give it and make the process much more easier for USA 1 by overtrain and not good backing up. And I think also too, on the USA side, when they're fielding, the backing up was good. Whichever side the throw was thrown, you could have seen fielders getting in position and cutting out any extra runs, but not in that aspect for the Windwards. Here is another delivery. Oh my, that is a good one, and also to a good one leaving the Robert L. Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport, heading out, and as we are, this venue is very close to the international airport. But Novel, that was a bouncer that the batsman had to get his head out of the way.
Well lined up. It was just about on center stump. So as Garg got into his wicket, he dropped his hands. I think he played it excellently and got his head out of the way. But Kirsten Murray's intent was obvious. If I were him, I would have given him another one.
Well, and he went the other way. He went for the Yorker,
Went for
and
the
the
Yorker.
batsman was equal to it. But I would agree with you with that. Just hammer it in again, and you could never tell that the batsman might have tried something out of the, which would have been unnecessary, but that was not to be.
I remember we had a little saying when we played, you can't give him one. You test the pitch once, you have to test it twice. So Murray, much fuller in length.
You saw something there with the calling when the batsman actually played it into pitch. He immediately looked up at his partner, and when he see him coming, he just kept. So
Yeah.
it was a eye coordination that he, the striker, knew that it would have been closer to his end, but he wanted the confirmation from him, and right away he ran.
And
So
that's
probably-
something you get from playing for a while together. You would develop those little
The communication.
communication that is non-verbal. Sometimes you just need to get that look and keep moving. So good communication between them thus far. Down the leg side,
Oh boy, and that kept low.
very low indeed. And that's a wide, and the total moves on to 36.
And at this present moment, with the current rate above 6 for USA 1, they're in a steady start. And for how these two are looking, they're looking like they have the situation well assessed at this present moment.
A quick single. This one is going to go for 4 overthrows. No. Someone is right there.
Yeah, well,
That was
was
unsighted here in the box.
yeah.
Couldn't see that man out there.
Yeah,
But it was a quick show, quick run. And again, Victor, the call in between Gill and Garg has been good.
yeah, and that is also a next segment that is important. Early, hard enough for your partner to hear it, and no stuttering, because some just the stuttering at times give fielders enough time to cause a run out. There's going to be a change of bowling though from here at the National Heroes Park end, and as he turned, we will get his number 19, and that is Ford.
Davin Ford.
Okay, Ford. So let us see, because I believe in seeing him here before, he had some wickets to his name, Ford, and here he is now. So the captain had to try it because it was a bit expensive. So let's see if Ford can pull the trick for the Windward Islands. Right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump. The batsman does not have to play, and that is the next area too that we are seeing from these two batsmen. They are judging the line well and not going fishing out there, because the wicket keeper is standing back with a first slip, a man on the third man boundary, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a man to the left of the square leg umpire, and a long leg on the boundary. So Ford has to keep his line just on about that off stump. He's in now, bowls, but he goes leg stump, quietly played to the fielder in the short mid-wicket position. There is no run. So Windward Islands looking for that breakthrough, but at the present moment, USA 1, current run rate 5.584, 173 runs needed, 262 legal deliveries. So balls way above what runs is required. 2 openers are still there for USA 1, playing it wide. Noval, is this going to go for 4? The man from third man coming across, and this is the evidence of this quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Center. It was not played with tremendous power. It was placed well, and even though, yes, the fielder was a bit wide at that third man, and he never did get close. He got close, but didn't get a hand to it. And another boundary.
Yeah, another boundary takes the total on to 41. So Davin Ford played 3 games, has 5 wickets. And Windward Islands desperately needing a breakthrough. This partnership is beginning to look quite threatening. And that's even better played. The timing, the grace. Amrinder Gill scurries on to 26. The total now on to 45 from 6.4 overs.
And players always learn from each other. And in this aspect, so like the opening batsman for the Windward Islands, when you look at how these two have gone about their innings thus far, here the delivery was wide. The batsman wasn't trying to hit it hard. He placed his emphasis more on timing and placement and got another boundary. So two well-earned boundaries in this over so far. Down the leg side, Ford, you're going to be called wide. One more to advance the total, which helps the cause for USA 1 and making it much more easier because that current run rate is quite steady so far. And really, you'll have to get more of his deliveries between wicket and try and avoid giving those bonuses to this USA 1 team. As Novel quite rightly said, nice steady opening start. Both batsmen looking quite comfortable. Here is Ford.
Oh, that's even better.
Oh my. Just run into the extra cover boundary to retrieve it. And all the off-strike strokes, 50 is up. And all the off-strike strokes, Novel, that been executed, we have not seen any emphasis on power. We have seen it on placement and timing.
Yes, they're looking to
Placement and
use the
timing.
pace of the bowler to get the timing perfect. But that was exquisite. The timing was extremely good. The placement better. But Victor, from a technical standpoint, you'd want to look at the balance of Gill. He got the body leaning into that shot quite easily. And just stopping this one. So Davings Ford first over produced some 13 runs. 50 without loss from 7. Troubling partnership building here.
Well, and really extremely troubling and really off to a magnificent start. We're not even into the first 10 overs and 50 already on the board. 209, for those of you who might just be joining us, is what the Windward Islands scored when they batted first here at the Connery Cricket Center up against USA 1, who are at the top of the table with points. They are 30.6 at this present moment, and second runner up in this particular moment, 25.6 by Barbados. And the Windward Islands, who are here, they are 24.6. So the USA 1, they are holding fast onto that points system, and also to what can come into the equation, as Novel has indicated quite rightly, can be net run rate. But the run rate here is very good, not by net, but played quietly and quite rightly, not attempting a single because the man inside of the 30-yard circle at short extra cover was attacking the ball quite quickly, and good calling between both batsmen, avoiding any risk at that moment. And in any event, it would have been disastrous to see the first wicket going out by the runner's route, but the calling, the communication has been consistent between these two. Let us see now what will happen on this occasion. Being played back down the track, just passing the bowler, and immediately the batsman realizing that it was so straight that even though there is a mid-off, he had to move some 5 paces to his right. And he, the striker, knew he was going to the danger end, and he made the call early. So good communication, another run to the total for USA 1, which advances now on to 51. It is without loss. And I think that it is in their foresight, the both openers here now, that they have gotten a steady start and they will just need to go deep into the overs. Here is a delivery, pulling the right hand away. It made some height on the batsman, and he just took his right hand off. And I think that is Gill. And there is no run because there is a fielder coming in from short cover. The wicket keeper standing back. There's a short third man. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and also another mid-wicket, some 25 yards away from the square leg umpire, and a man on the square leg boundary. Up outside the off stump, allowed appeal, and most likely the batsman might have just missed that one, might have just struck the ground, but it wasn't really convincing from the wicket keeper. So then most of the times, so caught at the wicket, once the wicket keeper thinks that the batsman would have gotten an edge, he will be more exuberant than he was on that occasion. So still searching for their first wicket, the Windward Islands. USA 1 batting. The sunshine is back with us here at the Connery Cricket Center. Moves from the distance from the community center end short and looking for a run or thinking about it. but the fielder at short point was too quick advancing onto it. And in the end, the batsman made the right decision. And the non-striker, who had better vision of where the ball was traveling, he was the one who made the appropriate call, and both batsmen stood their ground. Nice cool breeze coming across the ground, and in the distance, the national flag of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis is flying. Also, the West Indian one. Where is the Windward Islands zone? It's not up. Here, the bowler not going through. Probably just before his point of delivery, it appeared that he might have just, as he's indicating that one of his feet hit the other. So he did the right thing not to release. Otherwise, it could have cost more runs for the USA. So good intelligent thinking by him. Turning from the Connery Community Center end, his left arm bowling around the wicket. Windward Islands looking for their first wicket. Played quietly to short third man. Short third man is coming upon it quite quickly. So a good productive over in terms of runs percentage. And that concludes the over. And the USA one batsmen now meeting mid-pitch, having a few conversations. And Novel, a little later on, you can please assist us with some updates from the other matches that are played at St. Mary's Park, Keon in St. Kitts, that is, and at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts, and at the El Comido Willett Park in Nevis. It's the Under-19 West Indies Regional Tournament with two USA teams in USA 1 and USA 2. USA 1, who are leaders in this tournament, they are here up against the Windward Islands. Ford, he is moving away from us now from the National Heroes Park and driven, but the field is more placed now, but not finding the gap. And the batsman was bending his knee slightly, found a feeler. There is a man on the third man boundary, a point, a short point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. So just three fielders on the leg side. So Ford will have to keep it right. He does so, short of a length, and the batsman just getting on the back foot, quietly played it down the turf, and there is no run.
Well, just to give an update, down in St. Paul's, the Leeward Islands are battling the Jamaicans. Leeward Islands have been poor throughout the tournament, continues to be so, 149 all out. Jamaica 82 for 3 from 17 overs. The Barbados men in St. Mary's, Barbados amassed 248 for 9 against the USA men too. The USA men too are now 33 for 1, and over in Nevis at the El Comido Willett Park, Guyana batting first, 221 for 8, and Trinidad and Tobago yet to take strike. I'm uncertain, perhaps there is a rain delay, I'm not sure, but they haven't started their inning just yet.
Thank you very kindly, dear Novel, but we are back here at where we are at the Connery Cricket Center, and Ford has the ball in hand, moving away from the National Heroes Park end, and ball played into the ground, out to short cover, and there is no run. So these two consolidating for USA 1. It is now some 52 runs and not a wicket going down for USA 1. And at the present moment, we have not seen any difficulty or so proposed to either batsman. Here is a delivery from Ford, short, being played quietly, just dropping it off for the fielder at short mid-wicket to come in. But even so, could not prevent the batsman from getting another run, 53 without loss, USA 1. Now, keeper standing back. Fielder on the third man boundary. A point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, heavily pack offside field. Ford is in, driven, but fielder moving to his left at extra cover. And he was covered by the cover fielder, but he fielded cleanly. That was the final delivery of that over. So after some 9 overs, USA won, chasing 209. They are now 53 and they have not lost a wicket.
Well, going along smoothly after 9 overs, better than 5 runs per the over. Gill looking good, looking dangerous. 31 from 33. He has been scoring heavily, just supported by Sahil Garg. No rush about it. Taking what's on offer, and the Windward Islands would be desperate to pick up a wicket. Bearing in mind they had a pretty solid second wicket partnership of 80 plus. So it's not unusual here at Connery to see good opening stands or second wicket stands. But the important thing is to pick up wickets, but you also bowl into 2 players who've scored heavily throughout the tournament, averaging well over 50. It's going to be Kirsten Murray testing the pitch again, digging in this one. A bit over the head of Gill. A bit too short to trouble him. Seen a really good bouncer being bowled earlier on. And must take some effort from the young man. But not producing a wicket just yet. And unlike the Windward Islanders, who have bowled well throughout the tournament, Kirsten Murray, one of the leading wicket takers in this tournament. Better delivery. And in behind it is Gill. Not looking to get any runs from it. But based on the field placement here, using 5 players on the onside. Have a mid-on, short mid-wicket. There is also a straightish mid-wicket. And then another mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. And it makes me wonder if they're trying to deny Gill going to the offside, but this is risky. And this is going to be clipped over mid-wicket for... It goes all the way for 6, it appears. Yes, it does. Goes all the way for 6. So, Kirsten Murray, along with the captain for the Windward Islands, they're looking to deny Gill's offside play and aiming more for leg stump. That was a gift. It was a full toss. We'd want to pitch it perhaps on leg stump, but it's running a risk of bowling wides. It's difficult to control aiming at leg stump and keeping it good, but it's a left arm seamer, and that one is better. Gaps in the offside field, but good work nonetheless in the field there by Windwards. So a better delivery, but how do you contain the offside play? Natural angles for the left-hander. It will be going away from the right. The left arm seamer over the wicket means he's trying to push it across the right-hander. But with a packed onside field as opposed to offside field.
Well,
it's interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting dimension in terms of what they're trying to achieve with the field placement. But here is going to be 4 wides coming just beneath us. I think it's going to cross the boundary now. And now he's going to signal that his buys, 4 buys. So more extras, more to the total. And Novel, because on the eastern side of the ground, which the boundary has more depth, I would have liked to prefer them, even though they're powerful on the offside, they might be more able to curtail the boundaries over on the deep side with the left arm going across and with the deeper side, but then they would have other ideas. And it is, to me, over on this western side, it gets to the boundary quicker, even though it will take a little more time when it's played on the eastern side of the ground. But they would have their reasons why they have it. But I would have preferred to see that option, but that's not to be. And just because more so that the boundary has more depth on the eastern side of the ground. And then you could have also provided the protection and tried to keep guiding it more across. But then the improvisation of the scoop would come into the play also too. But at the same time, you cannot really set a field for bad bowling.
Well, no, you can't. 64 without loss. A really solid start in quest of 210 for victory by the USA Men 1 team.
current
this
run rate,
indication of the end of the power play by umpire Carolyn Brown as the
6.40.
64 is the score, and continuation of this spell by Ford here from the media center end. Nothing has slowed the scoring of the USA men's team. Haven't seen too many bowling changes. Morancy was replaced by Darwin Ford. So perhaps on the other end, we expect to see perhaps a spinner coming into the bowling attack, and we'll hope to curtail some of the scoring rate or perhaps pick up a wicket. Ford has gone 2 for 15. And that one just keeping a touch low, chopping it out to short third man. And Moore was very slow in getting around. And because of the aggressive running of the USA team, 2 runs were easily had.
And that always going to make the difference between teams, how they look to accumulate runs, especially when it's played in the deep areas of the field. And that was good, intelligent running between the batsmen, pitched up, undriven, but too quick going down to mid-on for them to think even about exploring a possibility of a run. And in the true sense, it was wise not to attempt a single on that occasion. Well, in this situation too, there is no need for that format to risk a run out at this particular moment in particular. For how they are going, they are way above the required run rate, and Appeal a little hesitation, but in the end he realized that his partner was coming. He was going to the danger end, leg by being signaled, so 1 more to the total in any sense. Now 67. And Lord Kitchener from Trinidad had 67. It's the season. But it's not Trinidad and Tobago playing here. It's the Windward Islands up against USA 1. Keeper standing up, driven down to good feeling there in the air. Very good work, preventing any possibility of a run. I like the idea now too that the wicketkeeper is coming up and came up under the stumps and suggesting to the batsman, well, I'm up here, so be careful how you're moving around the crease here. And sometimes that add pressure on the movement of the batsman's feet with the wicketkeeper standing up to forward, medium fast. Played to the right of square leg. They run 1. I think they're going to look for 2. They're going to get it easily in the end because the quick running of the first one has been evident. And in the end, the second one was just probably more like a stroll through to his end, the striker, and another 2 more runs. So good, sensible communication between these 2 openers for the USA 1. And Ford looking for the first wicket for the Windward Islands. Well, indeed, would that be? And here is a slow delivery being hammered, but nicely and partially stopped. But the man at mid-off came around quickly. And if that fielder at shorter cover did not get a hand, I'm not too certain if mid-off would have gotten a chance. So, 70 without loss. We're going to have the ground staff coming on. A refreshment break is going to be taken, and we also too will take a refreshment break. right after that refreshment break. All needed, all necessary. Fielders are going back in their necessary positions, and also a continuation of an excellent start by USA 1. They are chasing 209, which was scored by the Windward Islands, so it is actually 210 for victory, 139 runs away from that. And here is the first ball, but not being delivered, probably and quite rightly, if the bowler did not feel comfortable. And the new bowler is coming, and can we pick up that number? But we'll get it in a while. And in the distance, especially with the Windward Islands, it's a little, unless you have the binoculars to pick it up, it's a little more challenging. But anyway, his left arm. Oh, and obviously the batsman got back onto it. I believe so.
It's McDowell.
Oh no, leg by. Pardon?
It's McDowell.
McDowell. Okay, thank you, Novel. So McDowell into the attack and right away conceded a leg by 71 without loss. And these two are doing what his captain and teammates will be appreciated of. The two openers for the USA 1. They are at the top of the table at this present moment in terms of the points column. Looking very good. Here is a delivery outside the off stump, and this is a good start. One that the batsman was not pulling his bat away, he was actually playing it. It was pitched in an area where he had to be playing. So let us see if McDowell can come back now and look for a similar area, as Novel always like the angles. So can he put it back or close to that angle? Let us wait and see. Okay, not bad, but more of a full length. Played down to mid-on. So McDowell have started off on a good line and length. And if we can keep that consistency for how we have started, an element of confidence should be coming to him. We can see on the community center end, we can see one of the ground staff in that yellow cloak. I do not know what he is identifying, but he's moving in that direction towards the tarpaulin and played down to a fielder, I think is on the third man boundary. Yes, there is. But in the meantime, the batsmen were able to get another run. And these two going along quietly, steadily. We have not seen any bowler presented any real challenges to the batsmen as yet. And USA 1 really batting well. A little overcast, no immediate threat of rain. And these two now looking to continue for USA 1. Loud appeal, out, caught at the wicket. So I said it, that McDowell looked good. He was finding the areas, and he found that area nicely. He is celebrating, and all deserving to McDowell for breaking the partnership. It was delivery going further across the right-hander. He was looking for that cover drive. He was not looking for power in that, but the deception of getting the outside edge and the wicketkeeper taking it low down. So a good wicket for the Windward Islands. We may just see a different transition now in the complex of this encounter.
Well placed delivery just on about the off stump. Carrying on with the angle, inviting Sahil Garg to drive, and found the outer edge, and Daniel did the business behind the stump. It's 72 now for one. An important batter gone. Gill, though, seemingly well set. And it will be interesting to see how the Windward Islands go about it from here on out in a quest to try and restrict the USA Men 1 team from getting to 210. It's an excellent start and a lot to build on. The incoming batter, we are going to identify his number. It's going to be Shrivastava. And Shrivastava has been the player to lead run scorers in this tournament. Met him out there at lunch. He's a very short man. He says he's 5 feet 5 inches tall. Almost looks smaller than that in person. But he packs a punch from a batting standpoint.
Well, a lot will depend on his innings, but here is the man, McDowell. Well, oh my, that is a good bouncer. And a good one to greet him with the first delivery. So successful over for McDowell, a successful over for the Windward Islands. And that is the inroad that they needed to dismiss and break the partnership of USA 1. And the man McDowell has done it well. He did find those angles novel and he kept it well. But now, can it be done in partnership, just like it is done in batsmen having partnerships? Ford will have to rise now to an occasion to be much more tighter. And if T2 can remove the other opening batsman, then it will be an interesting encounter in pursuit of 209.
Well, Ford has work to do. Darwin Ford has bowled a few overs before this one, and he has not picked up a wicket yet, but he's bowled into the inform and set Amrinder Gill. And slow delivery, just defended out into extra cover position, running around quickly to save any opportunity of a run. So it's this chance that the Windward Islands are giving themselves to get back into this game, breaking a 72-run partnership. It was no mean feat. It was going along quickly as well. Vastava has had 271 runs to his name in this tournament. Quick single taken. And he's scored heavily. 124 against Barbados. 53 against the USA Men 1. 52 against Trinidad and Tobago. 41 against Guyana and 1 against Jamaica. Wow. And bearing in mind, Jamaica was his first game, so he had a bad start and has pressed his way to the top of the scoring chart. So we'll see what Srivastava can do here. And we have some very dark clouds hovering about as the ground staff are moving into position. Getting a single down to backward square from Ford. I'm almost certain that there is a strong breeze blowing across the ground from east to west as well. But the clouds are pretty low and the chances for rain, in my humble view, are quite high. But at this time, play continues. Nonetheless, it's Davin Ford going to be bowling to Gill. Another slow delivery, this time down the leg side, missing its target and taking the total now on to 75. So, USA Men's 1 team in a good position. But again, I would reiterate, the Windward Islands, they have bowled well throughout the tournament. Good bowling unit. A couple of left arm seamers. You have Ford, right arm seamer. You also have Kurt Murray, left arm leg spin bowler. So lots of left-handers to contend with, both in pace and spin. We also have Isaiah Jones, another bowler who has picked up some wickets. So a good bowling unit, but they have work to do. They will have to pick up wickets and pick them up quickly. That one is clipped down to backward square. They turn for the second one, unable to get there. There's quick work off the boundary. Not tidied up by Jonathan Daniel, but he's backed up well at a short extra cover position by Pascal, it appears. So Pascal will have to figure out how he's going to ring these changes to pick up some wickets. Perhaps Carolyn Brown is going to be allowing this final delivery to be bowled of the 13th over. Perhaps not. There is a start of a drizzle. And Srivastava was asking Ford to hold. There's a light drizzle coming across the ground as ready as the ground staff are waiting to get onto the field. And no one is going to be had there. And we're going to see the players going off for short. Are they? No. Well, let's see what will happen. Maybe I'm being a bit presumptuous here. as there is a light rain, light drizzle. Maybe not enough to stop play. 76 for 1 from 13 overs. Srivastava on 1. Gill on 43 from 47. Well, play will continue as it's not heavy enough to stop play. But there are some clouds floating across the ground. We had light drizzle that started. Well, Gill will face up to McDowell, steering that one down to third man. Man with work to do, sliding across and hurling in a strong return, but 2 runs were completed in all that. 78 for 1 as Gill works his way onto 45, approaching perhaps another half century he could add to his name and tally. And he's done so in very calm fashion. No real loud shouts. One clipped off his leg stump for 1. And Gill has had 3 half centuries in this tournament, 80 being his highest individual total, and now on to 46. So perhaps can get another half century if he can get there and maybe build into something bigger. Devontae McDowell for sure will have other ideas. Well, he's bowling to the leading run scorer in Srivastava, wide down the leg side. Srivastava, on the other hand, he has 2 half centuries and a century, 124 being the highest. But he's just getting his innings started, trying to get the feet moving, doing some shuttles and getting the blood flowing how he would want it to. Feet getting moving in cricket and batting is critical. It's always hard at the start of an inning. And McDowell just right on target and bringing Srivastava forward. 80 for 1. 13.3 overs bowled. The target is 210. That's opening partnership of 72 runs between Gill and Garg. So making a breakthrough. And this one is going to be pulled through forward of square for 4. McDowell attempting a short one. Srivastava showing why he's the leading run scorer. Jumping onto that, hammering it through forward of square, and 4 comfortable runs. 84 it is for 1. Windward Islands needing another wicket perhaps. This man just getting started, but because of his compilation of runs thus far, you wouldn't want him to get going. Gill, though, is looking good, looking solid. 84 for 1. And defending is Srivastava. Looking easy.
And what has been identical to Novel is that they have been playing the deliveries on its merit. And like you quite rightly said, with the 2 batsmen who are in form for the USA amongst the others, and at the crease now, and with the start that the USA one have gotten, I mean, who knows where they can go from here. Just clipped again. Did it go to hand, but it's going to go close to the boundary. There's a fielder coming around. But in the meantime, there are 2 more runs and quite quickly going. But it looks also now to Novel that whatsoever in terms of rain look like the cloud, and we can see that the ground staff on the community center end, the far end away from our media center here, moving back across to their normal positions. So that is an indication that it might have just cleared enough where that sudden threat of rain that was hanging has now left us here at the Connery Cricket Center. But at the same time, though, 2 batsmen after that over, and we're going to see number 17
Cody Fontenelle.
Yes, he's going to come on from the National Heroes Park end, and he is going to try to see if he can also take the second wicket for the Windward Islands. So, like you've been saying, Novel, that the Windward Islands have a nice balanced bowling attack. And even though the USA one have gotten this start, cricket is the game of glorious uncertainties, and we could never tell what one or two or three quick wickets can go. We can see a different complex of this encounter. And also, from just turning over his arm, he looked like his back of the arm leg breaks. Well, most likely it's that. So, feel, keeper standing up, solitary slip. There is a man on the deep cover boundary. There's a point, extra cover, a long off, a short square leg, a mid wicket. Short, hammered. There is a feeler out on the deep. They run one. Are they going to look for two? Yes, because the feeler bubbles it. And that is the reason that you get those results in running the first one quick, because any bubble, and as it was then, they were able to get a second run. So, good running consistently we've seen from USA 1 when balls are played into deep areas of the field here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Another short one. And this is also going to find itself close to the boundary. Even, yes, there is a man coming around from deep mid-wicket, but in the meantime, two more. So, a good start to this over for USA 1. 4 runs already. And 50 is up for Gill. So, very well played. And Novel, the man, posted another half century to his name. And what an account that these USA batsmen have brought to this tournament. Raising his bat, appreciating it from his, and he's looking for the acknowledgement. And he's still awaiting, looking out to the hut, and he now is satisfied that they have appreciated and nodded in appreciation. But very well played, Gill. He settles. Let us see what this delivery would be. Well, did not have to play. It was not a wide, but not interested to the batsman. Just allowed it to go through the wicket keeper. And here is another delivery outside the off stump. There is a man in the deep. They're running quickly. He fields cleanly though. Throws it powerfully over the head, but there is a fielder backing up. Good cricket in that sense. But in the meantime, a good productive over for USA 1 so far. 5 runs coming from that over so far. Here is another delivery. Can this young man just get his line a little better? Oh, yes, that's a better delivery. A dot ball it brings up. So usually it is a challenge for leg break and googly bowlers from ball one to really hit it right on that good length. But that was a good one. That is even a better one, bringing the batsman quietly forward though. So he concluded well in his final 2 deliveries. But at the same time, though, these 2 batsmen who are well informed and have been scoring well for USA 1, they are in a situation where, for one, they are above what is required in the rate, and now having a mid-pitch conversation, Novel, just after that over was concluded.
Well, good start by Cody Fontenelle. He's had 1 wicket in this tournament. Hasn't played much, but we have McDowell who will continue. Left arm seamer is going to continue to Gill, who is well set on 51 from 53. So he's made he hasn't been a slouch. He's been scoring relatively quickly. 91 now for 1. Troubling score for Windward Islands, having to defend 210. And that one, where was the edge on it? But put down there by Jonathan Daniel. Got it in the glove, but it grasped it after he hit the ground. It was diving away to his right. So there was McDowell producing a beauty, going across Gill. And Jonathan Daniel, the wicket keeper, unable to hold on to that one. And that would have been a crucial wicket at this stage.
Because what it would have done to Novel, it would have brought in a new batsman at the crease, and relatively 2 new batsmen would have been at the crease. And those are the opportunities that we will all look now to see how costly that drop catch can be for the Windward Islands, because this is a batsman already gotten 50. He has been batting well.
Well, the question is asked again, Victor. Well, the umpire not in approval this time.
Well, good
McDowell
delivery.
thought he had his man, but one of the things that I would make note of, Jonathan Daniel did not really support him heavily in that appeal.
Yeah, and the thing is too that McDowell has found that areas of that which you like really the different dimensions in terms of where he's pitching it, and he has that level of consistency so far. Because one, the drop catch, the wicket that was taken, they beating the batsman in those areas. So he's definitely looking for that particular area. Let us see what he'll do on this occasion. Okay, it goes into the deep cover area. So obviously, and you see, it is if that catch was taken, it would have been so good for the Windward Islands, letting in a new batter and really motivating even McDowell more, because he seems to have that sort of personality. Which I like that motive when every delivery that he bowls, he thinks he should get a wicket.
Well,
Oh my, he's not having a good day.
well, that area just and about off stump going away is clearly troubling the batters here. That one not tidied up by Jonathan Daniel. Perhaps that drop catch still on his mind. Would want to put it behind him because more opportunities might come his way and he would want to hold on to them. But McDowell putting down a solid spell here.
Excellent from the Connery Community Center end. Outside the off stump, being played down to Dwight third man. They're running the first one quickly and looking for the second, but it's not on that occasion, but the intention was good. I'm wondering though that because it's so obvious that McDowell has been doing it well, moving the ball across the right-hander so well. I wonder if it might be a good technique then probably, just as he is releasing it to make sure that you have covered that off stump. But anyway, it may not be so from our distance. Short, being hooked. There's a chance for a catch, and he has taken it. So the McDowell, I told you just a while ago that every delivery this man bowls, he always think that he should be taking a wicket, and he did, and removed the informed batsman and the highest run scorer in this tournament, making his way back to the pavilion and the most valuable wicket. Because remember also too, there was that drop catch by the wicket keeper of McDowell. So McDowell is really pumped up, and the Windward Islands at this particular moment should feel very confident and keep challenging. But Novel, what you acclaimed to earlier about the good bowling attack that the Windward Islands have in their armory, it was proven, it has been proven so far, and even to the extent whereby there been a drop catch. So, and this is the great thing about this game, we can really have a more closer contest than many persons might anticipate, even though there might just be about 125 runs more, so to get somewhere around there.
Well,
Well,
a good wicket to get.
Very valuable one.
Shrivastava goes, but it would have been even better had they been able to hold on to that chance from
right.
Gill, who is well set. But McDowell has been the man to create problems. He's bowling left arm over the wicket, and he's just touching down about middle and off, and using that angle to take it away has produced some problems for both batters who had looked good. But what he did differently, he dragged the length back, hit it hard, invited Shrivastava into the hook shot, and took a top edge down to fine leg, and he was out caught. Well, it's an opportunity now for the Windward Islands to perhaps ring some changes and create some problems. Sahash comes to the wicket, and Fontanelle will continue to Gill. I'm going to try and get some information on Sahash, his batting thus far in the tournament. Well, this one is going to be hit out to mid-wicket, perhaps going to get 4. Yes, he does so.
Was it one for high too? It looked a bit high, Anyway, umpire is in the best position, 4 runs. Well,
so Sahash Switstan, he has scored 177 runs from his 6 innings and an average of 35.40. His best being 85 against Jamaica. He's had a 42 not out, 44, and he's had a couple of low scores as well. So capable batter, but you're looking at Gill at this moment. He's on 57, and that's going to be a couple of wides, is it? Well, an appeal there for a run out. Umpire unmoved. Not out. It looks like Gill would have been well in.
Wide.
But asking the right question of the umpire. Well, yes, that brings up the 116.1 overs. My. They're going along at a healthy rate. And you see the groundsmen again moving around the grounds, perhaps going to get in position. Couple of another rain clouds coming over, a few of them. That one spun and bounced. Cody Fontenelle doesn't seem to have that level of control and consistency as he would like at this stage. But let's see if that can perhaps induce some error. Sometimes, Victor, when bowlers are all over the park, they can bring about errors from batters.
Special delivery too can come.
Yes, that's true. But he has settled into a couple of deliveries, 3 of them, dot deliveries. And if he could maintain that, that will be good.
Very good indeed.
Well, 101 for 2. USA men 1, chasing 210 for victory. Oh, that's a full toss, and it's going to be hit into extra cover's hand. And Gill is beside himself. I said, Victor, sometimes when you're getting bowlers who are all over the place, they could induce you into making errors. And Gill, who has been set, just been dropped off of the bowling of McDowell, has pushed a full toss into the hands of extra cover. The 3rd wicket falls for the USA men 1 team here. And I think it's game on from here on out. And I spoke about the bowling unit of the Windward Islands. They're coming into this game. Oh, my. Cricket, lovely cricket. It changes very quickly. USA men 1 team had looked totally in control with a healthy start of 72. And now since then, the Windward Islands brought on McDowell. And McDowell, who seems not to like batters, wants to see them from in front of his face, has picked up 2. And now Cody Fontenelle, the leg spinner, hasn't had a good outing. Hasn't looked really tight. Now produced a wicket, and that's what all you can ask. Incoming batsman, Adnit Jamb. I spoke to him as well over lunch, and he has some batting to do. Well, Victor, great situation for the Windwards. 2 new batters at the crease.
Well, and it's always said that a full toss is better to bowl than a short ball, but now we can see the umpires removing the stumps from the surface, and we're going to have a short intermission again for a rain interruption as the ground staff are coming from the Connery Community Center end with those covers. And one of the things they're going to really, and also from the National Heroes Park and coming on with more covers. And once that wind coming from east to west, especially with the one coming from the community center, and that is the tarpaulin, it will take some manpower and women power out there too to get those covers on in the area to prevent the playing area from really getting soaked. Well, the ground staff are doing their best. They are now almost there onto the middle, but 7 wickets are in hand for the USA 1, and still with 108 more runs to be had if they should achieve another victory. But at the same time, and as I have said, that the wind has gotten strong, and you can see it's very hard for them to really control it, because from east to west, we can see that there is difficulty, and I believe the surface is going to get wet. And yes, so you need more of the personnels on the eastern side to get their hands low down first towards the surface. The western side could be all right, but that eastern side where the wind is coming across strong, and probably, see here it is, the wind taking it away, and it's very strong, Novel, very difficult to get, but they have to have more power on this eastern side to get it lowered. It seems like they're getting it under control now from that eastern end, which is very important. So
Well, it's important to get them moving early as well. You want to start the covering of the ground before the rain is actually falling, and that's the mistake. Sometimes the ground staff need to advise umpires as to when to move, but nonetheless, they're getting it under control. And by how dry the surface is, the sprinkle that it would have gotten would not do much damage, but they need to ensure it's covered and secured so that the winds don't take it away. The winds are still high, but we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back with you right after the rain delay.
Wicket Center. The shower that we had has been briefed. We must commend the ground staff for their excellent work, whereby they got down the covers on the surface in an appropriate, timely manner. And both batsmen are out in the middle, so are the umpires, and the fielders are going into their various fielding positions. So we have two relatively new batsmen at the crease, and 101 is the total for the USA. Remember, they are chasing 209, which was posted by the Windward Islands. So with 7 wickets in hand, 108 more runs to get for victory. But with two new batsmen at the crease, we're gonna see a different picture from
Victor,
here on
correction
in.
there.
Sorry.
It should be 210 for victory, not
yeah.
209.
Sorry,
Windward
210.
scored 209, and the USA would need 210. They're 101 for 3. Windward's picking up crucial wicket just before the rain delay of Amrinder Gill. He was well set on 50 plus runs, and 109 more requires from 198 deliveries. Looks easy, but the Windward Islands have a potent bowling attack, and the man who has created the problems continues. It's McDowell, and again, getting one to leave the right-hander, Jamb, there. Adnit just dying in front of the wicket keeper, though, Daniel, who would have grasped one earlier, but will be happy that there wasn't a lot of damage done by that drop catch, because Gill went soon after by Cody Fontenelle, who got him out caught at extra cover. So can we see how this Windward Islands bowling attack can put some pressure now on the USA men one team? It's Adnit facing, and again, a batter who has had some success in this tournament. He also bowls. He opened the bowling, so all-around cricketer, all-arounder, one would want to call him. But work to be done, as they found themselves maybe not in a usual position. That one is wide. So Adnit Jamb, he's had 120 runs in this tournament from his 6 innings, a highest of 35, an average of 20. Had a couple of starts, 26 against Guyana, 18 against Trinidad and Tobago, 27 against USA men too, and 14 against Barbados. So not bad. Coming in at number 5 down the leg side again. Looking to get aggressive here is McDowell, and has created problems for each one of the batters here for the USA one team. Sahash, he's had 177 runs in the tournament at an average of 35.4, best of 85 against Jamaica. Had a 42, had a 44, and a couple of low scores in between there. So evidence that these two at the crease are capable, but they're both yet to get off the mark, and the Windward Islands can now use this opportunity, new batters in, to apply some pressure, Victor.
Yes, indeed, certainly, and they should be really trying their best. Good line and length, but the keeper, you have to take those gathering, and if they can also curtail those wide deliveries, that will be an incentive on the Windward Islands part, but it will only give a bigger incentive to the USA one in terms of getting to 210 for victory with some 7 wickets that are in hand. But as you quite rightly said, with the two new batters at the crease, this is a different transition shot, making height outside the off stump, not wide enough to be called a wide, just to indicate that that was one just above the shoulder, indicating to the batsman, and the bowler would recognize that. Solitary slip with a wicketkeeper standing back, a third man on the boundary. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off, a man at mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the backward square leg, and obviously a man just beneath us here on the long leg boundary. Here is the man. The now good delivery played out into the offside. Quick movement onto the ball there inside the 30-yard circle. Quite rightly, the Windward Islands keeping the pressure on the two relative new batsmen at the crease. And it is 103 for the loss of 3. And let us see how much more, and we can see now too what can be a factor is that the rag has just been brought out after that light shower. So that possibility of the grip, and especially for the right arm leg break and googly bowler, let us see if it might cause him some challenges, or he will just maintain that amount of control with good line and length. Solitary slip keeper standing up a point, a man on the deep cover boundary, a cover, a man on the long off boundary, long on mid wicket, square leg umpire. There's a fielder driven down the ground partially, parried down to the man on the long on boundary, but in the process they will get a single. So they will have to be tight in the field also to restrict those easy runs that USA 1 can avoid having, if the Windward Islands can also keep that, because as Novel quite rightly said, dot balls add a lot of pressure on batsmen. But here in this situation, here is another delivery, flighted, being played out to short cover, and there is no run.
Well, Victor, a quick update for you. The Leeward Islands struggled through to 149 all out. They're playing against Jamaica. They score 138 for 8 Jamaica batting. They require another 12 runs to get from some 100 plus deliveries. And the man doing the damage out there is Micah McKenzie. He has 4 for 28. And Omari Jones, 6 for 32. It'll be interesting to see if the Leewards can get a victory there that they so desperately need close to the bottom of the table. But here we have a serious game on hand, in the sense that the Windwards making 209, the USA men's team getting off to a bright start. It's 105 for 3 here, with 105 to be had from about 188 deliveries. Two new players at the crease, Victor, and the Windward can use that potent bowling attack to try and make further inroads.
Yeah, indeed, and that will be an incentive for them. Short though, being played out to the man coming off the deep cover boundary. So next easy run there for USA 1. But it will be good for the Leeward Islands if they can get those 2 wickets and put another victory under their belt, because they are second from the bottom at present, with their points standing at 9.2, with the USA team 2 at 6.4. So that victory would at least give them a little stepping up in terms of the points system. But as you quite rightly said, the man Mackenzie, 4 wickets to his name. And a lot of the spinners in this tournament has been successful, both right arm and left arm. But the man McDowell here for the Windward Islands, though, is giving some hope towards his team, and he has been bowling well. He has been very economical. He continues from the community center end. His left arm quietly played into cover, quite rightly so. Cover coming in, moving quickly, preventing any possibility of a run. And inside those areas, the fielders inside that 30-yard circle, once they can also keep that easy single avoidance by the USA batsmen, then too the pressure can surmount on the batting team USA 1. Let us see what McDowell will produce. Outside the off stump, being played down to third man. Nicely guided, another run. So right now, these two also as relatively new batsmen at the crease for USA 1, they will know how important it is, even though there are 103 runs needed from 194. Well, a current run rate still good, 5.53, 7 wickets are in hand. So that is not in the equation that they are behind. And one, oh my, those in the grass, and no ball signal by, and they're going to run for 2. That has been very unfortunate there. And one of the things, because of um, the dampness on the field, due to the slight drizzle that we have had, I thought it would have been so sensible to keep that rag out and keep trying to keep the ball as dry as possible, because the seam of balls, it seemed like there's a texture of glide that when it gets wet, it becomes like soapy, slippery, very difficult to grip. But let us see what McDowell will do. Unfortunately, there, but more runs to USA one in now, better driven straight and firm to mid off, and there is no possibility of a run on that occasion.
Well, outside of the fact that it gets slippery for the bowlers to hold, definitely over the seam it will become that way. One of the things that will continue to happen over the wet field is that the ball will become softer as well. And whereas you'll find the ball would have been traveling through the air quicker, that will so you'll have to give it a lot more shoulder power, Victor, if you are to go aerial to get it away. It will be a much softer ball to hit, but still early. And McDowell seems to have gotten it under control, but I agree with you. It will be wise to keep the rag out there just to keep it dry over the seam, especially the fact that you also have the wrist spinner in operation. And I'm certain very soon we are going to see Kurt Murray, who is a left arm leg spinner as well, and he would need to be able to grip the ball properly.
Well, he has changed to come over the wicket now to the right hander. Let us see what his alternative will do in changing the angle. Pitches it well, being played out to a short mid on who actually attacks it well, prevented any possibility of a run. But the current run rate for USA is still in a good state, so they are not behind, they are ahead. And once they are calculating it from that point of view too, they would know that just to keeping it steady, no extravagance, once they do avoid the percentage of dot balls that will lower and bring down the scoring rate, that is what the intention should be trying to avoid. But here was a short pitch delivery hammered and only to a short mid wicket, and there is no run. So in terms of overs to be bowled, there are a lot more legal deliveries to be bowled if we look at it from that angle. So then the USA batsmen, once they are looking of what is required per over and where they are at the present, they should be more likely just making certain that they do not suck up too many dot balls and keep the exchange of strike going. But on the other hand, if the Windward Islands keep getting wickets and getting them at a rapid pace, we can see a different outcome to this present encounter between USA 1 and the Windward Islands.
Oh, Cody Fontenelle getting the set batter some overs ago, flighting this one, doing a good job to cut that off, been hitting to the ground, not allowing it to get past him. Victor, that was a certain single, and this is what they will need to lift their game to fight against the USA men 2-1 team. Another good piece of work there, an extra cover. Wasn't powerfully struck, but Jean, he is wanting to get his inning going. 3 from 7. Sahash is 1 from 15. And might dare say, Victor, that one will get close to the boundary. Perhaps 2. Yes. One of the things I would say, though, Cody Fontenelle starting to find his range and his areas a lot better.
Yeah, and as he progressed into more overs, he has definitely been a lot more accurate. Well, we see the rad coming out now, and really this can assist in terms of keeping the ball as possibly dry as possible. Flighted delivery, good one, being struck through the man at deep cover coming around to his right. They run one, but good feeling. And the batsman, they decided against it and just took the 1 run. But in any event, doing what I think is most appropriate for USA 1, once they do not suck up too many dot balls, like I've said, and they've been getting the 1s and the 2s. Here is another one driven out. They're going to get more runs again. So staying just above, not just above, but way above what is required as the run rate, and these two doing it wisely, no indiscretions. There is no need for it either, because with such a current rate that they're going at, that is why if it was equal, it would have been short, pulled, and there is going to go close to the boundary. I believe it might just have the legs to cross the boundary. We will wait and see. And it does so now, and here comes the signal. And it's 4 runs. Yes, 4 runs. So that was a very productive over for USA 1. Conceded somewhere, 7 or 8 runs?
Somewhere there about. But Cody Fontenelle has done his job, in my view, getting out the important Gill. And as I suspected, we're going to continue to see McDowell, is it? 118 for 3, Victor. I think the game is somewhat in the balance. An opportunity for the Windwards to try and squeeze the USA men one team. Is there a change in bowling? It's going to be Isaiah Jones, which is another right arm leg spinner. So it's going to be an all-out leg spinning attack. I did mention that Jones would have been in and amongst the wickets.
Well, 91 runs required to get by the USA 1. So these 2 spinners and all the bowlers that are going to be used by the Windward Islands, they will have to be wicket takers. And if they are not wicket takers in that sense, they will have to restricting the boundaries. But with the required weight that the USA 1 has, they just have to keep getting those 1s and 2s. And here is the first delivery. Let us see what it would be like. Right on the target.
Well, Victor, from 4 games, Isaiah Jones has picked up 7 wickets at an economy rate of 4.12. So his best outing saw him getting 4 for 20 against Barbados off 8 overs. So has had some productive games. He also had 3 for 48 against Guyana, and just 2 for 11 against the Leewards, and 4 for 20 without any wicket picked up against Trinidad and Tobago. So clearly, if he gets going, can create some problems, but has started well in this spell.
Yes, and really looks good. Find his length right away. Not an easy task for a right arm leg break googly bowler. Looks quite easily in his approach up to the wicket. Nice delivery again. Being hammered again though. And I think these 2 batsmen are thinking about it quite sensibly. And so far they keep exchanging the strike quite nicely. Some 89 more runs or so required. And 7 wickets are in hand for USA 1. And how well they have continued to play throughout this tournament. Nice delivery, flighted, played quietly to short point. There is not a run on that occasion. There is a solitary slip in the keeper. A man on the deep cover boundary, a man on the long off boundary. That's the offside field for the right-hander. A delivery, flighted, played nicely back down the track. So that has been a good over first to start with. And finding a good line and length to start with. And the fielders moving across to their various positions quite quickly from that final delivery. But that also, in the meantime, both batsmen are meeting mid-pitch, having a conversation. And obviously, the conversation most likely will be about how they go about trying to get to that 209 first of all, and then to get the 1 run for victory. But on the other hand, the Windward Islands would need to take wickets and take them rapidly. Flighted delivery, being struck in the air, where it's going to go. And here's he taking it.
Well, Victor, that was a difficult catch. He was running, facing the ball. It was struck over his head. Another full toss again, but an excellent catch taken. The number 17 has taken a really good catch. We'll
wait and see to a confirmation.
Well, it's Fontaine. Fontaine has taken. He had to turn, Victor. He was at mid-on. It was struck over his head. So he was running towards the boundary and facing the boundary and was able to take that catch over his head. It's never easy to judge those. And really good hands and judgment by Fontaine So the 4th wicket goes down for USA men 1, and it's Cody Fontenelle again.
Well, that is the most difficult catch that was taken, into be facing your back actually to the field of play, but it's coming over his head. It was well judged, and we would not see a better catch in that format being taken, and the 4th wicket goes down. And
Well,
look at it again, eh? Another full toss. So a second full toss has gotten a wicket. And I keep saying, no, well, it is better to bowl a full toss than the short ball. And it's paying the price. At least so far in this game.
I sure know about that. So it really, in my view, should have been dispatched. Jean
You should have
didn't
put
get
power to it.
the distance on it. He had a lot of height on it. He could have hit it further, but now finding themselves in a precarious position here, 120 for 4. Nitish Sudhini joins Sahash at the crease. So Victor still two relatively new batters at the crease.
Right.
They haven't gotten going, and the Windward Islands can start to assert themselves on this one. Whoa, my goodness. Nitish Sudhini. Well, I'll say this, Victor. If Nitish Sudhini could keep that one out, he seems like he's in some form already. That one kept low and was homing in on center stump.
Yeah, and really, that is why it's so important to keep going for the target, wicket to wicket in this special situation. So, well bowled so far, young man. Nice one.
Well, I would also say, and you as a batter, Victor, in the past would know from a Sudanese standpoint the importance of keeping your eyes on the ball all the way.
That is
Because
right.
that he did, and he was able to keep it out.
Yeah, because it was early to it. His first delivery shot, and being played here is a chance for a run out. Oh my! And I thought probably it was a little unfortunate that the footing. I don't certain if it's McDowell, but anyway, his footing slipped a bit at short mid wicket, and then the single was taken easily. But this shows whereby when wickets go, pressure can be built. Good delivery, finding a good area, playing it quietly to point. There is no run. So, okay, still way above what is required in terms of rate, but 6 wickets are in hand. That is more relevance in terms of what is necessary at this moment. But here is another delivery, well flighted. Oh, and he misfield that one, and it came down to long off. So in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. But yeah, there is a substitute on in number 29. Yeah, he was on before the interruptions of the rain, but we will try to see if we can identify who might be the player off. Well,
Victor, 4 games played by Sudhini. He's had a best output of 31 against the Windward Islands. So not blistering or anything great so far from Sudhini. So he will need to play a special hand here this afternoon. He only has Isaiah Jones to deal with, who's had some wickets himself, 7 of them, and coming in to face tourist spinners, and a lot of batting to do here for the USA men 1. Thus far, good start to the over from Isaiah Jones into his second over. Just 2 runs off his first. So trying to find his stride here. Well-flighted delivery.
which is good.
Yes, inviting the drive from Sudhini, but he's just defending that one, not going to be tempted into anything. Well on line as well. Another one spinning as well, taking the outer edge down to short backward point. And Windward Islands clawing their way back into this one. But we've seen this at this ground. You get starts. And if you don't stick around, you're asking new. And that one was the googly, was it, Victor,
Yes,
taking
it
an
was,
edge?
it was.
And again, another one put down by Daniel. Didn't even get a hand onto it.
So it's 2 runs.
2 runs picked up.
2 drop catches so far.
Well, interesting period of play here. If you're just leaving work out in the Windward Islands, or if you're just getting off work out in the USA and you're looking at this one, we're going to give you an update. Windward Islands scoring 209. The USA need 210 for victory. They're 125 for 4 after a 72-run opening partnership. So the Windward Islands working their way back into this one quietly via the leg spin of Cody Fontenelle and the left arm pace of McDowell, both picking up 2 wickets thus far. Well, Cody Fontenelle, he will continue. He's picked up wickets. Got the dangerous Gill, who was gone on 55, I think it was. So 125 for 4 in 24 overs. Work to do here for USA men 1. And Cody Fontenelle continues to work away from this end of the ground. There's a slip in place, backward point, deep cover, short extra cover, long off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a backward square short. Man under 45, that is. That one just outside, spinning further away. No damage done. Both batters on 4. Sahash, who is facing, has faced some 24 deliveries for his 4. And this one well flighted. It's going to be driven out to cover just for 1. As I say, it's a phase in the game where it is critical now for the players at the crease, Sudini and Sahash, to build a partnership if they are to get these 84 runs on offer. I mentioned at the start of this inning that the total, not modest, it's an in-between total. It's a gettable total, but the Windward Islanders have shown that they have a good, potent bowling attack, and they have shown why they have been able to restrict teams throughout this tournament. Kirsten Murray, he opened the bowling. He has been in and amongst the wickets at the top of the chart. He didn't pick up a wicket. We haven't seen his twin brother Kurt just yet. What we are seeing in Unleash here is a all-out leg spin attack, and that one has been dragged on, and we see a somersault here from Cody Fontenelle, a back-flipping somersault, celebrating the wicket of Sahash. It's wicket number 5, and I was just talking about how potent he's out bowled. He dragged it on. I was talking about how potent this bowling attack is from the Windward Island, and Cody Fontenelle picks up his 3rd wicket. 127 for 5, 210, starting to look like a mountain to get here, Victor.
Well, you have said it early on, even when the Windward Islands batted first and scored 209. You kept saying about the valuable bowling attack all around that the Windward Islands have, and they're proving themselves so far against the number 1 team in this regional under 19 2025 cricket tournament being played at St. Mary's Park in Keon in St. Kitts and at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Kitts, right here at the Connery Cricket Center, and in Nevis at the El Comido Willett Park. So bowlers usually win matches, and if the Windward Islands is going to win, it's the bowlers who is going to do it for them. So game on here at the Connery Cricket Center. It is right in the balance now, not a one-sided affair, and it can go either way. Which way it's going to go, we can only tell when the final wicket goes down or the final run has been scored. But here is the first delivery, pitched on a good length again. And the enthusiasm has been lifted by the Windward Islands fielders, and quite rightly so. They have that right to really press home the initiative that they have on hand right now. flighted delivery, and the bowler had getting exuberance there. The batsman was sitting across the line, but he held his ground. The bails was off in a flash. So luckily for him, he was not out of his crease.
Victor,
So-
let me give you a quick update.
Go ahead.
Leeward Islands losing to Jamaica. Jamaica getting 150 for 9. Getting over the line. But the game in Nevis at the El Comedia Willett Park has been abandoned due to rain. Guyana posting 221 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago not getting a chance to bat. And I'm not surprised because a lot of those rain clouds were coming out of the southeast area.
Yeah.
And that's where our sister island is located. June Mahesh, the wicket-keeper batsman for the USA 1, he's at the crease. He's partnered by Sudini, and they have a lot of batting to do. And seemingly, they're going to be doing a lot of batting, Victor, to leg spin. Whether it's going to be right-arm leg spin, or we're still awaiting to see the introduction of leg spin from Kurt Murray.
And this is a very interesting period of play with 5 wickets in hand. So game in the balance, in my view, at this present moment between these two teams, and the bowlers have found a good line and length. So the batsmen will have to use all the appropriate techniques to really score runs and even to defend their wickets, because they are not giving anything away. Here comes another delivery. Flighted, short, hammered, but finding short extra cover, who gets an accommodative bounce. And that has completed the over. So after some 26 overs, it is 129 for the loss of 5 wickets. USA won. They're chasing 209, which was scored by the Windward Islands. 210 for victory. So with half of the wickets back in the pavilion, in my view, it is evenly balanced, and it can go either way.
Well, June Mahesh, Victor, hasn't been brilliant either. 4 games, just 41 runs. His best is 25. So he'll have to get better than 25 here with his partner Sudini if they are to get these other 81 runs that are available to be had for victory. But Cody Fontenelle, he's picked up 3 wickets in this encounter. It's one short, pulled to mid-wicket. 1-1. June Mahesh gets off the mark. To the field widely spread, but there's still a first slip as its indication that Stephen Pascal, the captain, wants to pick up more wicket. This one is going to go downtown, and it's going to be 6 runs. Comfortably so, hitting it against the media center here. Flighted delivery, the invitation taken by Sudini. And Victor, what was good about that was the very straight bat that he played with.
Yeah, exceptional. And that was the ideal thing to do, because it was pitch between wicket and wicket, and really hammering it to the media center end here for another good 6. And it is about the wickets that are in hand, not the current run rate from a USA point of view. And USA 1 team point of view, cutting that 1 to point. So a good over for them in terms of runs so far. That is the USA 1. And bringing down the equation of what is required. But 5 wickets are in hand, striking it nicely. But there's a fielder down here on the long off. And he's a substitute. He has been feeling well. Why doesn't he release the ball? He's indicating something, but he does it late. But in any event, the batsman was still able to get 1. And he has been good since he came on. He has
Was
made
Joel
some-
Dunward?
Yeah, he has made some good stops. But good productive over so far for USA 1. Chopped it. And the bowler was holding his head, probably thinking for moments he might have just chopped it onto the stump, but it was out into the offside. And not that possibility. Here he is now. Short. Hammered to mid-wicket. But there is a fielder, and finding the fielder on 2 occasions, actually hitting it straight to him all along the ground. But in any event, that was a very productive over for USA 1.
Yes, it's 138 for 5. Nitish Sudini getting a massive 6. in that over, helping the cause. And for the first time, we saw Cody Fontenelle really going for quite a bit. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 for 37. His bowling partner, Isaiah Jones, just coming into his own, going into what would be his 4th over now.
And how well he has been bowling so far. He continues.
Yeah, 3 overs for 6 runs.
Yeah, that's very economic.
And I think what is going to be a challenge for these bowlers, Mahesh is a short batter, Victor. And they will have to find that correct length. See, that for me is not even short, but because of his height, he's able to still back up and make it a ball he could punch up to the ground off of the back foot. And for me, as a bowler over the years, that was one of the challenges I faced when players were that short. What would be the right length? Well, that one was full of length, and he took the invitation, Victor, and hit it over wide long on, massively for 6. Short man who packs a powerful punch.
Yes, and he's the captain of the USA 1. So I thought too the timing was superb. He kept his eyes on it, and because of his gravity to the ground, as short in stature, the execution was excellent. So carries and aerial for a moment, but it was wide. But good stop though. In the end, there by the slip fielder, avoiding any further run.
Pascal
it is, the captain. Well, he didn't come off in this encounter in terms of runs. He was out in the first over. Flighted delivery. Equal to it is the captain for USA 1. Mahesh.
Victor, I like Isaiah Jones. The reason for that is, even though he was thumped over, oh boy, this could be close. Caroline Brown saying no, got home. Netish was always going to be tight. Good running.
And very tight indeed. That was very close, but it was a good sprint.
I was about to say what I liked about Jones.
Go ahead.
Even though he was hit over wide long on for 6 with a flighted delivery to Mahesh, the other 2 deliveries were also flighted. What he did differently, he flighted Mahesh wider of the off stump, inviting that defensive stroke that went a little bit wide of slip. And the other 3 deliveries, he has kept them just outside the off stump. So if Mahesh wants to go across and hit it out to wide long, and again, it would probably induce something to the backward point fielder. But the final delivery of his over here, and quietly played back up the track. And it's 145 for 5 from 27.5 overs.
Yeah, 65 runs more for victory. 5 wickets are in hand. And the overs is out of the equation in terms of what runs required. So what is more important is that the USA will have to try and save those 5 wickets. On the other hand, the Windward Islands will have to get 5 before they can get to 210 for victory. That is the USA 1. Well, they have comprehensively and collectively throughout this tournament, in all segments of the game, has played good all-around cricket. And here they are now up against the Windward Islands, well-flighted delivery, looking for a run, which would have been suicidal. The man from short cover moves smartly to his left.
And Cody Fontenelle continues.
Yes, and the captain is in a situation where he is facing now Mahesh, that is, coming in at an appropriate time when he would know how best to advise his non-striker and he himself to play in this particular area of this encounter. And here the battle is on. Short, being played and finding short cover. But what he seems to be mindful of to Mahesh is for those deliveries that are keeping low. But I think he has an advantage too because of his height and his gravity to the ground. Here is that one. Again, Novel, he kept his eyes upon it. And they're looking for 2. It's going to be close. Yes,
well, the finger is raised. Well, the umpire indicated that Mahesh did not make his ground,
I thought
and
so
the
too.
Windward Islands are celebrating, running off of a misfield, Victor. Mahesh is not too impressed with that decision at all.
No, he stood there for a while looking at the square leg umpire, but he took moments too, and then he considered in the affirmative. So here we have it there by the run out, and that is the thing, because we speak about it. We contend always that here the USA won in terms of the current run rate they are going at. It was a misfield, and usually it is said, do not run off of a misfield, especially when the ball is still within the parameters of the fielder who misfielded the ball. And who did it? The captain himself, making his way back to the pavilion. So he have only himself to blame, Novel. But this even strike it more in the balance to what the final outcome can be between these two teams.
Well, Victor, I think this balance is starting to tilt slowly towards the Windward Islanders, and they have stayed in it. They have continued to work at it, and they have Claude Mahesh is the man out. Not sure who would have effected the run out. It's the man there at backward square leg. But coming into the wicket, sporting the number 2, it's going to be Shiv Shami, our left-hander. So it's going to be a left-hander facing to Cody Fontenelle. So during Fontenelle's overs, Victor, he continues just to make things happen here. But that wicket of June Mahesh is going to be critical, as he also had looked good in terms of his run scoring and being able to get a big 6 off of Isaiah Jones in the previous over. But Shiv Shami will have to try and build a partnership here with Sudini.
So if the USA one should lose this encounter here, how much losses would they have had thus far in this tournament? Well, there is not a conclusion of this game as yet, so we cannot say that they have lost. Well, 4 wickets are still in hand, but the Windward Islands have the initiative right now at this particular moment. But if so, I would like to believe that they wouldn't have lost 2 matches before this one. Well, it's not concluded. Full pitch, driven down to the man at long off. They're going to get a single. So another run to the total. And the Windward Islands should definitely figure from here on in that they have the initiative where they can press home the advantage and avoid USA 1 from getting to 210 for victory. Well, they are presently now 147, and 6 wickets are down, 4 wickets standing. It's not a matter now of overs.
Well, Shiv Shami just coming into the wicket. He has a total of 36 runs before that single. In 4 games, an average of 9, his best of 20. So Victor, if he's going to be in a partnership with Sudini, 20 and above would be, I would say, important runs for him to get.
So here's the next delivery shot. Pulled away, down into the deep. They should be looking for 2 because the fielder, he stopped it well. He actually saved 2 extra runs and good backing up on the onside. So in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get 2 runs. All runs will be important now for USA 1. And they have done very good. That's USA 1. And it is now 150 on the board. So still some runs to be had. But the important thing from the Windward Islands, 4 wickets to be taken. Short being played out to short point. There is no run. So USA 1, though, they can be very pleased to how they have played throughout this tournament. This might possibly go down as one of their lowest totals so far in this encounter, or this series for that matter. And here was a single being played down to long off. That was the final legal delivery of that over. both batsmen now meeting mid-pitch and having a few words of exchange. So 5.3 current run rate, that is irrelevant. What is more important from their point of view is 59 more runs to get 120 legal deliveries to be bowled, but 4 wickets standing. And right now, I would say that the Windward Islands have the initiative at this moment. But there again, these two will have to do something for their team, for the US. Pulled it in the air. There is not going to be a fielder going to get close to that one, though. It's getting close to the boundary. 4 runs. So, good use of the short pitch delivery. And carrying it down now, the equation, and the USA 1 to batsmen out in the middle, making a grand effort. Windward Islands, superb effort in terms of their bowling. They have been spot on. They have been getting wickets. And here is another delivery flighted outside the off stump, and that is a wide, which they can ill afford at this present moment. 1 more to the total, making it more easier for USA 1 to get to that total of 209. Better delivery, played quietly just around the corner on the onside, and quite wisely so. The batsman decided not to attempt a run. The wicketkeeper was very quick moving to his left, prevented any possibility of that run. Here comes another delivery. What would it bring about? Outside the off stump, another wide. And Novel, this is where the bowling has to be more tighter now to avoid those extras. 1 more to the total, still have to bowl the extra delivery. What would it bring? Okay, back down to the pitch. So back down to the pitch to the bowler, played back down there. So there is no run. Still got to cut out those wide deliveries. Is the wrist spinner. More outside the off stump. Good feeling to his own bowling. Oh my. Just when I thought it was well safe.
Well, I think he was trying to flick the ball back onto the stumps, Victor.
Okay, that
it wasn't, but
okay.
He was being a bit too cheeky there.
Well,
158 now. It is for 6.
Well, with a left and right hand, the two, if these two can stay a little longer out into the partnership, that can also have a plus for USA 1. Here is one shot. And good feeling. That is excellent feeling to his own bowling. These are the kind of efforts, but you will have to avoid those wide deliveries. And that will only give the incentive to the batting team, USA 1, to advance their cause. Oh my, that one is full. It's going to go out into the deep, and it's 4 runs. That was a gift. And those are the things that happens. First, he bowled a few wides, and then his final delivery was a full toss, and the batsman capitalized nicely upon it and earned himself 4 runs. Here come the messages now coming out, and the umpires are asking them to hold off, but anyway, they're still proceeding.
Well,
but
there was
a change of gloves.
Yes, he's basically.
Well, the message comes out with that.
Well, the message should come out really, but the truth is, Victor, I'm very surprised that I haven't seen Kurt Murray as yet, the left arm leg spinner, the orthodox leg spinner. It's taken a while for him to come into the attack. We're going to see his brother Kirsten come back into the attack, and I figure that will be Cody Fontenelle's last over.
But in this situation, as you're quite rightly saying, I'm agreeing with you, Novel, that they should try and bring in the left arm orthodox spinner also too, because they have to take the wickets. They have to take wickets, and Kurt and Kirsten, they have been the top of the wicket charts for the Windward Islands. So again, I'm just very surprised that it's taken this long for him to be introduced into the attack. With 48 runs to get, wouldn't be a bad time. 6 wickets also down, 4 more wickets to be had. And it looked like number 6 is going to come into the attack from that community center end.
That's Kirsten Murray. He opened the bowling.
Yeah, so change of bowling. So Captain Stefan Pascal ringing the changes here for the Windward Islands at the Connery Cricket Center. The sun is back with us here in all its glory, and cricket continues throughout this tournament, where matches are played in St. Mary's Park, in Keon, that's in St. Kitts, and also at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, that also is in St. Kitts, over in Nevis at the El Comido Willett Park. And right here at the Connery Cricket Center. And it's USA 1 up against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands batted first. They scored 209. And now it is the USA 1 who are top of the table. They are 162 for 6. They need some 48 runs to be had. And 4 wickets to be taken by the Windward Islands. Game on here. Down the leg side. Here is the batsman running. There is a strong throw. And I think that was unnecessary because the leg by 2. So 1 more to the total. The batsman has already made his ground. But in any event, it was well backed up. So no extra runs. 163 for 6. 47 runs is what is required with 4 wickets in hand standing for USA 1. The Windward Islands will have to take 4 wickets while USA 1 will have to score 47 runs with 4 wickets in hand. Game on. Outside the off stump. Not considered as wide. It kept low. The wicketkeeper used a good second line of defense where he got both legs together, so he avoided any extras, which was a good technique from the wicketkeeper standing back because the delivery kept low on its way to him. And heavily packed offside field with a fielder just beneath us here at the media center end. There is a point, a deep cover on the boundary, extra cover and a mid-off. The left-hander is on strike. Here he is bowling comfortably forward, down to mid-on. Cannot attempt to run straight to the fielder. There is also a short mid-wicket and a man on the deep backward square leg boundary. Interesting period of play. Like I said, 47 runs to be had, 4 wickets to be taken. Here is another delivery. Being driven aerial for a moment, but just dropping 1 bounce to the fielder, short extra cover. And really doing some gardening to the surface now is the batsman. And really, these 2 batsmen know fully well, which is Shani on 5. Here is the delivery played straight to the man at short mid-wicket. Have to stay their ground, both batsmen. Interesting period of play between these 2 teams. Windward Islands sternly defending the 209 which they scored. USA 1, who are the leaders at the points table at this present moment. They are 30.6. Second in the running is Barbados, 25.6. But nice slow delivery and nicely disguised. And that was the final over, the final delivery of that over. The umpires are now signaling to the members' pavilion, and it looked like we're going to have an intermission break for refreshment, and we also will take a little break for the refreshment break, and we will rejoin after the resumption of the refreshment break. got the run out. McDowell, who threw the ball to the keeper. So it was McDowell. That was an excellent piece of work. So the players have refreshed themselves. The ground staff has completed the necessary marking or remarking of the crease just to keep it fresh for the umpire's vision. And it was McDowell who threw the ball for the run out. So he has played a very important part in this segment in terms of the defense of the Windward Islands defending. And now comes the signal for the recommencement after the refreshment break. And 46 runs to be had. Noval, you can bring the 1, 2, 3, please. And here is the continuation of play. And what is going to be the final outcome? And I'm going to hear it from none other than Novel. He always have a better view of what can transpire. I'm not saying he's a fortune teller, mind. Don't get me wrong. He's a good analysis. But Novel, tell me about it.
Well, Victor is in the balance. This one is tight to call. 47 runs to be had. Cody Fontenelle.
Oh my.
That's wide.
Oh my.
It's his final over. Leg spinner, he has gotten it a little loose. If we had to be fair, he's picked up a couple of wickets with some full tosses as well. And I think it will be critical. I haven't seen him. Just was questioning one of the players there on the boundary about Kurt Murray. He hasn't come into the bowling attack just yet. Left arm orthodox spin. And I think that finger spinner can be critical at this stage. I'm really surprised that they gave the ball back to Cody Fontenelle. He's had a couple of bad overs. He's now gone for 50 from 9.1. So he's gotten the bowler who I think should have continued would have been Jones, Isaiah Jones. But nonetheless, they're persisting with Fontenelle, another full toss, but this one just pushed back up the track and probably just going to allow him to finish and then make the changes from this end. Kurtzin has come back into the attack from the opposite end and has been good. That's short and hit down to long on for 1. So Fontenelle has just lost it here on the back end of his overs. Lost his length, his control, his line. So must be desperate to get through these final 3 deliveries. And that's a better delivery though. Still shaking of the head as he does recognize he's been a touch offline. And that's the end of the over, it appears. And just to confirm, it's 163 for 6.
Well, and just somewhere about that, we'll get that full confirmation. But at the same period of time now, too, what I like about this direction that this encounter has gone, and at this present moment, both teams have an opportunity to win. I mean, but then with 4 wickets in hand, 43 runs to be had.
Runs, not a lot.
But it can become, like you say, it can become a mountain.
Well, wickets always would put them under more pressure.
That's right.
And that's why Kurtzin is back into the attack, a little short of a length there. He may want to attack the stumps just a little more. That length is sort of an easy length on this pitch. But can get a touch fuller to create a little more problems.
Well, field widely spread. Keeper standing back. Third man on the boundary. There's a short point. A man on the cover boundary. Extra cover. A mid-off. Where would be his line? Just upon center stump. Being played to a man at short mid-wicket. No run. So, also too, what can create a little more pressure on USA 1 if they are not getting wickets, that's the Windward Islands, to avoid the boundaries and just keep that high percentage of dot balls creeping in. That would give them an incentive, and the batsmen might just go into some indiscretions by their shot selections. But we'll have to wait and see if that will be transpired outside the off stump, played nicely into short extra cover, getting an accommodative bounce. The fielder there is no run. Getting the bottom of the bat, as we can see, though, not timing it as he would have liked to. But in these situations, it has to be intelligent cricket from both teams at this particular time where it can go either way. Which way it will go finally, left to be seen. Short. And the batsman does not look in any bother, but I think I'm going to agree with Novel that I too, thinking about it, yes, probably with this spell that he is bowling now, probably the left arm orthodox spinner would have been the appropriate one to try. And because he is so tight, he can come back when it's coming down more to the crunch time to come in. Because if the left arm orthodox spinner would have come in and hold a good line and length, then it would be. But anyway, he has bowled well so far. Good slow delivery. And bowling a few dot deliveries. Legally, he has bowled now, 5? So this is the final legal one coming up. So a good productive over. But because he's so steady too, and how many more overs would he have after this one? I think he will still have quite a few. So that can be a good idea if the left arm orthodox spinner comes on and bowl well for how tight he has been bowling. And let us see his final delivery, leaving it outside the off stump. So a maiden over. Good.
Well, important maiden over there. And finishing the 34th over, 167 for 6. And the Windward Islands need wickets at this stage. And it will be important to see what decision Stephen Pascal makes after Cody Fontenelle, the leg spinner, has finished his quarter of overs. And
this might just be the time for the left arm orthodox spinner. The ball has been tossed to a new bowler. We'll wait and see when he turns. What number he's exhibit? It looked like 17. We'll wait to see if they get the confirmation. He will turn again. You'll get it. Still side on. His back turned to the players' pavilion. So where we are at the National Heroes Park and the Media Center, we'll have to just wait and see. We will get it appropriately.
Cody Fontenelle is finished. He's bowled 10 overs. So he wouldn't be able to bowl again. So
okay, they get it right now. So the wrist spinner is going to come from this end, who was bowling from the community center end.
Well, it appears it's going to be Isaiah Jones.
Yeah, Isaiah.
And I was asking about Kirk Murray and being told that he seems to seems to be carrying an injury. So maybe or may not, he may not bowl in this inning, because I would want to think he would have been introduced already. But it's going to be Jones, flighted delivery.
But also to know that might just be a little costly for the Windward Islands if he is not able to bowl.
Well, very costly because he's again been in and amongst the wicket. But this man has bowled tightly as well. 5.1 overs for 19 runs. He's not been expensive. May not have picked up a wicket, but has bowled well. That one clipped to mid-wicket and very poor fielding there at mid-wicket. That one going totally to him. Straightforward situation. Should have just fielded that one, allowing it to go out into the deep mid-wicket area. And can't afford at this stage to give her anything. Just 41 runs to defend. And a lot more balls on offer than that. 94 available deliveries. 169. Sudini on 25. Shiv Shami chipping down the track. Taking it on the full. Can they score away for 4? Dunward with work to do. He keeps it just to 2 runs. So good work down there on the boundary by Dunward. Saving some 4 runs.
And I think momentarily too, the batsmen were anticipating that it would have just beaten the fielder. And so that is why they ended up with 2 valuable runs in any event. But here is another delivery short. Oh my, and that kept on the low side too. But the batsman in the end was equal to it. He just played it right back down the track. And we have seen though, and we can confirm that deliveries when bowlers are bowling from this National Heroes Park end is keeping on the low side. But that one was a better bounce, and the batsman got it out to deep cover and another run.
Indeed. So the USA won, I think, Victor, at this stage with 39 more runs to be had, are well positioned to take this one home. But to stop that, the Windward Islands need to take a wicket or two very, very soon. So 72 for 6 here at the Connery Cricket Center. The USA men won in quest of 210 for victory. And the Windward Islands, they need to pick up 4 more wickets, but before they get to 4, they have to start counting from 1. And one of these 2 batsmen, they would need to get soon.
Yeah, and even if the two can follow in succession, that will even be more appropriate for the Windward Islands cause. But in that aspect, though, that is more just speculation on our behalf. But at the same time, too, those eventualities that can come to pass. But the 2 batsmen are settling in, and I think the major concern for the 2 batsmen is when bowlers are bowling from this media center end, we still consistently seeing deliveries keeping on the low side. Good delivery to start with, beating the batsman outside the off stump. I think sometimes too, what the wicketkeeper can think about doing is that when he sees the batsman going on the front foot and the bowler not attempting to hammer it into the turf, to just take an early stride forward, because it seems like the ball that he did drop the catch was dying moments upon him. But anyway, settles now. 172 it is for 6. USA 1. Outside the off stump, here is the captain, Stephen Pascal for the Windward Islands. Well over 6 feet tall. There in a short point position, prevented any possibility of a run. USA 1 right here at the Connery Cricket Center. They are up against the Windward Islands 2025 West Indies Regional on the 19 cricket tournament. Matches being played at St. Mary's Park in Cairn, St. Paul's Recreation Ground in Cairn, all on the island of St. Kitts, and at the El Comida Willett Park in Nevis, outside the off stump. Another bonus given to USA 1 by the wide, helping their cause more, advancing to the 209 to equal the scores, and 210 to win is what the USA 1 would need. And they are now some 37 runs away with 4 wickets standing. We are now into the 36th over. And here is a delivery right up and beating the bat and going through to the keeper. The bowler had both hands up in the air. That is the appropriate area from our vantage point that he should be aiming for. And if he can get it in those, if he can get that next delivery almost or even just about in that area, that would serve up well. As Norval did quite rightly say that the Windward Islands will have to take wickets and take them rapidly, as 37 is the asking by USA 1. Driven, good fielding, and a powerful throw. I wonder why too. Well, probably most likely the batsman was out of his ground, but good backing up on that side, because he definitely saved some runs there. So, interesting encounter. 37 runs needed, 4 wickets standing, and wickets have to be taken by the Windward Islands here against USA 1 at the Connery Cricket Center. Sunshine is with us, so play continues. Bowls outside the off stump, trying to guide it down to third man, but finds the captain, Stephen Pascal of the Windward Islands, at short point, prevented any possibility of a run, tosses it to mid-off. There is a man on the third man boundary. There is Pascal himself, the captain, at short point, a deep cover on the boundary, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at the forward square leg, not right out on the boundary, probably some 15 or 20 yards inside of that area, the deeper side boundary on the eastern side of the ground here, outside the leg stump going down, and they run 1, and they're going to get also 2. So in the sense, it's going to be 2 to the total, because they're, so it's, oh, sorry, it's a leg by and not a wide, but it's just 1 more to the total. But in any way, all advances the cause of the USA 1. Now some 36 runs more required. Let us see who is going to bring in from this, the national heroes in attack to continue the bowling. And it looks like the same man is going to, or a change of bowling now.
See, might be
Well,
another
medium
pace
pacer.
bowler.
Yep. We'll get it as soon as he turns over. You'll see it clearly. 19.
Well, it's the number 19. It's gonna be Ford.
No.
It's gonna be Darwin Ford.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you, Novel, that a big time miss out by the left arm orthodox spinner for the Windward Islands in the circumstances. That variety might have just brought back some spice of life. I'd say variety is the spice of life. But Ford is going to try his variety. He's going to come around the wicket. What can he produce? Played into short point. Looks like the captain racing India, Pascal Stefan. So 174 for 6. And the USA won. First of all, they will have to equal 209, which was scored by the Windward Islands, and 1 run to be had for victory. 4 wickets are in hand. Here is another delivery outside the off stump, finding the captain. So Ford right away is finding appropriate areas where USA 1 cannot find runs more added to the board. So if this can be also a maiden over by Ford or even a mid wicket, that will even be more appropriate from a Windward Islands point of view. No doubt he's going to try for that. Shot outside the off stump, being played out into the deep. They're running the first one quickly. It could be suicidal for trying the second one. But has the throw been powerful? It was powerful, but good backing up. So still the Windward Islands would have to be careful with those throws, especially if the batsmen are almost in and cannot be run out. But at the same time, too, they have to try everything based upon what is required. And 4 wickets are in hand for USA 1. And getting closer to that required total. Ford is going to look to how to break this partnership he's in. Bowls being driven, though, down to Fielder coming off the long off boundary. Another easy single. So they are doing it in singles, and quite rightly so, because they are definitely way above what is required in terms of the run rate. And this is what I think Novel has been emphasizing on. Just play sensible cricket, assess the situations, and play for what is before you. And good forward defensively, played back quietly down the turf, and there is no runs. It looked like just a friendly exchange of words between the bowler and the batsman. But overall, though, what we have seen here, Novel, we have seen good sportsmanship demonstrated by all the teams. We have not really seen any ill behavior or responses. So that is good too for the young men here on the 19 tournament. Here is a delivery being played into a short mid-wicket area. A fieldsman have to move to his left. That provided the batsman to have another single. So at the end of the over, the USA 1, they are really approaching it quite intelligently. 177 now. It is for the loss of 6 wickets. And they would need to really, and is there going to be a change of bowling from that community center end? It looked like another medium fast bowler.
It's going to be McDowell.
McDowell, okay. Well, I think the captain, Stefan, he must be applauded in terms of ringing his changing. And this is the appropriate man to bring at this time because he has been a wicket taker and you need wickets. So Stefan Pascal, the captain, is using good, intelligent moves. Heavy pack offside fielder with a third man just beneath us. The wicket keeper standing back, a man on the deep cover boundary, a short point, a cover, and a mid-off. He is in, the wicket taker, and driven, finding the cover. Oh my, I hope he does not injure himself. And in so doing, he's down on the ground. Is he appeared to be all right? He seems for a moment, but okay. He's back on his feet.
So what you say about Young Bones, Victor?
Okay, young Bones heal quickly. young bones he hold quickly. Here is one played. Oh my, this is gonna be suicidal. He got back. Oh my. And Noval, you see, I wonder if the both batsmen are looking at the scoreboard to see, well, how many overs are remaining. So then you could say how many runs are needed.
Big
Does
disparity.
that-
33 runs to get from
Yeah,
76
there's a
ball.
risky run needed at this particular
None
time.
whatsoever is needed. No risk needed. Sudini on 26, Shiv Shami on 12. They have a partnership now of 31 between them. Really, if they decide to take this in singles, they could get it without any risk. The onus right now is on the Windward Islands to try and get a wicket.
And this man can do it, McDowell. He's in. Short, hammered into the square leg area, but there's a fielder many yards inside that backward square leg boundary. That also too has been a wise option, because if he was deeper, then it might have just provided the batsman of thinking of 2 runs. But he was in some 25 meters from the backward square leg boundary, and in the meantime restricted the batsman for 1 run only. The field changes over to accommodate the right-hander, with the wicket-keeper standing back, a man on the third man boundary. There was a point, a cover deep, a mid-off, extra cover. Here is a delivery outside the off stump, being played quietly to the fielder, moving from short point, prevented any possibility of a run. So these 2 batsmen are not in any difficulty in terms of deliveries, giving them some challenges. But the man in hand with the ball, McDowell, he has been successful for the Windward Islands, operating from the community center end. And one played quietly down into the short mid-off area, and there is no run. Well, 178, 32 runs is what is required by USA 1. And how outstandingly the USA 1 has played thus far in this 2025 Under-19 regional tournament. No injuries, just playing it quietly back down to the bowler. That has concluded a very good over by McDowell. So doing his duties right. And if now the Windward Islands can do it in partnership, but in partnership so doing, they will need to take wickets.
Wickets are the only way they can win this one. At this stage, 32 runs needed from another 72 that's available. And the only way for Windwards to win this
That's right.
would be to pick up wickets and pick them up quickly. The partnership here between Sudini and Shiv Shami continues to bear fruit. It's coming forward is Shami easily. Darwin Ford, 5 overs for 27 runs. Not being able to pick up a wicket just yet.
And the umpire is giving Ford a warning that he's just probably getting within the danger area. He's actually coming around the wicket, and to the left-hander, he's thinking about really seeing the target of the 3 stumps, which I think is appropriate. And with the deliveries, keep it on the low side. If he can just keep it on the wicket to wicket. See there? That is the one that he needs to get more between wicket and wicket. And with that height and that inconsistency when bowlers are operating from this media center and Noval, that can be very vital in terms of getting another wicket.
Well, we'd have to keep it on the in between the stumps. He hasn't been able to get that happening there, but this one guided down to fine leg. Another single as the USA 1 team inches closer to another victory. They haven't lost in this tournament yet, and from what I checked in the statistics, so they have been pretty good. And we see why they're fighting hard here. 7th wicket partnership of some 30 plus runs.
And here is Ford, though. He's in outside the off stump, and that one kept low. And just as I was saying before, Noval, and the fielder at point actually going to the ground flat out, just anticipating that he thought that one would have got into the timbers, but it was just outside the off stump. So Ford can be well encouraged to keep it more in line, to keep those deliveries on the wicket.
Well, Victor, it seems
Oh,
like
Maya full toss. That would not serve up well. It's going to get close to the boundary. There's a fielder running around, though, and in the process, they have gotten two. So after that one that kept on the low side, here was Ford, his next delivery immediately, a full toss being struck out into the deep, and the batsmen get two more runs. So Ford, you have to concentrate. You have to look at the tree stumps and try to get it there because you have seen and on a consistent basis the deliveries are keeping on the lower side. In now, okay, but that one was more evenly bounced. The final delivery, so the equation coming more within grasp for USA one. And Novel, this has been a very outstanding performance in this tournament by USA one. As you quite rightly say, they have not lost a game in this tournament.
29 runs needed,
And
and this is the 7th wicket partnership, and they have now they have 35 from this partnership, and all they have to do is continue batting and asking the Windward Islands to get some 4 more wickets. Just 29 runs to go, another 66 deliveries available, and again it will just take some just to keep your head, not to get crazy or rash in any shape or fashion, and the USA team really could get home safely here. But McDowell, Devontae McDowell, he's bowled 6 overs for 18 runs, picked up 2 wickets. He was the one to break the opening partnership with his left arm seamers, and probably is thinking he can break this one as well.
And here on in, this is the man who can change the picture for the Windward Islands. He has looked good. He has kept steady. He has been consistent. And what just crossed my mind too, that it would be interesting, but it don't. And a lot of time, Novel, we have seen it in sports whereby a tournament like this, USA one, they are playing very well. They have not lost an encounter. Not saying that it would happen, but we have seen it happen before. When it matters most in a final now, the team who goes through, and when they reach to the final, on a few occasions we have seen whereby teams have lost in that aspect. Not saying that that will happen, but based upon some experiences of what did happen in previous encounters, because as now, USA one has never lost an encounter. Well, this one is not completed, right? So we cannot justify that at the moment. But short delivery, I think that is another wife. McDowell, that can be ill afforded at this particular moment.
Well, the reason for that, Victor, sometimes you see a team playing well throughout the group stages and losing in a final. It happens a lot because the team they may be playing against starts to peak at the right time. And strangely, they sometimes say in a tournament setting, you're due at least one bad game. And sometimes that bad game comes
in a final.
In a final.
Yeah.
So that happens from time to time. But for the USA men won against Jamaica on the 19th, they won that game by 13 runs. Then they played against the Guyana on the 19th. They won that game by 7 wickets. Then their next encounter was by against Trinidad and Tobago. USA men won that by 93 runs. And in their last outing, the USA men won against the USA men 2. They won that encounter by 81 runs. And the USA men won against Barbados on the 19th, who had been doing really well up to that point, beat Barbados by some 216 runs. So they also played against the Leeward Islands, which they won by 5 wickets. So coming into this one undefeated, and the Windward Islands have been managing to create some problems for them, and going down is McDowell in an attempt to stop that one or take evasive action, which whenever it was, but he went down, and still trying to break this 37-run partnership between Sudani and Shani with 27 more runs to get. So McDowell working hard. He has one more delivery in his 7th over. Can he prize one of these batters out? They have looked good. They have batted sensibly. down the leg side, it is going to be more runs, perhaps 2 of them, as it's going to be called a wide. So there's McDowell making it a touch easier. It's 185 it's going to be from those 2 wides.
And what has happened in terms for the USA 1-2? The successes that they have had in terms of wins have been by wide margins. Not just winning, but, by wide margins. Well, not so far in this encounter, and still some more runs to be had. And
When you look at the Windward Islands innings, Victor, and how foolishly some of the batters would have surrendered their innings, you think to yourself, another 30, 40 runs on this makes it a very, very different look.
yeah, upon reflection, you're right, Novel. I agree with that. And here's a signal coming from the umpire.
Power play overs.
Yes.
So
So,
going into the last 10 here.
of the last
60
10, what is
deliveries.
required?
Just a small 25. But Windward still have that target of 4 wickets to get. That is what must be on their minds. How are we going to get one of these out? Then we start thinking about the others.
Ford, wicket to wicket. Yorker length. Go for that. Here is he. And, well, driven down to short mid-on. Good feeling. Good backing up on the onside door. That is very good cricket indeed by the Windward Islands. But if Ford is really has recognized how many deliveries have kept on the low side operating from the National Heroes Park end, I think he should be sensible enough to just look for that center stump area and just nothing else but looking for the target, because once it's going to keep below your ankles, it is so difficult to negotiate those deliveries.
Well, it's been happening on a fuller length, Victor, and for some reason it happens outside of the off stump of the left-hander and outside of the off stump of the right-hander. So they will have to keep them on a fuller length and hope against hope that it stays low. But it's always good when you get in between wicket and wicket, because you're asking 2 questions. Can I get the batter out via LBW route or bold? So you have 2 options there, but that must be the target. That one's full and be worked up to mid-on, and Windward getting around quickly and releasing quickly as well. But both batters were quick enough to get into their ground. 23 runs more required here by USA Men 1 team.
Dunrod looks to be a very good fielder. He's very quick over the outfield, and he has done very good work for the Windward Islands since he has been out there, moving nicely. But Ford, where can you pull this wicket from? Oh my, it's a full toss. But finding the man at short mid wicket, luckily for Ford, because if that had gotten past the short mid on position, there would have been runs. But anyway, it was well saved. But he would need to get the deliveries pitched between wicket and wicket. Ford, can this be the delivery? Oh my, pitch it on the leg stump. They run 1. I think there's going to be a possibility for 2. Both batsmen are sprinting nicely. Is there going to come a signal for 1 shot? I was
21 runs an offer.
I was just adding a little humor there.
Be devil's advocate, Victor. But nonetheless, that was not to be. Ford will have to find another way to price this wicket out as he works his way. Again, punching up to mid-on, no run. Closing out the 41st over. 189 for 6. Tells us 21 more runs available to be had for the USA Men 1 if they are to win this one. I wouldn't want to put it past McDowell that he can get one of these 2.
But Novel, if you were a man who used to bet,
Well, I've never been one.
I would have bet you. But true, I know that you are not in that line, because I know a bowler gonna get a hat trick.
Well, that is a bet I would take. That it wouldn't happen.
You better keep your money in your pocket.
Hat tricks are very rare in cricket. Very rare. But short into the pitch outside the off stump. No damage done by Ford.
Good consideration made by the umpire, man. Don't call them more wives. Let them. But in any event, though, we must though commend the USA one, and they have shown that they came with very valuable preparation coming into the tournament in all segments, and really they would be very pleased. And in also coming to the Caribbean and doing this well thus far, short being hammered into the point area. They run one, and they should just be settling with the one. But in the USA also too, Novel, there is a lot of matins which they play on, and no, obviously now knowing that they were coming to the Caribbean, they would have preparing on some turf surfaces, but looking very good. They have been running well between the wickets, the catching being good, the fielding being good. So collectively, they've been bowling well. One played out to short cover. There is no run. So just trying to confirm the appropriate total at the moment. And our very reliable and efficient and professional scorers would have it right. I know that even without looking to my right, that they're doing an excellent job, and we really appreciate their services. And we have been kept in our deliberations, Noval, and without them, but here is more runs, and they're gonna just keep those figures ticking over our scorers, and also to the USA one team, they're also ticking it over well, and to our very valuable technicians, Odvid Media, we say to we are so pleased with what they have provided for this tournament, both in St. Kitts and Nevis. And as a young staff, we do encourage them to keep at their profession. It's always room for growth, but here is more room for getting closer to the total. One played down to fine leg, and there is another run. And Novel, you see the calculated process by these two batsmen in the lower half of this team, analyzing between them what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. That is what we want to see more of our young players' assessment of situations in matches. Yeah.
Right. There's no need for any risk at this stage. The 18 runs required from 49 balls. Netish Sudani on 32 from 57, and just playing sensibly, really partnered by Shiv Shami. And they are clearly poised. The partnership is 46 here for the 7th wicket stand, and that tells you that the Windward were in with a chance had they been able to break this early. But another good single taken, good backing up there by
Leg by.
Pascal, it appears.
But Novel, we also see too that the premier batsman for USA one, apart from one batsman, I think, who got a half century,
Gill, yeah.
Right? The other high scorers in the tournament so far did not really come to the table with a constructive total. But look at the lower half of batsmen now, who are showing the top half. We also have the ability in our batting skills, and sometimes too, in a good team spirit, where, as you know, sometimes there is that competitive conversation, like some guys in the lower order would say, well, Captain, I believe I need a promotion. Look at my last 2 innings. I've got more runs than number 5 or 6 or so to speak, But then really, the top order consistently throughout the tournament for USA one has done well. We're going to see a change of bowling, though. Edwards, it is? Okay, we got it right. And you see, that is why we cannot have any gender bias here in this Bhutan Oval. Please, don't inscribe that, please.
It's gonna be Theo Edwards.
Donnelly likes that.
Never into gender bias.
Okay, I'm just keeping you on the alert. I wasn't saying that,
We have always have the involvement of our females here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and the scoring the statistics have been dominated for the last 15 years or so by these women. They have gotten involved. They are also former cricketers. Over the years, we would have been treated to excellent cricket by some of these women, in particular or officer in charge here. No one would want to try and rob us in this area because we have protection from our lady officer in Donnelly, Liebert. And if you are someone traveling to St. Kitts over the past 30 years or so, must have seen her in our junction in St. Kitts, the most elegant traffic officer throughout maybe the world, not just the Caribbean. And there's some videos in social media with her, and they say she's not just elegant in her directions, but if you just have a look at her, you may not want to stop looking. But we go back to the cricket. It's 194. It is for 16 runs required here by the USA men won.
What a perfect analysis. We cannot subtract or add. We work well. And also, but on a serious note, though, I must say, though, that because especially these two young ladies who are here, Donnelly and Yvette, whereby they have consistently, at when it's normal cricket, they always say yes. But then, too, it is very questionable. And really, in my view, Novel, in fairness to those who are being more committed, I would like those who have the opportunity in electing scorers to more go for those who have been very loyal and very outstanding from local to where they are now. But I do not know the criteria how to select the scorers for international matches. But some of the scorers who go extensively, you call them out to a friendly game, they are there. And a lot of times when the opportunity now is to get at the bigger picture, like the Australians come in and sometimes those persons are sidelined.
Well, I think from a scoring perspective, they share it around well. The ladies, they work together. There is a group that they...
But 3 one-day internationals, Noval, is it not going to be the same 3 scorers going to be there for the 2020 at Warner Park?
Well, I am not sure.
That will be unfair.
Well, I'm not sure what is the criteria to be used.
Whoever is listening will say that, and they could record me because I'm saying it. That will be unfair. They should share it around.
Well, just 3 games, but we've had a lot of games here.
Don't go at my junction.
And this is being dealt with here. It's Isaiah Jones. There are so many scorers, Victor, and that is what we are happy for in St. Kitts and Nevis.
But here
they even bring scorers over from Nevis. Yeah. So we would not even...
But here the distinction that I've made. Those who have been there when local cricket are playing, and a lot of times when no money is incorporated in it, a lot of them don't incline, and those who are more loyal, even when no payment in it, they come, they give their services. What about looking at angles as how? Yes, we have a volume of scorers, but look at those who show that consistency in their services, whether no payment in it or payment is in it. No, I am not discriminating against anyone, but here is one. It's going over the boundary. It might just go 1 bounce or 2. We will wait for the signal, and it's 4 runs. No, I'm not trying to cause any rift, but I like to see those who at a local level, when there is no payment in it, and you could call them even at some inappropriate times, and they still comes out and give their services. Now, I hope who is ever listening and not begrudging of who they may be implying, but don't treat those who have been committed and always loyal to their capacity. But here is another run. And you see, a lot of times persons like me and so forth, sometimes, but I will prefer you to refrain from my conversation in that aspect, because you are going to be, and you are a very good announcer internationally, but I like to strike a balance where I see more fairness. But here is fairness, and it's going to cross into the boundary for 4. How many more runs is due for?
Well, after that, it will be 6 more.
6 more runs. So, my good friend Novel, please abstain from my conversation in that sense.
I'm listening you. Okay, I haven't really decided to. I could make an input if I so desire.
Please do.
Because I'm one who is free to my own opinion and thoughts. That's right. How I will put this is, we've had a massively good tournament here, and each game will see a minimum of 3 scorers. In terms of how they are selected for international matches, I am unable to determine the criteria. What I will say is,
I'm gonna make
we are
some
happy
inquiries though.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, that's you. I'm Victor. They're gonna make some inquiries. So you speak for yourself and I speak for myself.
Well, comfortably so.
Okay, right.
I will say though,
We're still on a good page.
Oh, we always are. And my interest more than it, that's a good shot pass. The third man, how far will it get, or how close to the boundary will get?
I think
They have
they'll
gotten
get
2
3.
so far,
They'll get
and they're
3.
going to get 3. And just a few more runs needed here. 3 more runs needed for victory by the USA 1. My interest is, Victor, over the years, we have seen the development and growth of a big scoring contingent here in St. Kitts and Nevis, which has helped our ability when we have tournaments like these to just insert scorers comfortably because they are highly trained and highly skilled and efficient. That is going to go for 4, and that will bring this game to an end. And the USA men team closing out this encounter with some 34 deliveries left. And that also takes the partnership well in advance of 50 runs. 211 runs here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And the USA men team, Victor, winning this encounter by some 4 wickets. This partnership being a massive partnership, 65 runs out
65,
of it. 65 runs from this partnership between Sudani and Shiv Shami, both carrying their bats, 42 respectively Sudani and 26 from Shani.
Well, very, very valuable partnership. And this is what I like to see about a lower order. Their premier batsman, USA 1, apart from one batsman who got to 50, and the others who've been prominent scorers throughout this tournament for USA 1, they did not come to the fore today, whereby the Windward Islands batted first here at the Connery Cricket Centre against the USA 1. And for the 7th wicket partnership, it would have been 65 runs. And how intelligently Novel they went about in assessing that valuable partnership. There were no indiscretions. The running between the wickets was appropriate, running the first one quickly. They were not taking any undue risk, and they waited for the loose deliveries when they presented themselves and really played within themselves and collectively. We cannot overemphasize our points here, Novel, how outstandingly this USA 1 team came here well prepared. Well, Novel gonna bring up some results and analysis of what transpired here at the Connery Cricket Centre today between these 2 teams. And Novel, what an encounter we have had. Tell our listeners where it started and what all transpired.
Well, the Windward Islands, they batted first, got to a total of 209. I always felt they were short of some runs. Their approach during the middle periods wouldn't have been the best at times, gave away their wickets, but they got to 209. And they did so from some good batting from Theo Edwards and Fontaine, both getting 43 and 45 respectively. On the lower order, Devontae McDowell, he got 27, and Isaiah Jones as well got 22. The major destroyers were Shrivastava, he got 3 for 19 from 7 overs. Picking up 2 wickets as well was Sahir Bhatia, the leg spinner, 2 for 27, and also Shiv Shami, 2 for 37. Opening the bowling was Krishna, 2 for 37. Well, the USA, in their time at the crease, got a good opening wicket partnership of some 72 runs between Sahil Garg and Amrinder Gill. Gill got to 57, Garg to 18, but quick wickets fell shortly after, and a good back-end partnership, 7-wicket partnership between Nitish Sudani, he got 42, and Shiv Shami, 26, being able to take things home. But just upsetting the apple cart a little bit was Cody Fontenelle. He got 3 for 53, and McDowell 2 for 25. Well, the USA men's team winning this one comfortably by some 4 wickets with 34 deliveries left on offer, getting to 211 for 6, winning this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre and taking themselves comfortably into the finals. And more than it is likely, I think they will be playing against Barbados, and I think it will be here, Victor, at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Well, and that also too shall be a grand final. So Thursday, all being well, we will be right back here at the Connery Cricket Center, and we do hope to all who are listening and viewing in the USA, in the Windward Islands, and whatever part of the world that you may be at this time, and who have been following this series and this particular one. It's goodbye from the Connery Cricket Center on behalf of Novel Marquardt, Ovid Media Center, our scorers, Darnelling and Yvette, and all who has been here and made it a success. The ground staff also too, who did an excellent job and always have to be included. And without thus far the officiating, at least for this Connery Center where we have been, Novel Marquardt and yours truly, Victor Eddy, we have seen good outcome in all areas. So it's bye for now, and please rejoin us and on Thursday for the grand final, where Novel has indicated it will be USA 1 against Barbados. So it's goodbye to everyone, and hope that you will join us on Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, right here from the Connery Cricket Center. It's goodbye to one and all.